Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2733. This was a Grand Empyrean. Even though Luo Shan was a member of the Six Directions Association and one of the three monarchs, the Spacetime Master, he still had to obey orders. After Chu Jin finished reading the Grand Empyrean's order, he looked at everyone with a smile. Everyone, are you willing to obey the order? If you don't want to, you can tell me clearly. I can pass on your message and put in a good word for you. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Luo Shan. Among these orders, Luo Shan was the most miserable. As the Spacetime Lord of the Three Sovereigns, his status was equal to a Grand Empyrean's, but he had been punished by a Grand Empyrean to enter the endless battlefield. That was a boundless battlefield, a millstone of life and death. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary cultivator or an ancestor expert, it was a millstone of life and death. No less than 20 supreme experts had died there. Luo Shan met Chu Jian's gaze and said respectfully, "I will follow Grand Empyrean's orders." Chu Jian smiled in satisfaction. "Senior, take care." Luo Shan said, "Please take care of the three monarchs spacetime. I went to the endless battlefield. What about the defense?" Chu Jian looked at Bai Wangyuan and the others. "This will depend on the primordial space. Lord Luo has left, and only Lord Taixing and Lord Qinlu are left in the three monarch space. Now that the passageway has been opened, it is too worthwhile for the Eternals to attack this space and time. So, how do you plan to help the three monarch space and time?" Bai Wangyuan said calmly, "I, Bai Sheng of the Cold Immortal Sect, am willing to guard the Rainbow Wall." Xia Xinji added, "Xia Zhen can help defend the Rainbow Wall." Ancestor Guiyuan said, "I'll do it myself." The other one is Nong Yi. 4 Ancestor Realm experts are enough. Bai Wangyuan directly made the decision for Nong Yi. This was the will of the four-way scales. They no longer needed to consider any sort of balance as there was no need for them to do so. Lu Yin himself had been sent to the endless battlefield, and the Above Heaven sect only had Elder Chan. As for Mu Xier and the Fog Ancestor, they truly did not have the confidence to force them out. There were 10 Progenitor Realm experts in the Starry Sky Tree. The four-way balance had 7. They were Bai Wangyuan, Bai Sheng, Xia Xinji, Xia Zhen, Wang Fan, Ancestor Guiyuan, and the Wang clan's Progenitor Realm expert guarding the Outer Realm. There was also Mu Xie and Nong Yi. The 5th mainland had Elder Chan, Prison Flood Dragon, and the Fog Ancestor. In other words, there were 13 Progenitor Realm experts in the primordial space. According to the Grand Empyrean's order, half of the people would help defend against the Six Direction Association. The Starry Sky Tree had already sent out 3 people. Adding on Nong Yi, who was pushed out by the four-way scales, that was 4 people. They still lacked 2. Xia Xinji said, "We can only worry about ourselves. Xiao Zun will have to talk to Lu Yin about which progenitor appears in the Above Heaven sect. Perhaps he won't care about Senior Grand Empyrean's orders." Chu Jin smiled and said, "I believe Brother Lu is a reasonable person. He had never cared about the feelings of a Yuan sage from beginning to end. The grief of a Yuan sage was enough to make this person speechless. There was no need to consider whether he was willing or not. This person had to go to the endless battlefield." Finally, Chu Jian looked at Divine Venerable Xiao Yin. "Congratulations, Senior. Master admires you very much. Without you, the Three Monarchs universe would be in danger." Divine Master Xiao Yin and Chu Jian looked at each other. "This is what I should do. Thank you for your praise, Master. In that case, everyone, I'll go to the primordial space to pass on Master's order to Brother Lu. I hope that everyone can take care of yourselves on the battlefield, especially Lord Luo," said Chu Jian with a smile. After that, he headed towards the tunnel. As everyone watched Chu Jian leave, a heavy feeling weighed down on their hearts. The Progenitor Realm was the end of human cultivation, but there would still be orders. They still had a long way to go. Yuan Sage's face turned ugly. He actually had to go to the endless battlefield. That was the millstone of life and death. Even an extremely strong powerhouse like him felt this way. He had once experienced life and death in the endless battlefield. He had tried his best to make contributions over the years in order to reduce the number of years he had to go to the endless battlefield. He had not expected to be sent there directly this time. He looked at Divine Master Xiao Yin. He had done many things for this person, but this person had been praised and reduced the number of years he had to go to the endless battlefield. When Divine Master Xiao Yin saw Yuan Sage looking at him, he said indifferently, "I will help you make contributions. Come out as soon as possible." Yuan Sage's face looked better. "Thank you, Divine Master." On the other side, Lu Yin saw Chu Jian. Chu Jian had passed through the tunnel and arrived on Shinwu continent. He saw Lu Yin at a glance. After all, the caged WRM was so huge that it was difficult not to see him. You must be the current path master of the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin. I'm Chu Jian. It's been a long time. Chu Jian smiled kindly when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Sure enough, a variable had appeared. The Eternals knew too much about humans, which made him uneasy. However, he still replied politely, I'm Lu Yin. And you are? Chu Jian smiled. Sixth Direction Society Reincarnation Spacetime. The Great Heavenly Venerate is my master. Lu Yin was surprised. You are the Great Heavenly Venerate's disciple? Everyone is the Great Heavenly Venerate's disciple, but I am a direct disciple. I'm Chu Jian. Lu Yin sized up Chu Jian. This person was the perfect young master. His arrival had stopped the war with the Eternals, so it was obvious that the Great Heavenly Venerate had intervened in this dispute. The Eternals even knew about the Great Heavenly Venerate's situation? What brings you here? Lu Yin asked. Chu Jian smiled. There was a dispute between the three monarchs spacetime and the primordial space, which almost led to a battle between several extremely strong powerhouses. The Eternals took advantage of the situation. I have brought an order from my master. Is Path Master Lu willing to accept it? Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. An order from the Great Heavenly Venerate? That's right. Chu Jian met Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin stared at Chu Jian. I don't know the Great Heavenly Venerate. Chu Jian's lips curled up. The Great Heavenly Venerate is the master of the Sixth Direction Society. He can also be considered the master of the human race. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Master of the human race? This was the first time he had heard such a title. Does that mean that the Great Heavenly Venerate also considers himself the master of the Above Heaven sect? Chu Jian retracted his gaze and looked at the sky. It should be said that he is also the master of the primordial space. After all, you are all humans. Lu Yin stood quietly on the head of the caged WRM and looked at Chu Jian. Elder Chan also looked at him. The master of the human race? What a bold claim. However, this was an unfathomable Great Heavenly Venerate. No one knew how strong a Great Heavenly Venerate was. The only true God of the Eternals was invincible and powerful. The only reason he hadn't attacked the Starry Sky Tree was most likely because he had been stopped by the Great Heavenly Venerate. The endless battlefield was the front line of the invasion of the Eternals. The Eternals might be wary of the Great Heavenly Venerate. A Great Heavenly Venerate was on a completely different level from a Yuan Sage. At the very least, they would be at the level of the Three Realms Sixth Path or even the Primogenitor level. This person was called Chu Jian, and his surname was Chu. He had been bestowed this name by the Great Heavenly Venerate. Chu Yuan came from the era of the Above Heaven sect and was the only member of the younger generation who had met the Primogenitor and been bestowed the surname Chu. Although they were both Chu, the Great Heavenly Venerate and the Primogenitor were likely to be on the same level. Even if Lu Yin was dissatisfied with such an existence, it would be difficult for him to do anything. His only source of confidence was Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu ensured that the Great Heavenly Venerate would not act against him. However, even if the Great Heavenly Venerate did not act, the current Above Heaven sect would not be able to withstand the attacks of the three sovereigns and 9 sages. The Great Heavenly Venerate represented the Sixth Direction Gang. Being an enemy of the Great Heavenly Venerate was equivalent to being an enemy of the Sixth Direction Gang. This was not the same concept as Lu Yin going up against Luo Shan. The atmosphere was silent. Chu Jian did not care and was all smiles. No one could ignore a Great Heavenly Venerate. No one dared to disobey a Great Heavenly Venerate. So what if this child was unruly? Lu Yin was silent for a moment before asking, what does the Great Heavenly Venerate mean? Chu Jian's smile widened. Master's order is that Luo Shan and Lu Yin caused a conflict between 2 spacetime dimensions. Lu Yin is specially punished to enter the endless battlefield. If he dares to disobey... He paused and looked up. He will be punished for the crime of betraying humanity. Elder Chan's eyes widened. After assisting in the defense of the 3 monarch spacetime dimensions for so long, he naturally knew how terrifying the endless battlefield was. The Great Heavenly Venerate actually punished the Path Master directly to the endless battlefield? Path Master, Elder Chan could not help but say. Lu Yin looked at Chu Jian deeply. What a punishment. What a crime of betraying humanity. The Great Heavenly Venerate really thought of himself as the master of humanity. Chu Jian smiled at Lu Yin. Path Master Lu, are you willing to obey Master's order? What will happen if I don't? Lu Yin asked. Chu Jian thought for a moment. I will help Path Master Lu talk to Master. If Master is dissatisfied, then we will act according to the order. The 3 venerates and 9 sages of the Samsara spacetime, as well as the masters of the 6 Direction Society, will come to the Above Heaven sect whenever they have time. The outcome will depend on whether Path Master Lu can persuade them. Based on my many years of experience, Chu Jian said with a smile, it's unlikely that anyone will help Path Master Lu go against Master. Lu Yin said in a low voice, so it's the same as going against the entire 6 Direction Society? Chu Jian said, perhaps. Of course, if Path Master Lu thinks that the Above Heaven sect is still the Above Heaven sect of the past, then you can try. Perhaps everyone will side with you, Path Master Lu? Lu Yin laughed. You think too much. The Above Heaven sect of the past will never return. It's just a name now. All right. Since the Great Heavenly Venerate has spoken, Lu Yin will naturally obey. Chu Jian was not surprised. How could anyone go against the Great Heavenly Venerate's order? It was impossible. He did not know how glorious the Above Heaven sect of the past was and how much enmity the 6 Direction Society had towards them. He only knew that the current Great Heavenly Venerate was the master of humanity, and he was the perfect young master. How could a mere Path Master of the Above Heaven sect compare to him? Although Chu Jian seemed to be kind, it was actually pity. Pity for everyone, pity that did not bother with ants. Chu Jian placed himself in the position of a Great Heavenly Venerate. Even in front of Divinity Shaoyin, the words senior were just casual words. Lu Yin was even less worthy of his attention. Even if this person had experienced a legend and was extremely talented, so what? Chu Jian's future was not something that this person could catch up to. Whether or not Lu Yin could return alive from the endless battlefield was another matter. That must be the legendary Hellworm. Chu Jian's eyes lit up as he looked over. Lu Yin lowered his head to take a look. The Hellworm bared its fangs at Chu Jian and growled. Not bad, very mighty, Chu Jian praised. The Hellworm understood and subconsciously raised its head, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in an attempt to scare Chu Jian. However, it was dissatisfied that Chu Jian was not frightened. Instead, Chu Jian's gaze grew brighter and brighter. This gaze made it dissatisfied, and the more dissatisfied it was, the more it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The more it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, the more Chu Jian admired it. This formed an endless cycle. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2734. Lu Yin stomped his foot down. Shut up. Prison Flood Dragon felt wronged. Brother Lu, this mount of yours is pretty good, Chu Jian praised. Lu Yin casually replied, is that so? I don't think there's anything good about it, silly. Chu Jian looked at Caged Flood Dragon and sized him up. Brother Lu, the date of Master's tea party is getting closer and closer. Brother Lu should be going, right? Lu Yin replied, if I don't die in the endless battlefield, then I should go. Chu Jian said, I believe that Brother Lu won't die so easily. With Brother Lu's abilities, even if you're caught in a battle between extremely strong cultivators, you'll still be able to escape unscathed. I'm looking forward to Brother Lu's arrival. Alright, bring it with you. Master will like it. Chu Jian wasn't the only one who had said this. Yuan Sheng had also asked Lu Yin to give the caged WRM as a gift to the Great Heavenly Venerate. Lu Yin smiled, sure, see you at the tea party. Chu Jian nodded. Let's meet again. I hope Brother Lu can enter the endless battlefield within 3 days. Don't make things difficult for me. That's right, Master has another order. Half of the Primordial Space's experts are to help defend against the 6 Direction Society. The 4-way scales has already sent out their men. What about Brother Lu? Lu Yin asked, while I'm in the boundless battlefield and the Primordial Space is assisting the 6-party association, nothing will happen to the Above Heaven sect, right? Chu Jian smiled, Brother Lu, you don't have to worry about that. Master has personally given the order that no one is allowed to enter the Primordial Space without permission. Thus, the Above Heaven sect will not be threatened by anyone from the 6 Direction sect, but that does not include the Primordial Space itself. Lu Yin hesitated. Let's count it as a mount. Chu Jian said, but this mount is going to attend Master's tea party. So whether or not it can assist in defense can wait until after the tea party. There is still one more person. Brother Lu, you can decide for yourself. With that, Chu Jian left. Lu Yin looked at the empty space as the 5th mainland's crisis had been resolved. Once the passageway was opened, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin could not turn the origin space into the boundless battlefield. Because of this conflict, Luo Shan and he had been punished to enter the boundless battlefield. This showed the great Empyrean's determination. Would there be people from the six directions who would target the above heaven sect? It wasn't that easy to scheme against the four-way scales. Half of them would defend against the six directions sect, leaving behind 3 or 4 ancestor realm experts at most. Even if they asked Grandpa Chan to defend against the six directions sect, there would still be Senior Marshal Brother Muxia, Prison Flood Dragon, Master Shan, and Lu Yun. Ancestor Fog's attitude was unclear, but this could really form a balance. Moreover, with his and Luo Shan's prior example, the four-way scales did not dare to start a war without permission. In the end, the decisive battle did not happen. But sooner or later it would begin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with murderous intent. This person was even more hateful than that old dog Yuan Sheng. If he entered the endless battlefield, it should not be a problem for him to protect himself. The Eternals had no intention of killing him. However, the identity of Xian Qi was a little troublesome. If things did not work out, he would have to go into seclusion for a long period of time. While he was thinking about this, Bai Wang Yuan and the others appeared at the other end of the tunnel. They walked out through the tunnel. They all looked at Lu Yin and he looked back at them. Neither of them said a word. At this time, Mu Xie, Nong Yi, and the Fog Ancestor arrived. Xia Xinji's cold gaze swept over Nong Yi, prepare to defend against the Six Paths Association. Nong Yi was dumbfounded. What do you mean by assisting the Six Directions Association? Ancestor Gui Yuan explained the matter, and Nong Yi immediately exploded, refusing to go. However, when faced with the threat of Bai Wang Yuan and the others, Nong Yi wanted to ask Lu Yin for help, but Lu Yin could not help him. Half of the four-way scales progenitors had gone, and Lu Yin also needed to send out people. If Nong Yi did not go, then Mu Xie would go. They could not force the four-way scales to send out more people, just like how the four-way scales could not force Lu Yin's side to send more people. Where's Long Air? The Fog Ancestor asked. Bai Wang Yuan and the others had ugly expressions. He's dead. The Fog Ancestor was shocked, and so were Mu Xie and Nong Yi. The Dragon Ancestor is dead? Lu Yin clenched his fists. Sure enough, that other pupil belonged to the Dragon Ancestor, and a progenitor had actually died. This was war, so what if he was a progenitor? How did he die? The Fog Ancestor asked, her gaze sorrowful. Although she was dissatisfied with the Dragon Ancestor joining the four-way scales to deal with the Lu family, the Dragon Ancestor had always been respectful to her. She could not accept the sudden news of his death. Bai Wang Yuan recounted the matter. Everyone listened quietly, feeling the cruelty of war. The Fog Ancestor gritted her teeth. Qin Kong. Mu Xie sighed, even a progenitor can die. No one can truly cultivate to the point of invincibility, not even a primogenitor. Junior brother, you must be careful in the endless battlefield. Lu Yin nodded. I know, senior brother. There are 2 more candidates to help defend against the Six Direction Association, but they have nothing to do with the four-way scales. You can decide for yourselves. Xia Xinji said coldly. I'll go. The Fog Ancestor suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked at her in astonishment, as no one had expected her to go. Shiwei, Bai Wang Yuan could not help but speak up. They had hoped that Lu Yin's side would come up with these 2 candidates. Mu Xie, Elder Chan, or even Caged Flood Dragon would be fine. The Fog Ancestor was exhausted. I've had enough of your scheming. You have the everlasting race as your enemy, but you nearly caused a battle between more than 10 progenitors. Even Long Air died. I plan to help defend against the Six Direction Association. It's better than watching you hand over the primordial space to the everlasting race. With that, she left without another word. Ever since the Fog Ancestor had come out, although she would occasionally help Lu Yin, she was absolutely neutral in most situations. Whether the four-way scales schemed against Lu Yin or Lu Yin schemed against the four-way scales, she did not interfere. She was also indifferent to this battle. Just as she had said, she had had enough of this situation, and she wanted to fight purely against the everlasting race. The Dragon Ancestor's death might have been a catalyst, as she wanted to avenge him. No matter what kind of person the Dragon Ancestor was, he had been very respectful to her. She had to bear this grudge. Let her be. There's still one more spot. Lu Shaoxian, it's still yours, Xia Xinji said coldly. Lu Yin looked over. You can all scram now. Xia Xinji's gaze was icy. What did you say? You don't plan on sending anyone? Lu Yin frowned. When did you become the Grand Empyrean's lackey? This is the Grand Empyrean's order. Whether I carry it out or not is none of your business. Xia Xinji was furious. Bai Wang Yuan looked deeply at Lu Yin. Lu Shaoxian, if you attract the attention of the Grand Empyrean, your fate will not be good. You are from the Lu family, and the Lu family was exiled at the behest of the Grand Empyrean. In the Grand Empyrean's eyes, you should be exiled as well. Lu Yin looked at him. I told you to scram. You really don't plan on sending anyone? Wang Fan could not help but ask. Lu Yin sneered and did not even look at them. He asked Mu Xie to oversee Shenwu continent while he returned to the above the sect. When he saw this, Xia Xinji could not help but want to intervene. However, Wang Fan was confused. Mu Xie is still guarding Shenwu continent? What happened before? Bai Wangyuan's eyes twitched. It's fake. Him joining Luo Shan was fake. Mu Xie and Nong Yi's falling out with him was also fake. He really is plotting something. This kid is truly sinister. Xia Xinji gritted his teeth. What if the above the sect really doesn't send anyone? Wang Fan asked. Bai Wangyuan felt a headache coming on. They could not force Lu Yin to send anyone, and if Lu Yin really did not plan on sending anyone, then it would be troublesome. Would they have to send someone else? If this kid is willing to go to the endless battlefield to accept his punishment, then he should comply with the Grand Empyrean's orders and send someone, Wang Fan said. Bai Wangyuan was vexed. Logically speaking, that should be the case. However, if this kid really did not send anyone and attracted the attention of the Grand Empyrean, then he would be punished. They did not dare to take that risk. Lu Yin did not need to send anyone. First meeting had already said that Cage Drake was one, and he could help defend after the Tea Party. The Fog Ancestor was another. Now that the matter had been resolved, Lu Yin only needed to head to the endless battlefield within 3 days. However, he did not plan on telling the four-way scales and he would let them guess. If they were afraid, then it would be better to have one more person. In the end, they would be helping defend against the six-way society, and it was not a bad thing. One less progenitor would mean one less danger for the above the sect. He had originally planned on asking Elder Chan to help defend the endless battlefield, but with the Fog Ancestor going, the above the sect would have one less person. Lu Yin was no longer afraid of the four-way scales. Even if he left, the above the sect's remaining progenitors could still deal with the four-way scales. In that case, how should he deal with this other pupil? It was useless for Lu Yin to keep it. This was the Dragon Ancestor's item, and he had thrown it out even before his death. It could only be found in the White Dragon tribe. When he thought of this, Lu Yin looked into the distance. It was time for him to make a trip to the White Dragon tribe. Long she had used her essence blood to increase his cultivation, and he had also locked her up for so many years. He had to return this favor. 3 days was more than enough time. Several years had passed since the Eternals had completely retreated from the cosmic trees, and the region had developed rapidly. Lu Yin's domain swept through the area, and he saw that the number of cultivators had clearly increased. There were also more smiles on their faces than before. However, this was only on the surface. The longer the Eternals retreated, the more internal conflicts there would be. There would be no less disputes and killings than before. It was already very difficult for the Fifth Mainland's people to come to the cosmic trees. Ever since the time poison, it had become increasingly difficult to come here, unless one side completely conquered the other. Lu Yin did not hide the fact that he had come to the cosmic trees. He had appeared in the valley below the Wang family's mainland, which was the place the Fifth Mainland had to pass through to reach the cosmic trees. He rode on the Hellworm, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws as his roar spread far and wide. The cultivators of the cosmic trees stared blankly at him, and then many of them grew excited. It's Lu Yin. The Lu Yin who helped us defeat the Eternals. Tao Lord Lu. Tao Lord Lu. Greetings, Tao Lord Lu. Greetings, Tao Lord Lu. Tao Lord Lu is invincible. Lu Yin had not expected himself to be so popular in the cosmic trees. Some achievements could not be erased by the four-way scales, even if they were his enemies. The Eternals had indeed been defeated because of his leadership, and they had paid a heavy price for it. These people were not stupid and they would not listen to the four-way scales. However, most of the cultivators here were from the four-way scales, and while they looked at Lu Yin with admiration, there was also hostility. Lu Yin stood on the Hellworm's back and scanned the crowd. I'm back. Even more enthusiastic cheers rang out, but a stern shout caused everyone to hurriedly stop. Tao Lord Lu, this is the cosmic trees. What business do you have here? It was Wang Zheng. He was the Wang family's patriarch, and this was under the Wang family's mainland. The four-way scales had almost fought a decisive battle with Lu Yin, so how could they allow Lu Yin to speak in such a manner? Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the Wang family's mainland. His spiritual force erupted and swept out. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2735. Wang Zheng's expression changed drastically. In his eyes, the essence, energy, and spirit were like a tsunami that swept up from below, shaking the entire Wang family continent. At that moment, the sphere of light above the Wang family's continent emitted a hazy halo that blocked Lu Yin's spiritual force. Not only that, but it was also suppressing him. Beneath Lu Yin's feet, the hellworm roared and extended its claws. Lu Xiaoxian, what are you trying to do? Wang Fan descended and watched calmly. Lu Yin suppressed the caged WRM and looked at Wang Fan. It's nothing. I haven't been back in a long time, so I came to visit. Up to you. Don't disturb my Wang family, Wang Fan said. Lu Yin replied, take care of your juniors. Don't kill them all if I'm unhappy. Wang Zheng clenched his fists, but he did not retort. Lu Yin now had the right to say such things. Wang Fan said indifferently, I hope you can be as arrogant in the endless battlefield. I, Lu Yin, will definitely rebuild the Lu family's glory and sweep away this foul atmosphere. You can all wait patiently, it won't be long. Ah. He then ordered the hellworm to head towards Dragon Mountain. The prison flood dragon roared and bared its fangs and claws again. It glared at Wang Fan in a threatening manner before disappearing rapidly. The four-way Libra and Luo Shan had joined forces to defeat the Above Heaven sect, but Lu Yin had already completely fallen out with them, so there was nothing more to say. Now that the Celestial sect had the resources to deal with them, Lu Yin was even more fearless. In the call, all the cultivators had fervent gazes, especially those cultivators who did not belong to the four cardinal scales. They worshipped him from the bottom of their hearts. The Lu family had clearly been destroyed, and Lu Yin himself had clearly not reached the progenitor realm, yet he had directly faced a progenitor and declared that he would restore the Lu family's former glory in the top realm. This was the real Lu Yin, the path master of the above realm. At that moment, a seed was planted in the hearts of everyone who heard Lu Yin's words. One day in the future, this person would definitely fight his way back to the astral trees. On the Wang family's mainland, Wang Su, Wang Yi, and Wang Xiaofan were all present. They watched Lu Yin's departing figure as the gap between them grew larger and larger. The prison flood dragon streaked across the horizon, not hiding its terrifying aura at all. It almost swept through half of the top realm before finally arriving at Dragon Mountain. At the same time, Bai Wangyuan also arrived at Dragon Mountain. Dragon Mountain was silent, and the white dragons looked into the distance nervously. They already knew where Lu Yin was coming from, and the dragon ancestor was dead. Was Lu Yin here to take revenge on Dragon Mountain? Soon after, the prison flood dragon appeared. The instant it stopped, a gust of wind swept past, flipping over quite a few Dragon Mountain cultivators. Bai Wangyuan looked at the prison dragon's head calmly. Lu Xiaoxian, why have you come to the Dragon Mountain? Lu Yin was surprised. Bai Wangyuan? Why did you come to Dragon Mountain? Bai Wangyuan's gaze was solemn. Lord Luo has already headed to the endless battlefield. Why aren't you going? Do you really want to go against the orders of a Grand Empyrean? That's my business. What does it have to do with you? Get lost. Bai Wangyuan frowned. You are not allowed to enter this Dragon Mountain. Lu Yin found it funny. When did Longshan become yours, Bai Wangyuan? The dragon ancestor is dead. Your grudge should be over, said Bai Hao. Lu Yin replied coldly, do you think that I would attack the current Longshan? They're just a bunch of trash. What can two half-martial ancestors do with a bunch of trash? Inside the Dragon Mountain, the first elder and I Huang, old monster Long, and the others all heard this. Their expressions turned ugly, but they could not refute it. Even Bai Wangyuan was cautious when facing Lu Yin, let alone the rest of them. How could they refute it? Long Ku clasped his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. How arrogant. Long Kuei smiled bitterly. Beside him, Tian used his wings to cover his head. The prison Jiao gave him too much pressure, so he did not even dare to show his head. Long Shiping sat beside the stone table quietly. Xiaoqian bit her lips, her face pale. No one made a sound. They were all listening to Lu Yin and Bai Wangyuan's conversation. Bai Wangyuan stared at Lu Yin. Since the grudge has been settled, why did you come to Dragon Mountain? Lu Yin said, I'll say it again. What does it have to do with you? Either get lost or we will fight on Dragon Mountain. Let's not talk about what will happen to Dragon Mountain. If something happens to me and I can't go to the endless battlefield, you will have to answer to the great heavenly venerables. You, Bai Wangyuan, will have to go to the endless battlefield in my place. Bai Wangyuan narrowed his eyes. That doesn't make sense. Then you can try. Lu Yin took out Death God Golian and pointed at Bai Wangyuan. The God Sealing Catalog appeared above his head, and golden light scattered across the top realm. Xia Xinji, Wang Fan and the rest saw this and were surprised. They did not understand what Lu Yin was doing. The prison drake bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Bai Wangyuan and Lu Yin looked at each other. They did not make a move, nor did they retreat. At this moment, Grand Elder Anai Huang walked out. She faced Bai Wangyuan and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your help, Ancestor Bai. However, since Lu Shaoxin has decided to enter Dragon Mountain, let him come. The White Dragon tribe is not afraid of death. Bai Wangyuan looked at Grand Elder Anai Huang. Are you sure? Grand Elder Anai Huang nodded. Yes. Bai Wangyuan sighed. I have been good friends with the Dragon Ancestor for many years. I can't bear to see Dragon Mountain fall. If you need any help, just let me know. The four-way scales will always be the four-way scales. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Shaoxian, I hope you will do as you say. Indeed, no one can stop you in Dragon Mountain. However, there is still the four-way scales. Lu Yin did not even look at him. He took a step forward, passed by Wang Yuan, and entered Dragon Mountain. He only left behind two words, nonsense. Bai Wangyuan's gaze turned cold. This person was even more unreasonable than his father, Lu Qi. However, he was more patient. Otherwise, he would not have achieved what he had today. Looking back at Dragon Mountain, Bai Wangyuan shook his head and left. Lu Yin stood in the sky above Dragon Mountain. After Bai Wangyuan left, he said calmly, Do you really believe that he is helping you? Grand Elder Anai Huang said bitterly, What's the difference between believing and not believing? Dragon Mountain is already like this. Lu Yin looked at Grand Elder Anai Huang. Do you have the confidence to break through to the progenitor realm? Grand Elder Anai Huang looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. If I say yes, will Path Master Lu kill me and get rid of the hidden dangers? Lu Yin laughed. I don't care. Grand Elder Anai Huang was surprised. She did not expect Lu Yin to give such an answer. The Dragon Ancestor is dead. No one in the White Dragon tribe can replace him. In the hearts of Bai Wangyuan, Xia Xinji and Wang Fan, the White Dragon tribe is no longer the four-way scales. Even if you break through, it will only give them one more helper. You are incompatible with them, Lu Yin said. Grand Elder Anai Huang's eyes flickered. She looked in the other three directions in the top world and remained silent. The decision to exile the Lu family came from the Dragon Ancestor. I won't settle the score with the White Dragon tribe. However, if the war on the other side of the battlefield restarts, the White Dragon tribe will be the most miserable. Think about it, Grand Elder Anai Huang. With that, Lu Yin disappeared. Grand Elder Anai Huang heaved a sigh of relief. However, Lu Yin's words made her anxious. The White Dragon tribe that had lost the Dragon Ancestor was no longer the four-way scales. Even if Bai Wangyuan and the others said that they would not give up on the White Dragon tribe, it was only on the surface. As time passed, the White Dragon tribe would soon be suppressed by the other three parties. They would become a puppet that was worse than the Lu family and the Nong family. They had no right to speak. It was still fine if he broke through to the progenitor realm. At least he could protect the White Dragon tribe. If he could not break through, with the current strength of the White Dragon tribe, they would die sooner or later. Only the Dragon Ancestor could do the White Dragon reversal. Unfortunately, the battlefield was in another parallel universe. Otherwise, the Dragon Ancestor would not have died. He had to break through to the progenitor realm and use the White Dragon reversal to stabilize the White Dragon tribe. Otherwise, the White Dragon tribe could not stay in the top world. There were two teacups on the stone table. Long she sat quietly. When Lu Yin arrived, he naturally sat across from her. When Xiao Qin saw Lu Yin, her face turned paler. She trembled as she poured tea for him. I thought you had dealt with her, Lu Yin said calmly. Xiao Qin's hands trembled. She hurriedly knelt down. Sect Master Lu, please spare my life. I beg you, I beg you. Long she picked up the teacup and took a sip. Xiao Qin did not dare to. She continued to kneel and beg for mercy. Lu Yin waved his hand. Xiao Qin swallowed her saliva and got up. She retreated nervously and fearfully until she could no longer be seen. I kept her alive to remind myself not to trust anyone easily. If I find another maid, I will develop feelings for her after a long time. Who knows if there will be problems with that person? Long she said. Lu Yin nodded. That makes sense. However, after a long time you will lock your heart away. Long she looked at the teacup. What's the use of opening it? Lu Yin regretted it. He should not have said that. He did not know how to respond. What plans does the White Dragon tribe have? Lu Yin asked. Long she shook her head. I don't know. The ancestor is dead. We should leave. Go to the middle world? Descend to the mortal world. Lu Yin was surprised. Is it your idea or someone else's? Long Shi looked at Lu Yin. The four scales have always been divided into strong and weak. My White Dragon clan was the weakest, but because of the ancestors' existence, the difference wasn't that great. However, after the ancestors' death, the frigid immortal sect, Shenwu Plain, and the Wang family all divided up the resources that originally belonged to my White Dragon clan. We left the name of the four scales empty, but we didn't even have a progenitor. Why don't we descend to the mortal world and wait beside the ancestral Mang? With the connection between the White Dragon tribe and the ancestral Mang, no one will dare to touch us. That's why I'm asking. Is it your idea or someone else's? Lu Yin asked. Long Shi's tone was gloomy. It's mine. Lu Yin was not surprised. The others don't agree? Long Shi shook her head. Father was the first to object. Lu Yin was disdainful. Long Ke values status too much. Does he really think he's still the White Dragon tribe's patriarch? His current status is even lower than Bai Ting's. Bai Ting still has Bai Xiener. At this point he felt that something was wrong. Wasn't he comparing Long Shi to Bai Xiener? As expected, Long Shi's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin hurriedly said, "That's not what I meant. You're younger than Bai Xiener." Wait, that's not right. The White Dragon tribe lived for a long time. Long Shi might not be younger than Bai Xiener. Long Shi said, "I understand. Father is still the patriarch. Elder Anai Huang doesn't intend to leave either. I have no choice." Lu Yin asked, "Is there any chance that Elder Anai Huang can break through to the progenitor realm?" Long Shi looked at Lu Yin and did not say anything. She just stared at him. Lu Yin was amused. "Do you think I'll kill him to solve the problem?" "Probably not," Long Shi said. Lu Yin was helpless. "Definitely not. No one believes you," Long Shi said. Lu Yin exhaled and took out the other pupil. "You know this, right?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2736. Long Shi looked at the strange eye and stood up in shock. This is the ancestor's strange eye? You don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with the dragon ancestor's death. I just happened to obtain this strange eye after his death. Why are you so nervous? Is it useful to you? Lu Yin was curious. Long Shi's breathing quickened. It's the ancestor's world. Lu Yin was shocked. This is the ancestor's world? He did not expect this at all. Logically speaking, the ancestor's world should have disappeared after a person died. However, Lu Yin immediately thought of the symbol ancestor and Hui ancestor. Were they dead? If they were dead, why did the power to change the world still exist? If they were not dead, where were they? This theory did not make sense. If it was correct, it could only mean that the symbol ancestor and Hui ancestor were not dead. He hoped that was the case. This is indeed the ancestor's world. Father mentioned it by chance. With it, the White Dragon clan will open the path to the progenitor realm. We will definitely be able to reach the progenitor realm in the future, Long Shi said. Lu Yin stretched out his hand. It's yours. Long Shi looked at Lu Yin in a daze. Lu Yin smiled. It's mine. Why are you being so polite? It clearly belonged to the dragon ancestor. Long Shi wanted to say something, but Lu Yin made her feel like she was being taken care of and protected. This strange eye was extremely valuable. Was he giving it to her just like that? She slowly stretched out her hand and stopped on the strange eye. Are you really giving it to me? What else? I went through so much trouble to come to the top realm. Did you think I was just arguing with Bai Wangyuan? Lu Yin said. Long Shi smiled. She had not smiled in a long time, but at this moment she was very happy. It was as if she had vented many years of anger. Seeing her smile, Lu Yin also felt comfortable. This strange eye was useless to him and holding it made him panic. Although he had checked it and found that it did not have self-awareness, holding an eyeball felt uncomfortable. Since it was useless to him, it was better to give it to Long Shi. I don't know how to use it, Long Shi suddenly said. Lu Yin was surprised. What? Do you want to cultivate to the progenitor realm? Long Shi said, I don't have that ambition. It's just that it's not suitable for me. After all, it belongs to the dragon ancestor. I'll use it. She hesitated and did not say anything. Lu Yin did not ask further. Do as you wish. It's useless to me anyway. Consider it a gift from the dragon ancestor to the White Dragon tribe. Long Shi said to Lu Yin seriously, no matter who it is, the White Dragon tribe will remember this favor. If the Lu family is exiled, the White Dragon tribe will give you an explanation. After Lu Yin left, he did not take Long Shi's words to heart. As for the vengeance of the Lu family being exiled from the dragon ancestor, How was he going to take revenge when the dragon ancestor was already dead? Regardless of whether it was First Elder Ni Huang or Old Monster Long, none of them had the right to participate in the banishment of the Lu family. Lu Yin didn't have the habit of implicating others. However, he would not help the White Dragon race. He would help Long Shi. The life and death of the White Dragon clan had nothing to do with him. After Lu Yin left, Long Ku arrived and asked, "What's Lu Yin doing here?" Long Shi said faintly, "To watch a joke." Long Ku frowned. "Don't talk nonsense." Long Shi looked at Long Ku. "He wants us to go to the Fifth Mainland." Long Ku shook his head. "Wishful thinking. Great Elder Ni Huang will definitely be able to break through to the progenitor realm. My White Dragon tribe is still one of the four sides of the balance, so how can we rely on him? What a joke." With that he left. Soon after, Great Elder Ni Huang also came. He also wanted to know what Lu Yin was here for. Long Shi did not tell him either. She would hand over the other pupil to Great Elder Ni Huang, but not now. Handing it over now would not benefit Lu Yin at all. She had to wait until the White Dragon tribe was in danger. She had to wait until the White Dragon tribe saw the other three tribes clearly and was forced to the edge of the cliff by the other three tribes. Only then would she hand over the other pupil. Only then would the White Dragon tribe remember Lu Yin's kindness. "Brother Xiaoxian, I will definitely do my best to help you," Long Shi muttered to herself. In the Three Sovereigns universe at the corner of the Rainbow Wall, figures came one after another. Everyone had a solemn expression and did not say a word. If one looked closely, they would realize that these people's gazes were more or less filled with anxiety. Occasionally, a group of people would come. These people all had a murderous look on their faces, as if they were unwilling and resentful. There were also people who came here to heave a sigh of relief. When they looked back, it was as if they were being chased by something, but they quickly became anxious again. This was the place that led to the endless battlefield. There was a man at the corner. He was rather old and looked at the people who came here with a smile. "There are more and more of them. How interesting. Every time I see this scene I feel especially comfortable. I wonder how many of these people will die and how many will return," the man said. A few people walked out from behind him. "Don't gloat. You and I came here in the same way back then. If not for our good luck, we would have died in the endless battlefield long ago. How would it be our turn to send them in? Be careful. It's not safe to send people in. They might appear on the battlefield of extreme powerhouses and die without knowing how they died." The person who said this was a woman. She had a beautiful appearance, but her skin was dark and there were scars everywhere. These scars were all from the endless battlefield. These people each corresponded to a parallel universe of the endless battlefield. They were responsible for bringing people in. The Six Directions Guild and the 62 parallel universes formed the huge endless battlefield. Countless Eternals Corpse Kings were scattered. They could enter the endless battlefield from the Six Directions Guild. Those who had made a mistake, offended someone they should not have offended, escaped, or reached the end of their life would all enter the endless battlefield. The endless battlefield was a place that all cultivators had to enter. There were cultivators entering at all times to ensure that they could fight against the Eternals. That place was the largest samsara grinder. At the corner of the Rainbow Wall, Shenle quietly looked down. He still hadn't arrived. Could he not be coming? No one dared to go against the Grand Empyrean, and even Lord Luo had entered long ago. This was already the third day. If he still didn't come and offended the Grand Empyrean, then he would be finished. Qinlu was nervous. He hoped that Lu Yin would come and enter the endless battlefield smoothly, but he also hoped that Lu Yin would not come and be killed by the Grand Empyrean. If that happened, no one would know about his cooperation with this person. 3 days ago, the battle outside the Rainbow Wall had completely awakened him. Even extreme powerhouses could die easily and he did not want to die. At that moment there was a commotion below. Qinlu looked down and frowned. It was not him but Songbai. Songbai was a half-martial emperor from Mohe Courtyard. She had reached the end of her life and had to enter the endless battlefield. Most of the people below were ordinary cultivators, and very few of them were at the ruler's realm, let alone a half-martial emperor. Songbai's appearance naturally garnered their respect. The few cultivators who were supposed to lead these people to the endless battlefield also hurried over to pay their respects. They did not have any special privileges and were merely road signs. If Songbai was unhappy, no one would find trouble with him even if he killed them. At worst he could just find a few more road signs. There were too many people who wanted to become road signs, and it was better than fighting in the endless battlefield. Songbai was depressed. He was surrounded by cultivators who were bowing to him, but his mood did not improve. He had to go to the endless battlefield again, and it had not been that long since he had gone there. The last time he had fought in the endless battlefield was unforgettable, and he hoped that he could return alive this time. These weak people, the cultivators envied him and he envied them as well. When the strong fought against the strong, his opponents were on the same level as him, and these weak cultivators' opponents were on the same level as them. They would not die so easily. Of course, this was just Songbai's own opinion. Which parallel universe do you belong to? Songbai asked. Since he could not change anything by going to the endless battlefield, he would choose a better parallel universe. The road signs were different every time and no one could operate them. He could only rely on his luck. I correspond to the Grand Spirit Universe, someone answered. I correspond to the Flowing Universe. I correspond to the Sky Spider Universe. I correspond to the Small Spirit Universe. I correspond to the Great Stone Void. There were a total of 5 people and they spoke of 5 parallel universes. Songbai's gaze swept over them. He had heard of the Grand Spirit Universe. Generally, there did not seem to be any powerful enemies. He had never heard of the Flowing Universe, but he had also heard of the Sky Spider Universe. It was said that there were powerful sky spiders inside, and the Eternals mostly faced these sky spiders. However, these sky spiders were also enemies of humans and were not easy to deal with. The Small Spirit Universe? There did not seem to be any powerful enemies in this universe. He could go there. As for the Great Stone Void, he would not go there even if he was beaten to death. He had heard that extremely powerful people had died in the Great Stone Void. He must not go to such a place. He was about to make a decision. At this time, someone came from afar and appeared here in the blink of an eye. It was Luin. This was the 3rd day and it was time for him to go to the endless battlefield. After Luin arrived, he looked directly at Songbai. Are you the one who will take me to the endless battlefield? He was not clear about the process of going to the endless battlefield. He only knew that he had to gather here, and the most powerful person here was Songbai. Songbai frowned. This person did not seem to have cultivated the sovereign aura. Who are you? You are not from the 3 Monarchs universe. Louis knew Songbai. He was an old acquaintance. He was the only one here who was at the level of a demi-ancestor. He should be the one leading the way. No, Luin said. Songbai was surprised. Where are you from? Luin frowned. I'm asking you. Are you the one who will take me to the endless battlefield? How dare you offend Lord Songbai? Someone jumped out to express his loyalty, and many people around came forward to scold Luin. They all wanted to rely on powerhouses to protect themselves in the endless battlefield. Songbai, a demi-monarch, was everyone's target. Songbai looked at Luin coldly. No manners. Let him go to the Great Stone Void. He can be taught a lesson there. At the back, one of them responded respectfully. Yes, Lord Songbai. Songbai held his head high. This was his authority. As a demi-monarch in this 3 Monarchs universe, other than the 3 Monarchs and Lord Qinlu, who could ignore him? This person dared to offend him. Although it was not easy for him to deal with him because he was going to the endless battlefield, it was impossible for him to return after going to the Great Stone Void. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. The Great Stone Void? It seemed that this Songbai was the one leading the way. There were 62 parallel universes in the endless battlefield. This person asked him to go to the Great Stone Void. This Great Stone Void should be quite dangerous. In that case, he could actually choose which parallel universe to go to? Thinking of this, Luin walked towards Songbai. 2 people appeared and scolded. Boy, get lost. Lord Songbai doesn't want to see you. Another person also said, if you don't want to die so quickly, get lost. Don't let Lord Songbai get tired of you. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2737. Lu Yin ignored them and took a step forward, appearing in front of Songbai. The 2 were at a loss. Where was he? No one in the surroundings reacted. Songbai stared blankly at Lu Yin, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. He subconsciously retreated and was on high alert. He wasn't stupid. To be able to cultivate to the demi-monarch level, he had struggled back from the brink of death many times. Although he had relaxed a bit after reaching the demi-monarch level, the string in his brain suddenly tightened when Lu Yin approached him at a speed he couldn't see. This person was definitely not simple. Who are you? Songbai shouted. The surrounding people all looked over and their expressions changed. When did this person appear in front of Lord Songbai? There was a problem. This person was an absolute expert. The two who had cursed Lu Yin immediately felt their legs go soft as they looked on in fear. Lu Yin calmly looked at Song Bai. Do I have to ask this question 3 times? For the last time, were you the one who brought me to the endless battlefield? Song Bai suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, You are Lu Yin from the origin space? The surrounding people were shocked and looked on in shock. The origin space? Most people didn't know Lu Yin's name, but some had heard of him and knew that he had been punished by the Grand Empyreans to the endless battlefield. This person was Lu Yin? No matter what Lu Yin's cultivation was, he had been directly punished by the Grand Empyreans. How many people in the Six Direction Association had the qualifications to be punished by the Grand Empyreans? Just this point alone was unimaginable. Song Bai also knew that Lu Yin had been punished along with Lord Luo for the crime of causing a conflict between 2 spacetimes. This person was able to confront Lord Luo. Lu Yin coldly stared at Song Bai and raised his hand, placing it lightly on Song Bai's shoulder. Song Bai wanted to dodge, but Lu Yin's movements were clearly slow. He couldn't dodge and allowed the hand to land. The next moment, a heart-wrenching pain came from his shoulder and a shattering sound came from it. His face was pale and he struggled to retreat. However, his shoulder seemed to be fixed in the void and the pain intensified. At this time he had no intention of attacking. This person wasn't someone he could contend against. The only thing he could do was beg for mercy. Lu Dao Master Lu, I was blind and didn't recognize you. Please forgive me. I am Song Bai, please forgive me. The surrounding people slowly retreated and looked on in horror. Song Bai, a demi-monarch, couldn't even retaliate. Lu Yin gripped Song Bai's shoulders. Looks like you want me to ask a 4th time. Song Bai reacted and hurriedly replied, No, it's not me who will bring you there. It's these people. They are the road signs to the endless battlefield. As he spoke, he glared at those people. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Quickly answered Dao Master Lu's question. Those few people were also stupefied. After being questioned by Song Bai, they hurriedly repeated their previous answers. Only then did Lu Yin loosen his grip. Song Bai subconsciously wanted to escape, but he also wanted to go to the endless battlefield. How could he escape? Where could he escape to? Above, on the rainbow wall, Chen Lu watched quietly. This person still came in the end. In that case, let's hope that he would die in the boundless battlefield. Lu Yin listened to their words and looked at Song Bai. Analyze it. Song Bai didn't dare to delay and hurriedly helped him analyze the situation. It was only then that Lu Yin realized that the danger levels of the 62 parallel universes were completely different. In Song Bai's words, it was best not to go if one had never heard of it before. No one knew if it was dangerous or not. De Shirkong would not go even if he was beaten to death. Extreme powerhouses had all died there and no one knew what had happened there. The only ones left were the Grand Spirit Universe and the Small Spirit Universe. These 2 universes are very ordinary. I've never heard of any major battles and there are almost no extreme powerhouses. If you stay here until the end with Dao Master Lu's cultivation, there won't be much danger. You can even purge the Eternals in these universes and let them light up. Song Bai said respectfully as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. This person was too unreasonable and had almost crippled him. He was going to the endless battlefield. However, the only disadvantage of these universes is that it's very difficult to gain merit because the enemies you face are not strong. Lu Yin asked, In my situation, how long will I have to stay in the endless battlefield? 10 years, Song Bai replied. Lu Yin frowned. 10 years was too long. His original identity didn't matter, but as Xian Qi he couldn't stay in seclusion for that long. Although cultivators stayed in seclusion for a long time, he was afraid of accidents. The existence of spies was something that many people couldn't deal with. Once there was a clue to an important spy, nothingness might be able to find him. Song Bai seemed to see through Lu Yin's dilemma and said, Actually, following the road signs to the endless battlefield is just a process. Even if you reach a certain parallel universe, if you don't want to stay, you can still go to other parallel universes through the portal. It's not fixed. For most people, the first choice is naturally those ordinary parallel universes. If you want to gain merit, you can go to other parallel universes through the portal. Lu Yin nodded. That's not bad. Song Bai smiled. Not bad? Wrong, very wrong. He had lied to Lu Yin, but it wasn't really a lie. This was indeed a method. However, there was a taboo in the endless battlefield, and that was to avoid using the portal to go to other parallel universes as much as possible. This was because the endless battlefield's most contested areas were the portals. Whether it was humans or Eternals, as long as they had the chance, they would snatch the portals or destroy them. In other words, The portals were one of the most dangerous areas in the endless battlefield. If one recklessly went through the portal, it was very likely that they would encounter powerful enemies as soon as they came out. Songbei hoped that Lu Yin would encounter an extremely powerful corpse king and destroy it. Qin Li's expression changed when he heard Songbai's words. This guy was really scheming. He had casually mentioned that if Lu Yin really wanted to leave the endless battlefield early, he would have to pass through the space-time portal, and there was a possibility that he would encounter a strong enemy. Songbei hoped that he would encounter an extremely powerful corpse king. Anyone who had been to the endless battlefield knew about this taboo. However, taboo was only taboo and not a rule. It wasn't stated clearly, so Lu Yin naturally didn't know. It didn't matter if he didn't know. He just needed to find someone who knew. Lu Yin sized up Songbei. Your cultivation is not bad. Go to the Great Stone Void and gain merit for humanity. Songbai's expression changed and he pleaded, Master Lu, how can I go to the Great Stone Void? There are extremely powerful battlefields in the Great Stone Void. Master Lu, this. Lu Yin raised his hand again and placed it on Songbai's shoulder. Songbei trembled and looked at Lu Yin in fear. The road signs had strange expressions. Songbei had relied on his own strength to make others go to the Great Stone Void, but now he was being forced to go there. This Songbei was really unlucky. You don't want to go to the Great Stone Void? Lu Yin smiled. Songbei stared blankly at Lu Yin and shook his head decisively. Lu Yin grunted. Then follow me. Songbei was stunned. Qinlu was also stunned from above. He hadn't expected Lu Yin to do this. The surrounding people looked on enviously and speechlessly. Two of the most powerful experts were cooperating just like that? Songbei was dazed. Master Lu, I follow you? Lu Yin said, yes. It seems like this isn't your first time going to the endless battlefield. Lead the way, I'm not familiar with it. Songbei hurriedly refused. Master Lu, with your relationship with Lord Luo, I wouldn't dare. Lu Yin patted Songbai's shoulder. I have a good relationship with Luo Shan. Don't be deceived by appearances. Alright, that's it. Don't worry, I'll protect you in the endless battlefield. Songbei was about to cry. He didn't want to be protected. He just wanted to be far away from this person. Master Lu, Lu Yin's eyes suddenly widened as an indescribable might descended and pressed down on Songbei. This was the might of a progenitor. Lu Yin had fought against half-ancestors and progenitors for many years. He had cursed the 9 mountains and 8 seas, the 3 venerables and the 9 sages. This might was not something Songbei could withstand. As the might descended, Songbai's heart trembled, and his entire being was shrouded in despair. It's decided then. This was what Songbei had heard, and there was no way he could refuse. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lu Yin. Even Qinlu narrowed his eyes. His heart had just trembled. This person had probably killed an extremely strong powerhouse before. The might only lasted for an instant. Lu Yin glanced up and saw Qinlu. Qinlu looked at Lu Yin quietly. The two did not speak. Not long after, the people who were leading the group to the endless battlefield spoke up. Everyone, time is up. There are 3 people who did not arrive in time, and they will be investigated by specialized personnel. If they deliberately do not come, they will be killed without mercy. Now, please choose the parallel universe you wish to go to. There are 39 people present. We will go to 5 parallel universes, and at least 7 people will go to each parallel universe. Please choose. Everyone was wary of each other and looked around. The Dashur Kong was obviously the first to be eliminated, but 7 people had to go to the Dashur Kong. This was a competition. The cruelty of the endless battlefield had begun from this moment onward. Lu Yin pressed his hand on Songbai's shoulder. You choose. Where to go? Everyone looked at them and no one could compete with them. Songbei thought for a moment. The Little Spirit Universe. He had heard of both the Grand Spirit Universe and the Little Spirit Universe, but he had never been there. Judging from the names, the Little Spirit Universe might be safer. Among the people leading the way, a man walked out and said respectfully, Pathmaster Lu, Lord Songbei, please follow me to the Little Spirit Universe. Songbai's expression looked better. It was fine as long as they did not go to the Dashur Kong. There was a battlefield with extremely strong powerhouses, and the higher the cultivation, the more dangerous it was. Let's go, Songbei said. The man said, we are still missing 5 people. Take us there first. Songbai's tone was not good, and he wanted to leave as soon as possible. These people were laughing at him. He didn't want to go there twice. Although the small spirit spacetime is not dangerous, going to a parallel spacetime is random and uncontrollable. He is not sure if the position he appears in will be safe. Of course he will go there once. Luin glanced around. You, come with us to the little spirit universe. Those who were named by Luin were those who had not scolded him before, or even sympathized with him. With Lu Yin's cultivation he could see them all at a glance. The 4 people were overjoyed. Thank you, Pathmaster Lu. Thank you, Pathmaster Lu. The person who led the way was also relieved. Thank you, Pathmaster Lu. As the void tore, Lu Yin and the others disappeared. After they left, the remaining people began to fight. Without Lu Yin and Song Bai, they were relieved. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2738. In the low bushes, a figure walked slowly, crushing the trees. The figure was only a meter tall, but compared to the surrounding bushes, it was like a giant. This was a strange place. The trees were like bushes and ordinary people were like giants. The figure stopped from time to time as if looking for something, and then turned and went in another direction. Directly in front, a small figure was hiding in a cylindrical bush, trembling constantly. Through the gaps in the trees, it saw the figure going in another direction and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a scarlet vertical eye appeared in front of it, staring at it. The small figure was shocked and kept retreating out of the bush. This was a person who looked no different from an ordinary person, but was only the size of a palm. And the figure that crushed the shrubs and trees was surprisingly the Corpse King. The Corpse King stared at the palm-sized person condescendingly and raised his hand to grab it. The palm-sized person screamed in horror and took out a small bow and arrow to shoot. It was only the size of a palm, but the power of the arrow was not weak. It pierced through the Corpse King's palm and brought out blood. But after the arrow, the palm-sized figure was exhausted and couldn't run. The Corpse King grabbed it and exerted force in his palm. With a crack, blood flowed along his 5 fingers. The Corpse King opened his hand and the figure was shattered. Wiping it on the ground, the Corpse King continued to walk forward. This was the Little Ling universe, one of the endless battlefields. The void cracked and a few figures fell. It was Lu Yin and the others. Looking around, Lu Yin was surprised. What is this? This was an abandoned city that had been deserted for a long time. In the endless battlefield, abandoned cities were not rare, but the buildings in this city were very strange. Many of the buildings were only waist high, and the tallest building was only 10 meters. The doors, windows, landscape buildings and so on seemed to have shrunk. The person who brought them here looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. We are lucky that we are not on the battlefield. Master Lu, Lord Songbai, this is the Little Ling universe. The locals of the Little Ling universe are only the size of a palm, like elves and good at bows and arrows, so the buildings here are all like this. I have completed my mission, so I will go back now. If you need anything, just find the locals. It is easy to distinguish who is an enemy and who is a comrade in the endless battlefield. Lu Yin asked, how is the battle merit calculated? That person replied, it's the parallel universe's responsibility to gather information and confirm military achievements. Songbai said, because there are too many people entering the endless battlefield every day. It's impossible for everyone to have an identity card, and there's no need for that. This is a life and death smelting ground. Many people just want to make it back alive. They don't even think about earning merits. For the majority of people, military achievements are something that cannot be sought after. Those who want to obtain military achievements are not simple themselves. It is very easy to distinguish them. Rather than calling it a battlefield, it would be more accurate to call it a millstone of life and death. This was not a real battlefield but a place of slaughter. That person left. The others looked at Lu Yin as if they wanted him to be their leader. Naturally, Lu Yin couldn't take them with him. It would already be good enough if he could bring them to the safest place in the miniature spirit dimension. His domain spread out as he searched for the people from the miniature spirit dimension. Found it. He grabbed Songbai and disappeared. Far away, on a meteorite in the starry sky, several palm-sized figures were fighting with the Corpse King. There was even a normal person among them who had fallen to the ground and could not get up. He was seriously injured. The Corpse King waved his arm, pushed away the arrows and smashed a palm-sized figure with a punch. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 palm-sized figures left. They stood beside the person who fell to the ground and stared at the Corpse King. Their eyes were filled with fear and determination. They raised their bows and arrows and their trembling arms held the arrows tightly. The Corpse King approached step by step and raised his hand. 2 arrows were shot out and were easily deflected by the Corpse King. At this time a gust of wind blew through the void. It was black and visible to the naked eye. There was a gust of wind sweeping through the starry sky. This phenomenon was not normal. As the black gust of wind swept through, the upper body of the corpse king disappeared and was completely shattered, leaving only the lower body. The person lying on the ground breathed a sigh of relief. The two palm-sized figures were also completely paralyzed and fell next to the person. At this time, Lu Yin arrived with Song Bai, which aroused their vigilance. Seeing that it was not a scarlet eye, the person who fell to the ground was overjoyed. "Are you here to support?" Lu Yin nodded. "It seems that we didn't make a move. What's the matter with that black wind? Who are they?" He looked at the two palm-sized figures. The person who fell to the ground struggled to get up and coughed. Blood flowed down his throat and he could barely make a sound. "Let them explain." The palm-sized figure soared into the sky and looked at Lu Yin and Song Bai. "Thank you for your support. We are little spirit people. My name is Tua Mu." The other spoke. "My name is Tua Chu. That black wind is a gravitational wind unique to our little spirit dimension. If the body can't withstand it, once swept by the black wind, it will shatter." Tua Chu spoke. "That's why our bodies are so small. We are all normal people." "It's great that you came. How many people came this time?" Lu Yin, 6. Tua Chu wailed. 6? So few? Song Bai, "What's the situation in this space-time?" Tua Mu said bitterly, "We can't defeat the Eternals. Originally, the Eternals' Corpse Kings had no advantage in our space-time, but they captured Second Elder and the others and transformed them into Corpse Kings. We are constantly retreating and are about to retreat to Green Tea Star. That is the place where our space-time gathers information. Once Green Tea Star is taken by the Eternals, we will completely lose contact with the Six Direction Society." Tua Chu said, "Forget about the red color. If the Six Direction Society sends people to attack, they have a way to fight back. But if they can fight back in this space-time, our little spirit people may be wiped out." Song Bai's face turned ugly. How did they encounter such a thing as soon as they arrived? The person who fell to the ground spoke with difficulty. "Nothing can happen to Green Tea Star. Nothing can happen to the space-time portal. Otherwise, our Six Direction Society will lose this space-time. Are there any Immortal Realm powerhouses who came this time? Only Immortal Realm powerhouses can deal with the Eternals." Lu Yin asked, "Are you from the reincarnation space-time?" Song Bai said, "In order to make it easier to confirm, the endless battlefield is divided by the realms of the reincarnation space-time. The Immortal Realm is the half-monarch space-time realm." The person who fell to the ground looked at Lu Yin and the others expectantly. Lu Yin said, "Don't worry, there is." Song Bai thought, "Not just the Immortal Realm." This person next to him pointed at the nose of a Yuan sage and scolded him. He could probably fight against an extremely strong powerhouse. That's good. Go and support Green Tea Star." The person who fell to the ground heaved a sigh of relief. After he finished speaking, he slowly collapsed. Fresh blood kept gushing out and could not be stopped at all. Lu Yin took out an elixir that had been upgraded and fed it to him. That person, he shook his head and said bitterly, "It's useless. My life force has been cut off. It's impossible to save me. Thank you." The meteorite flew in a certain direction. Tua Mu and Tua Chu stood beside that person and looked at him sadly as he breathed his last. Although it was sad, they were used to it. This was the battlefield. "Let's go. Bring us to Green Tea Star. This is an Immortal Realm powerhouse. He can help." Lu Yin pointed at Song Bai. Tua Mu and Tua Chu looked at Song Bai in surprise. "Really? You are an Immortal Realm powerhouse?" Song Bai glanced at Lu Yin and nodded, "Yes." "Then let's go." The two anxiously pointed in the direction and led Lu Yin and Song Bai forward. The tiny spirit dimension was not small. Even with Song Bai's half-ancestor cultivation, it was not that fast to travel across it. However, they encountered many battlefields along the way. But Tua Mu and Tua Chu did not stop. Green Tea Star was the most important. Lu Yin looked at these two people. He had seen them before under the He Ran staircase. At that time, he was quite surprised as he did not expect them to be people from the tiny spirit dimension. This spacetime should be doing well before it came into contact with the Eternal Race and the Six Direction sect. However, once it came into contact with these two behemoths, it could only become an endless battlefield. If one side was not eliminated, this spacetime would always be a battlefield. He was right to make Xiao Yin's proposal fail at all costs. He could not help others, but the origin space must not be a battlefield. Will this spacetime fight with the Eternal Race first or come into contact with the Six Direction sect first? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Tuamu and Tuachu were at a loss, indicating that they did not know. Songbai whispered, "This spacetime was first discovered by the Eternal Race, and then the Sixth Direction sect found it. If not for the Sixth Direction sect, this spacetime would have been occupied by the Eternal Race." Luin understood. No wonder these people were so happy to see them. If they had been conquered by the Sixth Direction sect like the drifting cloud space and then became one of the endless battlefields, their hatred for the Sixth Direction sect would not be much less than the hatred for the Eternal Race. He did not know how many of the 62 parallel spacetimes were like this. In the distance, a black gale swept through the starry sky like dark clouds. It was frightening to look up. Just under the black gale, a series of planets extended into the distance. At this moment, a great battle was happening on these planets. Zombie kings, lesser spirits, and humans were fighting each other. On the centermost planet, arrows were sweeping and attacking each other. Every collision caused the void to distort and spread out countless cracks. There was killing all around. Zombie kings prostrated themselves and fought with humans and lesser spirits. In the distance, there was a tall tower that stood upside down as if the earth was the sky. At the bottom of the tower, countless lesser spirits rushed out. They gritted their teeth and looked death in the face. "Quickly go and support the 3 stars of green tea. The people there can't hold on much longer. The void god on green tea's 5th star has shattered. The people who came to support them are dead. Are there any more reinforcements? There are cultivators coming from the nearest spacetime entrance number 2, but there are no immortalization realm experts. It will take them 2 days to get here." With a bang, the wall shattered. The arrows shot through the tower and the earth, heading toward the black gale above. After entering the gale, the arrows shattered into pieces and fell down like meteors of death. Countless lesser spirits were affected and smashed into a pool of blood. The earth was dyed red. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2739. Inside the tower, an extremely beautiful and adorable woman rushed out and looked into the distance. Grand Elder. In the distance, half-martial ancestors were clashing. One side was from the Eternal Race while the other side was from the Small Spirit Tribe. It was the Small Spirit Tribe's Grand Elder. "Retreat. Planet Green Tea can't be defended. Leave through the second spatial gate," the Grand Elder shouted with his back facing the woman. The woman's eyes glistened with tears. "Grand Elder, this is our home. It'll be too late if we don't retreat now. The second Elder has been transformed into a corpse king and cultivates the Eternal Race's battle techniques. He's not someone I can resist. I can only hold him off for an hour at most. Retreat quickly and regroup with the humans. Join us." A pair of scarlet eyes stared at the Grand Elder. It was the former second Elder, Ling Shi, who was now a half-martial ancestor of the Eternal Race. "You can't escape. Ling Shi, do you really want to exterminate the Small Spirit Tribe?" the Grand Elder roared. Ling Shi opened his arms. Behind him, the Small Spirit Tribe members who had been transformed into corpse kings released their hands. Arrows that blotted out the sky turned into a torrential rain that swept into the distance. Regardless of whether they were corpse kings, humans, or Small Spirit Tribe members, they were all enveloped by the rain of arrows. The Eternal Race is the only race that can live forever. What's wrong with joining the Eternal Race? Ling Shi, you're too stubborn. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Shi pushed forward. The black gravitational wind formed an inverted cone and was pulled by the arrows like a tornado. On the other side, Ling Shi gritted his teeth and also pulled the gravitational wind. Around them, the Sixth Direction Society cultivators retreated. They had to guard against both the Eternal Race and the gravitational wind. The entire battlefield was littered with corpses. The gravitational wind that filled Planet Green Tea seemed to have turned the world upside down. The 2 tornadoes attracted everyone's attention. Both the humans and the Eternal Race retreated, not daring to get close to the center of the battlefield. Ling Shi's arms trembled. He was already heavily injured and could not fight against Ling Shi, let alone this kind of killing move that consumed the most energy. "Chi-Chi, retreat immediately. Listen to me. I can't block this arrow. I'll definitely die. However, Ling Shi doesn't dare to shoot this arrow carelessly. I'm just holding on." "Retreat immediately," Ling Shi urged in a low voice. The woman's hands flashed with light and she poured into Ling Shi's body. However, her strength was too weak. Ling Shi's strength. Hearing the Great Elder's words, the woman could only wipe away her tears. Her gaze was firm as she said, "I understand, Great Elder. Take care." After saying that, he turned around and walked into the pagoda. All around, the little spirit tribe members received the order and retreated into the pagoda. The reinforcements from the Six Direction Society did the same. On this battlefield, there were only a few hundred reinforcements from the Six Direction Society. Most of them had already died. In the boundless battlefield, the Hexagon Society is the dominant force, but it is divided into every parallel universe. Unless it is the kind that is hostile to the Hexagon Society, for parallel universes like the Little Spirit universe, the reinforcements from the Hexagon Society listen to the Little Spirit race. Even so, the reinforcements from the Six Direction Society were not few in number. It could only be said that too many had died in battle. These people didn't want to die, but on this battlefield they could either surrender to the Eternals or fight to the death with the Eternals. These were the only two options. Escape was impossible. Anyone who escaped from the boundless battlefield would end up in an extremely miserable state if they were discovered. The Six Direction Association had plenty of ways to find out. All of the small spirit race people and the reinforcements of the Six Paths Society retreated into the tower. Ling Shi looked up. It seems that you can't hold on any longer. Are you going to cover their retreat? Above his head, in the gravity wind, a figure slowly descended. The great elder with scarlet vertical eyes felt his scalp tingle, and his face turned pale. This corpse king could walk out of the gravity wind, and he knew too well what it meant. It meant that this corpse king had an unimaginably strong physical body. In the history of the Little Spirit universe, no one had ever been able to walk in the gravity wind. Inside the tower, the woman also stared blankly at the corpse king in the sky. How could this be? Were they really going to destroy the Little Spirit race? Clearly they had paid a huge price to destroy a powerful corpse king before, and the great elder was seriously injured because of it. Then Ling Shi appeared, relying on his understanding of the Little Spirit race. He killed all the way to Green Tea Star. That was not all, another powerful corpse king appeared. Even if the two immortal realm reinforcements from the Six Direction Society were no match for it, they couldn't escape. In the corner, two people retreated to the shadows at the same time, looking at each other in surprise. You want to leave too? One of them whispered, not daring to attract attention. The other person said, of course I want to leave, or do you want to wait for death? Not afraid of the Dominator? What's there to be afraid of? Then let's go, these people can't live anymore. At this moment no one cared about them. Everyone looked nervously at the slowly descending corpse king. The shadow of death completely shrouded them. The arrows of Ling Shi and Ling Shi released at the same time. Two arrows that drew the gravity wind whistled toward each other, splitting the dark gravity wind in the sky into two and colliding with each other. The sky trembled, Green Tea Star cracked, and a huge crack appeared in the void, spreading far away. The killing power of the collision between half-martial ancestors made countless people tremble in fear. Under the premise that the progenitor realm did not appear, half-martial ancestors were already quite powerful. How many progenitors could there be in the entire Six Direction Society? Half-martial ancestors were already the decisive force in the parallel space-time war of the endless battlefield. The two arrows collided in mid-air. Under the pressure of gravity, with the collision of the arrows as the center, a visible airwave was formed that pressed in all directions. The earth shattered and continued to expand, eventually forming a violent wind that swept across the entire battlefield, tearing apart many eternal corpse kings. Blood splattered in the sky. A layer of the earth was cut open. A series of planets were directly shattered in half. Cracks spread out in the void like a spider's web. One arrow shattered, while the other shot towards the psionic Grand Elder. Grand Elder Ling Shi saw the arrow approaching, and there was no way to avoid it. He really couldn't hold on. Inside the tower, the woman screamed, Grand Elder! Grand Elder Ling Shi's heart sank to the bottom. It was finally over, but he didn't expect to die under the arrows of little Ling Shi. The arrow whistled and shattered at the moment when it was about to pierce Grand Elder Ling Shi's head. Grand Elder Ling Shi was confused. Why did it shatter? On the opposite side, Ling Shi was also puzzled. His arrow should be able to kill Ling Shi, so why did it shatter? At the same time, the corpse king that brought the shock and walked out of the gravity wind fell to the ground. Two people and two palm-sized figures walked out from behind. It was Lu Yin and the others. Just now, everyone was attracted by the arrows of Ling Shi and Ling Shi, so they didn't notice it. Now that they found it, they were all stunned. For little Ling Shi, the gravity wind was an uncontrollable celestial phenomenon. It was because of the gravity wind that the people in this space-time grew shorter and shorter. They evolved from a normal person to a palm-sized person who could ignore the gravity wind. Ordinary people who came to Little Lingshi would easily be blown to death by the gravity wind. The Corpse King could walk in the gravity wind, which shocked Little Lingshi as much as the sudden appearance of an ancestor powerhouse. But this powerhouse died just like that? Lu Yin raised his foot and stepped over the Corpse King. He had to admit that this Corpse King's physical strength was extremely strong. Even he had to struggle to attack it. However, the Corpse King that ambushed him on the mainland was still far inferior. Songbei looked at the battlefield, especially at the state of Lingshi. He was a little shocked. This was the endless battlefield. They were obviously powerhouses of the same level, but they were already exhausted. If they had come a little later, they would have died. He was glad that Lu Yin had followed him. Otherwise, if he had come to support Little Lingshi alone, he would have faced the Corpse King in the powerhouse of the same level as the Little Lingshi. He would have died here. Then let's clean it up. Lu Yin suddenly spoke and looked at Lingshi. Lingshi raised his hand and shot an arrow. A demi-ancestor's strength was enough to kill an emissary. Lu Yin was not even a demi-ancestor, so he should not be a match for Lingshi. However, as soon as the arrow was shot, Lingshi retreated. He knew very well how strong the Corpse King was, but this person had dealt with it. He was not someone Lingshi could deal with. Lu Yin casually grabbed the arrow, crushed it, and then raised his palm. Ignoring the fact that the vacant palm was extremely fast and was an invisible palm print, just the spatial lines that Lu Yin could see were enough to make it impossible for an ordinary cultivator to dodge even one of his attacks. The clear sky palm hit Lingshi's back without any obstruction, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His entire body cracked. Lingqi was shocked. He endured the heavy injuries and tried to escape. However, the second palm came from above and crushed Lingqi to death on the ground. Lu Yin had only used 2 palms in total. This demi-ancestor of the Little Lingshi was not very strong. He could not compare to Xiaji, let alone Lu Bujing and the other celestial sect demi-ancestors. 2 palms had destroyed Lingshi. Lingshi and the others were completely shocked and stared blankly at Lu Yin. Was this an extreme powerhouse? With Lingshi dead, the remaining eternal Corpse Kings hurriedly retreated. Songbei, take care of them, Lu Yin said calmly. Mr. Lu, where did you see them? Hyperspace. Lingqi thought for a moment. That should be Xiao Wu and the others. They love to dance and their laughter is very pleasant. Lu Yin recalled that every time he came to the staircase, he would see these little fairies dancing happily and hear their laughter. They are. Can you come back at any time? Lingqi nodded and smiled. Sure. Looking at Lingqi's smile, Lu Yin's mood also relaxed. He chatted with Lingqi for a long time. Gradually, Lingqi was no longer reserved and jumped on Lu Yin's palm. She liked Lu Yin very much. This person had saved the lives of their clan. He did not have the arrogance of a senior master. The masters who had supported the Six Directions Association were all very serious. How could they be so young? Over the next few days, Lu Yin often chatted with Lingqi. Sometimes, Grand Elder Sai would also come and let Lu Yin know a lot of things. For example, he could directly connect to the Gemini universe through the miniature spirit universe. Once the Eternals in a parallel universe were completely eliminated, that parallel universe would light up with a green light. The so-called green light was on the Six Directions Association's side and represented the state of a certain time period. Even if the green light only lit up for a second, it still counted. If a person could make 3 adjacent parallel universes light up with a green light, they could leave the battlefield, which was a huge contribution. Songbei had also said this. Lu Yin thought about it seriously and made 3 adjacent parallel universes light up with a green light. If these 3 parallel universes were the same as the miniature spirit universe, it would not be difficult. However, Grand Elder Sai reminded him not to be impulsive. How could the difficulty set by the Six Directions Association be so simple? According to the rules, every 3 parallel universes had one that was difficult to deal with. They were connected to the Gemini universe, and the Gemini universe was connected to the Great Stone Void. When Songbei heard that the Gemini universe was connected to the Great Stone Void, she began to persuade Lu Yin not to be impulsive. Staying in the miniature spirit universe was not bad and he could go back after 10 years. Lu Yin knew that this was the safest way. Unless a progenitor came to the miniature spirit universe, he would be very comfortable for the next 10 years. Looking at the endless battlefield, although there were many progenitors, there were quite few who were equally divided into 62 parallel universes. It was impossible for each parallel universe to be divided into one. Often, several progenitors could fight in a parallel universe. The war in the miniature spirit universe did not require Lu Yin to take action. Songbei sighed. She did not expect to be so leisurely in the endless battlefield. "Mr. Lu, let me take you to a place." Ling Qi found Lu Yin and was very happy. Lu Yin smiled. Under Ling Qi's guidance, they came to a very beautiful and endless flower bed. There were all kinds of flowers blooming in the flower bed. They were colorful and light spots danced like fairies. These flowers were not big for Ling Qi and the others. In Lu Yin's eyes they were like sesame seeds, but the endless flower bed still looked very beautiful. "Did you plant this?" Lu Yin asked. Ling Qi nodded and leaped over the flower bed. Her body rotated and light spots gathered around her, forming a pattern that looked like wings. It was very cute. "Our miniature spirit tribe will plant a flower here when we grow up and pray for the beauty of life." Lu Yin squatted down and looked at the flowers in front of him. The beauty of life? He saw something tied to a flower path. His domain swept across it. It was a strip of cloth with words on it. The domain continued to spread, and every strip of cloth tied to the flower path had this line of words. He did not know the language of the miniature spirit tribe, so he asked Ling Qi. Ling Qi said, "Pray that peace will return to our hometown and that there will be no more Eternals." "That's what it means?" Lu Yin was surprised. "That's what all the wishes here are?" Ling Qi smiled and nodded. "Yes, that's our greatest wish. A long time ago the Eternals started a war against us. Since then our spacetime has never stopped fighting and we've always been at war. Therefore, every miniature spirit tribe member's greatest wish is peace." Lu Yin looked into the distance. The flower bed was boundless. Countless miniature spirit tribe members had been born over the years, and all of them wished for peace. This was the simplest wish, but it was also the most difficult to achieve. "How many miniature spirit tribe members are left now?" Lu Yin asked. Ling Qi was dejected. "Not many. If not for Mr. Lu's timely arrival, perhaps only those from the Six Paths Society would be left. The miniature spirit tribe members in our spacetime would have been wiped out. Before this, many parallel spacetimes were conquered by the Eternals." Lu Yin asked, "Will the Eternals establish an eternal kingdom?" Ling Qi was confused. "What eternal kingdom?" Lu Yin was stunned. "Didn't the Eternals establish an eternal kingdom in all parallel spacetimes?" The fragrance of the flowers was refreshing. People always had beautiful wishes, but for some, wishes were just wishes. However, these wishes were not difficult for Lu Yin. At least, it was not difficult under the premise that there were no Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings. After staying on Green Tea Planet for a few days, the miniature spirit tribe members gave Lu Yin a very comfortable feeling. Perhaps it was because they were small and cute. No matter what, it was something that could be easily solved. As for whether or not he should go to the Gemini spacetime, he would see when the time came. "Mr. Lu, there are more beautiful flowers over there. I'll take you there." Ling Qi turned around, but Lu Yin was no longer there. "Mr. Lu?" Meteorites smashed into the planet from the Corpse Kings. On the planet, arrows were shot out and meteorites exploded, piercing through the earth. Wars appeared in various parts of the miniature spirit spacetime. The miniature spirit tribe members and the cultivators from the Six Paths Society fought to the death with the Eternals. The war was endless. Lu Yin's figure appeared, and with a wave of his hand, the Corpse Kings disappeared. Then he left. The miniature spirit tribe members stood on the planet and stared blankly. Where were the Corpse Kings? The same scene happened in various parts of the miniature spirit spacetime, and the Eternals were constantly being destroyed. Songbai was also ordered by Lu Yin to deal with the Eternals everywhere. Lu Yin was not afraid that he would run away. This was the endless battlefield, and there was no place safer than following him. Even if he ran away from the endless battlefield, he was afraid that Lu Yin would go to the Three Sovereigns spacetime to find trouble. Lu Yin was someone who could scold Lord Luo, so why would he care about Songbai? Songbai was both glad and sad to be able to follow Lu Yin. He felt that Lu Yin might not stay in the miniature spirit spacetime for long, and he really did not want to go to other parallel spacetimes. If Lu Yin had not followed him and he had come to the miniature spirit spacetime alone, he did not know what would have happened. In just 10 days, Lu Yin had wiped out the Eternals in the entire miniature spirit spacetime, shocking the miniature spirit tribe members. In the tower on Green Tea Planet, Ling Qi solemnly sent a message to the Six Paths Society. The miniature spirit spacetime could be given the green light. In a mysterious place in a parallel spacetime, a screen of light stretched into the distance. This was the place where the endless battlefield's information was gathered. All the information that was transmitted from the endless battlefield's parallel spacetimes to the Six Paths Society would be gathered here. Those that needed to be sent to the Six Paths Society could be sent back. Most of the information did not need to be sent back to the Six Paths Society and was directly dispatched here. This place was not only the place where the information was gathered, but it was also the command center of the entire endless battlefield. Strangely, there was not a single man here. All of them were women wearing black trench coats. Each of them had a solemn expression as they stared at the screen. Their gazes were firm, and there was not the slightest ripple in their eyes. Although the Shaoyin divinity had been praised, he would definitely not be able to interfere with the primordial space's situation for the time being. It was no wonder that Lu Yin was able to become a Tao Lord, even though his cultivation was a bit low. However, they weren't stupid. If they really wanted to go against the Grand Empyrean, even Gu Shan wouldn't be able to protect the Above Heaven sect. The Grand Empyreans had plenty of ways to get rid of him. Tao Lord, these two words can't be used casually, the Void Master muttered to himself. In the Lost Clan, Grand Elder Shan Gu summoned Shan Zheng. Is Shan Pu in the endless battlefield? Shan Zheng calculated. According to the time, it should be him. Tell him to find someone called Lu Yin and protect him secretly. No matter who is in trouble, nothing must happen to this child, Shan Gu said sternly. Shan Zheng was confused. Lu Yin? I seem to have heard of him before. Alright, it's that primordial space Tao Lord, right? The Shaoyin divinity suggested to include the primordial space into the endless battlefield. I specially checked. Isn't this Lu Yin the Above Heaven sect Tao Lord in the primordial space? Grand Elder, why are you protecting him? He did not know that the person who had drawn out the ancient card was Lu Yin. Just like the Shaoyin divinity and the others, only Shan Gu and the Void Master knew about this. Shan Gu originally wanted to tell Shan Zheng, but when he heard what Shan Zheng said, he said indifferently, the Shaoyin divinity's hand has stretched too far. We have to protect the person he wants to deal with. Shan Zheng was confused. Was that so? It sounded far-fetched no matter how he heard it. Shan Gu glanced at Shan Zheng. I have my reasons for doing so. Go and inform Shan Pu. I said that no matter who is in trouble, nothing must happen to Lu Yin. I guarantee in the name of the Lost Clan that this child must come out of the endless battlefield alive. If you are not confident, I will go personally. Shan Zheng was shocked. He had never seen the Grand Elder so serious. He knew the seriousness of the matter. Understood. I will inform Shan Pu immediately. He was not stupid. If he knew that Lu Yin was Shenqi, he would have guessed the reason. However, he did not know. As far as he knew, Lu Yin, the Tao Lord of the Origin Space, had nothing to do with the Lost Clan. Not to mention the Lost Clan, any of the parallel universes of the Six Direction Society seemed to have nothing to do with the Origin Space. He could not understand why the Grand Elder cared so much. Guaranteeing in the name of the Lost Clan was equivalent to swearing an oath. Since the Grand Elder did not say, he would not ask. He had to think about how to tell Shan Pu. Shan Gu watched Shan Zheng leave inside. The endless battlefield was an extremely dangerous place. If not for the fact that he did not want to be targeted, he would have directly interfered with the Grand Empyrean's decision. He had been keeping an eye on the happenings in the Origin Space. This Lu Yin had handled it well. It was wise not to go against the Grand Empyrean, and it was not shameful. The Grand Empyrean was an existence of the same generation as their primogenitor. As for the Shaoyin divinity, it was time to teach him a lesson. Although Lu Yin had overestimated the importance of the ancient card, he had still underestimated it. Although his strength was comparable to an ordinary progenitor's, his horizons had not reached a certain height. The ancient card and the sequence particle represented a height that he could not reach at the moment. In the hyperspace, Bai Qian looked at the report and looked up. At the bottom of the stairs, the little Ling clansmen were dancing and singing happily. Lu Yin had finally made a move with his identity. The Six Direction Society was going to be lively. When Xianqi's identity overlapped with Lu Yin's, that would be the beginning of the universe's transformation. She was looking forward to that day. Before that day arrived, Bai Qian looked up at the void. She should make preparations early. In the Three Sovereigns spacetime, Qinlu had also received the report. Before he had broken through to the extreme realm, he had only occasionally received information that was related to him. Information about the other endless battlefields had not been sent to him. But now, there was information about the endless battlefields. He had a share of everything no matter how big or small. Chen Li's gaze turned cold as he watched Lu Yin light up the little Ling spacetime. He desperately hoped that the Eternals would destroy this brat so that his matter would be hidden forever. In the reincarnation spacetime, the Shaoyin divinity naturally received the report as well, but he did not care. He had been to the little Ling spacetime before, and he could have given it the green light when he passed by, but he was afraid of attracting the attention of the eternal 7 sky gods. It was not surprising that Lu Yin could give the green light to the little Ling spacetime. Only when the green light was given to 3 parallel spacetimes could one leave the endless battlefields, and every 3 parallel spacetimes had one that was extremely difficult to deal with. This was the rule of the endless battlefields. If this person did not intend to leave the endless battlefields, then he could stay in the little Ling spacetime for 10 years. If he intended to leave, the Shaoyin divinity's gaze turned cold. Xiaogu. Xiaogu appeared and bowed respectfully. Master. Have all the supporters of the reincarnation spacetime in the 3 parallel spacetimes adjacent to the little Ling spacetime to withdraw. Xiaogu nodded. The little Ling spacetime was now in a sea of revelry. The Eternals were completely expelled. Although they would definitely come back later, at least for the time being, the little Ling spacetime would have a period of peace, and all of this was given by Lu Yin. The Psionic Grand Elder, Princess Lingqi, and countless little Ling clansmen bowed to Lu Yin and thanked him from the bottom of their hearts. Lu Yin left the next day. He decided to go back early and try to give the green light to the 3 parallel spacetimes. Otherwise, Xian Qi's identity would be easily exposed. Song Bai's face was bitter. He did not want to leave. He wanted to stay in the little Ling spacetime for 10 years. There was nothing safer than this. But in the end, he was taken away by Lu Yin. Looking at the spacetime passage in front of him, it was exactly the same as the passage connecting the 3 monarch spacetimes and the Genesis space. They were clearly parallel spacetimes, but they could still be connected. The universe was really strange. Space and time could be materialized in the universe, and they could only be quantified. Lingqi was very reluctant to see Lu Yin leave. Although she had only spent a short time with Lu Yin, this person was the benefactor of their entire clan. After Lu Yin left, the Psionic Grand Elder ordered a statue of Lu Yin to be built to commemorate his achievements. In the countless years of the endless battlefield, the little Ling spacetime had been rescued by many cultivators from the Hexagon Society, but Lu Yin was the first one to save them from death and give the little Ling spacetime the green light. Other powerhouses had never done this for them even if they had the ability. On the other side, Lu Yin had already arrived at the neighboring Gemini spacetime through the first portal. Before coming, he had learned that the Gemini spacetime was not unfamiliar to the little Ling spacetime. After all, they were neighboring spacetimes and had supported each other before. The biggest characteristic of this spacetime was that people born in this spacetime must be twins. This was something that many people did not understand. Why were they twins? This was also the origin of the spacetime's name. Not only that, but there was also an even more magical characteristic that made the Gemini spacetime more famous in the Hexagon Society. That was, any one of the twins could instantly switch positions just like a spatial transfer, and 2 people could be swapped. When the Gemini spacetime was first discovered, the Hexagon Society was very surprised and sent many people to study it, but they still could not understand it. In the end, it was left unsettled. Because of the Gemini spacetime's characteristics, there were also quite a lot of cultivators in this spacetime that resisted the Eternals. The number of cultivators in this spacetime was also terrifying. Correspondingly, the Eternals had placed an endless number of corpse kings in the Gemini spacetime. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2742. This was a huge battlefield filled with corpse kings and countless cultivators. Some of these cultivators came from the 6 Directions Association, but most of them were from the Gemini universe. Lu Yin saw the Gemini universe cultivators take action, and they could exchange positions with each other halfway through the battle. It was very magical. This characteristic was like the rules of the universe, including the fact that one must be born as a Gemini. It was also the rule of this spacetime. The universe was so magical that it gave birth to all kinds of rules. He took action, and Song Bai also entered the battlefield under his orders. In this spacetime there were no progenitor powerhouses, so Lu Yin could run rampant. He originally thought that it would be easy to eliminate the Eternals in this spacetime, just like the miniature spirit universe. However, he underestimated the difficulty of the Gemini universe. Although there were no powerful Eternal Corpse Kings here, there were too many of them and they were spread throughout the entire spacetime. It would not be easy to eliminate them. After he cleared the battlefield, the first news he received was that the cultivators from the reincarnation universe had left and headed to other parallel spacetimes. The 6 Directions Association had invested no less than 100,000 cultivators in the Gemini universe, and when the cultivators from the reincarnation universe left, they took away nearly half of the 6 Directions Association's cultivators. Lu Yin did not need to guess to know that it had something to do with the Shaoyin divinity, but it did not matter as it would just take a little more time. The Gemini universe and the miniature spirit universe were adjacent to each other, and the number of cultivators from the Six Directions Association's reinforcements was so big that it fully differentiated the characteristics of the two spacetimes. There were too many eternal corpse kings in the Gemini universe, and the miniature spirit universe itself contained the wind of gravity, which was not something that anyone could get used to. This led to the difference in the number of cultivators supported by the two spacetimes. Songbai told Lu Yin that every parallel spacetime of the endless battlefield had a large number of cultivators supporting them, and the most important thing was that they were endless. It was a nightmare for the 62 parallel spacetimes of the endless battlefield, and it was also a nightmare for the Six Directions Association's parallel spacetimes. Even a half-step monarch like him did not dare to come. Lu Yin's battle in the Gemini universe began. There were many corpse kings and Lu Yin could destroy a large number of them. Years of cultivation allowed him to quickly adapt to this kind of slaughter with almost no resistance. If the corpse kings did not die, humans would die, and this was the only choice. Lu Yin was not a saint, and he had no way of turning a corpse king into a human. Perhaps they were worried that Lu Yin wouldn't contribute, or perhaps they were too eager for the green light to light up in their own spacetime, but the Gemini universe's twin half-ancestor elders took Lu Yin to see what the Eternals had built, a place that resembled an eternal kingdom. Here, Lu Yin saw the Eternals' research on the cultivators of the Gemini universe. Cruel was the only way to describe it. In the words of the twin elders of the Gemini universe, ever since the Gemini universe became an endless battlefield, the number of people who died at the hands of the eternal race could not be remembered clearly. This was also a production area for the eternal race to transform corpse kings. Describing it as a place of origin was unpleasant to hear, but it was also very appropriate. Beneath the city, Lu Yin saw countless Gemini cultivators being transformed. There were simply too many of them. These cultivators were left to the Gemini universe to deal with, while he continued to clean up the Eternals. 10 days, 15 days, 20 days. Until 2 months later, the information gathering place finally lit up for Gemini universe. The woman in a black trench coat and a brimmed hat had a strange look in her eyes. The most troublesome thing about the Gemini universe is not the powerful corpse kings, but the number. The number is indescribable and difficult to find. This Master Lu was able to clean up the Gemini universe in just 2 months. Even the strongest may not be able to do it. This person is right to enter the endless battlefield. Which parallel universe is the Gemini universe connected to? A woman replied, the Great Stone Void, the Dark Spacetime. These two spacetimes, no matter which one it is, are not easy to deal with. He can't light up the green light for any of them, but he can also be a powerful helper if he goes to support them. It depends on which one he wants to go to. As she spoke, the woman was quite expectant. In the primordial space, there existed an extremely glorious sect that even the eternal race retreated from. In that era, humans were at their peak. Whether it was the reincarnation universe or the eternal race, any spacetime had to pay homage to the sect. She wanted to experience the extreme glory of prosperity once, but it was a pity. In the Gemini universe, Lu Yin stood calmly with a pair of elder twins behind him. Songbai was also standing not far from them, and her expression was extremely ugly. Ordinary people can survive in the Great Stone Void, but cultivators must carry stones on their backs to resist the murderous aura that is everywhere. This murderous aura does not come from the eternal race, but from the Great Stone Void itself. Only the strongest can rely on themselves to resist it, but that also depends on the strength of the murderous aura. Rumor has it that there was once an extremely strong cultivator who was severely injured by the murderous aura and ultimately died in a sneak attack by the eternal race. If you want to go to the Great Stone Void, it's best that you find a suitable stone for yourself through the people of the Great Stone Void. Otherwise, when the murderous aura descends, you will have to face the eternal race at the same time. It's too dangerous. Lu Yin looked at the two elders. Even now he was still amazed. These two elders were exactly the same and they had the same cultivation. They could even swap places with each other. Were these the laws of this spacetime, or were they artificially modified? He knew about the sequence particles, and it was only then that he truly understood what it meant to change the world. Xia Xinji's divine martial sword domain that covered the starry sky was not changing the world at all. It was just using the ancestral realm to cover it. Even the symbol progenitor's rune lines were not changing the world, they were also covered by rune lines. The true change of the world was to change the inherent laws of the universe. The laws of the Gemini universe did not seem like they originally existed in the universe. The laws, which were the sequence particles, might be a kind of program to some people that could be changed according to their wishes. This was what it meant to change the world. Has the Great Stone Void ever lost an extreme powerhouse? Luin asked. Yes, the Great Stone Void is one of the more difficult spacetimes to deal with in the endless battlefield. It is confirmed that there is a battlefield of extreme powerhouses. Luin frowned. This was troublesome. The existence of a battlefield of extreme powerhouses meant that the Eternal Race was willing to place a Progenitor Realm Corpse King in that spacetime. This also meant that they would not give up on that spacetime. Once he took action, even if he dealt with the Progenitor Realm Corpse King, the next to appear might be the 7 Sky Gods. When he thought of the 7 Sky Gods, he became fearful. Outside the Starfall Sea, the Corpse God's strength was still fresh in his memory. He definitely could not deal with any of the 7 Sky Gods, and it would be difficult to even resist them. Lu? Sir, are we going to the Great Stone Void? Songbai was terrified. Her face was pale as she asked, and her eyes were filled with apprehension. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. We still need a green light. Songbai was immediately frightened. This is not a matter of the green light. Sir, there is an extreme powerhouse in the Great Stone Void, and there is definitely an extreme powerhouse Corpse King. It is an extreme powerhouse on the same level as the 3 Venerables, 9 Saints, and the 3 Sovereigns, sir. Luin frowned and glanced at her. Songbai immediately shut up, but her pale face became even more unsightly. She looked at the twin elders as if she was asking for help. The elder coughed. Actually, when we Gemini time. The void also leads to another parallel spacetime. Songbai's eyes widened and almost glowed. Really? Which parallel spacetime? The other elder looked at Songbai sympathetically. The dark spacetime. Songbai opened his mouth wide. He wanted to slap these 2 old things. Luin was curious. The dark spacetime? That name is quite strange. Songbai wailed, Sir, we can't go to this spacetime. The elder replied respectfully, the dark spacetime is the same as the Great Stone Void. It is one of the more difficult spacetimes to deal with in the endless battlefield. It is a nightmare for countless people. Although the dark spacetime is not as certain as the Great Stone Void, there is an 80% chance that there is an extreme powerhouse there. There is definitely one, Songbai shouted. Luin looked at him. Do you understand? Songbai's face was bitter. I heard from Lord Qinlu that the people in this dark spacetime can only live in the shadows. They are good at assassination and all kinds of strange means. It is difficult for ordinary people to see a normal person there. It is a battlefield for assassins. The Sixth Direction Association sends many troublesome people who want to be executed there. The Eternal Race also sends a large number of strange corpse kings there to fight in the dark spacetime. Lord Qinlu said that he almost died there. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to escape. Normal cultivators can't live for more than an hour in that place. More importantly, there are definitely monsters like the Great Stone Void there. This is what Lord Qinlu said. The Gemini Time Elder said, Indeed, not only the Sixth Direction Association but also the spacetimes around our endless battlefield. People who are good at assassination and have strange talents are sent to the dark spacetime. There is a strange millstone of life and death there. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2743. Luin did not want Songbai to die either. Although they were enemies with the 3 monarchs, Songbai was not of much use. However, as a half-ancestor, she was still very useful in the Gemini universe and miniature spirit universe. It would be a pity to send her to her death. Facing a battlefield of extreme powerhouses, he was not confident that he could protect this person. Soon after, Luin came to the Gemini Universe 2 portal. After 2 months of killing, the portal lit up, and he did not know how long more corpse kings would come. Many cultivators from the Gemini Universe, as well as the cultivators from the Hexway Society, looked at him as he passed through the spatial gate and entered the Great Stone Void. Luin took a step and left the Gemini Universe, arriving at the Great Stone Void. As soon as he arrived, he felt uncomfortable as if he was in a swamp. But now was not the time to think. A huge scarlet vertical eye appeared in front of him. Lu Yin's pupils shrank sharply as he stepped backward, his figure twisting. A palm fell from where he was standing, tearing through the void. It came from an ancestral realm corpse king, and the overwhelming pressure almost sent Luin flying. Luin did not even have time to move the spatial lines. Fortunately, he stepped backward and disrupted time to avoid the attack. The corpse king looked back, its scarlet vertical eye staring at Luin as if it did not expect Luin to avoid it. Luin frowned as he stared at the corpse king. Songbei had warned him that passing through the portal would sometimes lead to attacks. Whether it was the Eternals or the Hexagon Society, they would often leave traps in the portal to catch the other party off guard. Therefore, there were two places in the endless battlefield that were most important. One was the place where information was gathered, and the other was the portal. Whether it was the Hexagon Society or the Eternals, they would try their best to control these two places. Luin exhaled. This was definitely an ancestral realm corpse king, but why did it only have one eye? And it looked like it had been injured. Die. The giant corpse king raised its hand to grab Luin. Luin narrowed his eyes. He did not expect to encounter an ancestral realm creature as soon as he arrived. This great stone void was more dangerous than he had imagined. He did not meet the giant corpse king head-on, but instead constantly avoided it. The giant corpse king was agile, but Luin was faster. Especially since he could see through space. No matter how fast the giant corpse king was, it could not hit him. Luin tentatively struck out with his palm, leaving a palm print on the giant corpse king's body, and forcing it back a step. It didn't seem like much. This corpse king was not a progenitor, but a monster that possessed the physical strength of a progenitor. Ordinary progenitors might not be able to take it down so easily, but Lu Yin's opponent was Luin. With that in mind, he took a step forward and appeared directly behind the giant corpse king, raising his slipper and slamming it down. Suddenly, black lines appeared on the giant corpse king's body and spread all over his body. With a slap of the slipper, half of the giant corpse king's head was smashed into pieces. This was something that even the undead god was beaten into submission. It was reasonable to say that a slipper was enough to kill the giant corpse king. But after the giant corpse king fell, the black lines in its body continued to connect, reassembling its smashed head. It won't die. Luin was surprised. Then he'd hit it a few more times. Other things aside, the power of the slippers was something that no one could withstand unless they could avoid it. Just as he was about to continue attacking, the giant corpse king roared and suddenly took a step forward, running away. Luin was stunned. You want to run? It wasn't easy for him to meet someone who couldn't even defend himself. If he didn't deal with him, he would be letting down his slippers. No matter what, it was still a monster with the physical strength of a progenitor. Slapping it to death would be a great contribution, and it might even allow Luin to leave the battlefield. Just as he was about to give chase, an indescribable chill descended. Luin suddenly recalled the characteristics of the great stone void, and he hurriedly reversed his steps. The void became chaotic and then exploded, forming traces that spread out in all directions. It was as if the starry sky had been scorched. Luin was stunned. Was this the killing intent? What was going on? He looked around, his pupils turning into runes as a miniature candle god appeared on his shoulder and rune lines spread out. Then he saw that the rune lines were in a mess. Rune lines could reflect the strength of the area enveloped, but at this moment, Luin felt that the starry sky was a mess. What was going on? Luin had never seen such a mess of rune lines before. It was as if many forces were entangled together without any pattern. There was no battle here and there were no other forces. Lu Yin's own strength had been restrained, leaving only the rune lines. If an ordinary person stood here, they would see a calm starry sky, and there would be no forces that could destroy this part of the starry sky. However, the rune lines showed a completely different reaction. According to the reaction of the rune lines, even an envoy-level cultivator would be torn to pieces if they stood here, let alone an ordinary person. However, there was indeed no harmful force here, and ordinary people would not be harmed in any way. Luin spread the rune lines not just in this area but in the surrounding area and even the entire starry sky. It was as if the entire starry sky was in a mess, with countless forces entangled, but ordinary people could not see them. Suddenly the killing intent descended and Luin hurriedly dodged it. It was as if a stone had been smashed through, and the void cracked open. The appearance of the killing intent this time had been predicted by the rune lines in advance, and the power of the killing intent had even been reflected to Luin. This made him very clear that this killing intent had the destructive power of a half-progenitor. No wonder the Gemini Universe Elder had said that he had to carry a stone unique to this spacetime to resist the killing intent. What kind of stone could resist this kind of killing intent? Was this the origin of the Dashur Kong? In the distance, an object shaped like a spaceship approached. Luin stood in place and did not move. The rune lines spread and covered the object, and a group of people stared at him nervously and uneasily. It was a spaceship. The spaceship in this part of the starry sky was completely different from the one in the fifth mainland. It was rougher, with spikes everywhere on the periphery and bloodstains on it. In other words, he really defeated an extremely strong Corpse King, which meant that he himself had the combat power to face an extremely strong opponent. However, he was only at the 7th rank of the Near Celestial Realm, which was not even at the peak of the Near Celestial Realm. There was still the Immortal Realm above him, and above that was the extremely strong level that represented the 3 Venerables and 9 Sages. How did he do it? No wonder he could confront Luo Shan and attract the attention of the Great Heavenly Master. Inform the De Shi Kong that I want to talk to Lu Yin, the woman said. The women in front were surprised. Did the Lord value this Lu Yin so much? The endless battlefield never lacked extremely strong opponents, but it was rare to see the Lord take the initiative to talk to someone. The so-called conversation was not talking, but a direct exchange of information. There was no need to go through a third party. Lu Yin could choose to block the De Shi Kong's people and exchange information with the woman. He could also let the De Shi Kong's people pass on the information on his behalf. It was the same for the woman. The De Shi Kong. Lu Yin received a message. Talk directly? Pei Ji said respectfully, yes, this is the location of the place where I, the De Shi Kong, gather the information. I will send someone to send the Lord there. If the Lord does not need to talk directly, you can tell me and I will pass on the information on your behalf. Lu Yin thought about it. The place where the information was gathered was very important. Every parallel space-time had its own place where the information was gathered. The place where the information was gathered was the place where the endless battlefield's information was gathered. He remembered that place was called Limitless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2744. Information from the entire endless battlefield would be gathered at Distanceless and then sent to the Sixth Direction Society. It could be said that the gathering place of Distanceless was the key to the Sixth Direction Society's knowledge and control of the entire endless battlefield. The reason why Yi Jun was so popular and had people constantly asking to see her was not only because she had made contributions in the endless battlefield, but also because she knew people in the gathering place and could get some scattered information about the endless battlefield. This gathering place might not necessarily refer to Distanceless, but it could also be a gathering place of information in a parallel universe. Qingfan's mission was to break into the Void God Spacetime's gathering place, Zhixing Stream, and directly get information from Distanceless. Information was the eyes. Otherwise, even a Grand Empyrean would not be able to control the endless battlefield. Lu Yin wanted to get hold of this information. He knew the location of Zhixing Stream, so it was time to talk to the people in Distanceless. The people he talked to should be the higher-ups. He asked Song Bai and Ling Qi, but no one knew the situation in Distanceless. Perhaps only extremely strong people knew. Lu Yin did not go himself. This universe was very strange, and using his own power could easily lead to danger. Anyway, he was not in a hurry, so he took a spacecraft there. Along the way he saw several battlefields. The war in the Greater Stone universe was not as intense as in the Gemini universe, and there were not as many cultivators and corpse kings, but there was a battlefield of extremely strong people. A few days later, Lu Yin asked how far it was and learned that it would take another half a month. This was too much. He should have asked in advance how long it would take before going. Lu Yin did not wait and went himself. He had rune lines anyway, so he could sense danger in advance. By the time Lu Yin arrived under an ordinary starry sky, he had already encountered no less than 5 assassination attempts, but none of them had affected him much. This was the place where the Great Stone Emperor gathered his information. It was far away from the Great Stone Empire, and although it looked ordinary, it was guarded by half-step ancestors. Lu Yin was taken in, and this was the second time he came to the gathering place. The first time was the underground tower in the Little Spirit universe. There was nothing special about it, it just had more defense and more concealment. My lord, please? Lu Yin looked at the screen in front of him. He could enter the questions he wanted to ask and Distanceless would receive them. It was not directly transmitted to Distanceless, but someone had gone to the spacetime where Distanceless was to transmit it. However, that person did not know what Lu Yin had transmitted as long as Lu Yin did not want others to know. Before Lu Yin could think of what to say, a line appeared on the screen. Congratulations to Master Lu for giving the green light to Shaoling Spacetime and Gemini Spacetime. Lu Yin typed, "Why are you talking to me? I thought Dao Master Lu had something to ask. Because I don't understand the endless battlefield?" Yes. Within Limitless, the woman sat calmly with a screen in front of her as she conversed with Lu Yin. She was very curious about Lu Yin. Being in charge of Limitless meant that she was in charge of the entire Sixth Direction Association and the Endless Battlefield's intelligence network. Naturally, Lu Yin's information was within her grasp. The Lu family had been banished, lost their memories and lost their cultivation. Even so, they were still able to return to the peak in such a short period of time. This was no longer the peak. They had unified the fifth mainland, faced the four-direction scale, and became the sect master of the above heaven sect. They had many experts under their command, especially those who had survived the era of the above heaven sect. They could break through to the ancestor realm at any time. This young man had even fought against Xia Xinji and the Ghost Abyss ancestor with his current cultivation base. After seeing this person's legendary experience, even this woman admired him. How did he do it? Why was it possible? Even if the Lu clan was still around, even if he was still Lu Shaoxian, it was impossible for him to go this far. It could only be said that Lu Shaoxian could not do it, but Lu Yin could. This was also the reason why she wanted to talk to Lu Yin directly. She was too curious about this person. I can ask anything? Lu Yin sent a message. The woman's eyes lit up. Yes, it's up to me whether I answer or not. Lu Yin laughed. Does that mean I can leave if the Shirkong lights up the green light? Yes. The Grand Empyrean agreed. These are the rules. What if the Grand Empyrean wants to break the rules? The woman looked up and sent a message. No one can break the rules unless Master can wipe out the everlasting tribe with his own strength. Lu Yin paused. A progenitor realm corpse king has appeared in Shirkong. If I deal with him, how much credit will I get? Very much. Very much. How much? Do you want to ask about the reward or whether you can replace Shirkong in lighting up the green light? Both are fine. You can't replace the green light, but the reward will not disappoint you. You can choose the material reward or the spiritual reward. Lu Yin was puzzled. What do you mean by spiritual reward? The woman replied, if you kill an extremely strong powerhouse, I will give you a list. You can choose from the list yourself. No one on the list will attack you or use their influence to attack people you approve of. If they violate the rules, Master will personally set things right. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. So you mean that if I kill an progenitor realm corpse king, I can make a Yuan sage not attack me and my people? You can understand it that way. If you ask for a Yuan sage, I will agree. What if there are no requirements? I will give you a list and you can choose one. At the same time, you can also get a huge material reward. You can ask for it yourself or we can give it to you. I am from the origin space and was punished by the Grand Empyrean. Is there a reward for this? Entering the endless battlefield to fight for humans regardless of the reason. There should be a reward for meritorious service. Lu Yin laughed. If I kill 10 progenitor realm corpse kings, does that mean that 10 extremely strong powerhouses from the 6 parties will never attack me? Or can I directly include the Grand Empyrean? No distance. The corners of the woman's mouth curled up. Her face was clearly cold, but even when she smiled, it was still cold. If you are in the same realm, you can kill anyone in the 7 sky gods if you want Master to never attack you. Lu Yin frowned. The Grand Empyrean only corresponds to the 7 sky gods? This is a reward. Otherwise, if you can kill the only true god, why would you care about Master? Lu Yin did not say much on this issue. Instead he asked, where is no distance? No comment. Who are you? The woman looked at the light screen quietly and sent a message. There were only 2 words, Bodhi Sage. Lu Yin looked at the light screen and was surprised. Bodhi Sage? It was actually her? Samsara spacetime had 3 venerated 9 sages. Among the 9 sages, Bodhi Sage's presence was extremely weak. The outside world almost could not hear any news about her. Unexpectedly, she was in no distance. Even though Lu Yin had integrated with many people, he did not know much about Bodhi Sage. He only knew that she was a woman. Now he was full of curiosity about this Bodhi Sage. An extremely strong corpse king has appeared in Dashikong. Do you need help? Bodhi Sage sent a message. Lu Yin replied, what's the situation with the other ancestor realm corpse king? The other one is not a corpse king, but an extremely strong creature called the camphor insect. It specializes in dealing with the carriers of the bestow technique. Bodhi Sage told Lu Yin about the camphor insect. Lu Yin only had one feeling after listening to it. It was tailor-made. Do you need help? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. No need. Can you deal with it? If you can't, then call for help. Alright, that's it. Lu Yin then ended the conversation. If Bodhi Sage did not lie to him, he could deal with both the camphor insect and the ancestor realm corpse king. Dealing with them meant that at least 2 of the 6 direction sex progenitors could not attack him and the people around him. It was equivalent to crippling 2 of the 6 direction sect's progenitors and also obtaining a large number of material rewards. With the slippers in hand, Luin was not afraid. This was a reward delivered to his doorstep. If it was something like the witch spirit god that could pass through space, he did not want to deal with it. The slippers could not hit it at all. No distance. The light screen in front of Bodhi Sage disappeared. She looked at the various light screens in the distance again, listening to the information of the endless battlefield. Was this Luin so confident? If he could give the green light to the Great Stone Void, some people in the 6 direction sect would be anxious. After the Great Stone Void ended his conversation with Bodhi Sage, Luin walked out of the intelligence gathering place and headed directly to the Great Stone Empire. All the 6 direction sect's cultivators who came to support the Great Stone Void would first stop at the Great Stone Empire. They had to find stones to carry in order to fight in the starry skies. The Eternals did not have this problem. They mostly relied on their physical strength to fight. Physical strength rarely attracted killing intent, but human cultivators could not. If it was a competition of physical strength, this spacetime would have fallen long ago. When Luin arrived at the Great Stone Empire, the Great Stone Emperor personally welcomed him with a group of Great Stone Empire's upper echelons. Luin was welcomed into the Great Stone Empire. He was puzzled. Don't you need to go to the battlefield? The Great Stone Emperor smiled. The outside world has some misunderstandings about the Great Stone Void. They all think that we have extreme powerhouses on the battlefield and are difficult to deal with. In fact, the extreme powerhouses of the Eternals are the camphor insects, and we have the carrier of the Art of Gift on our side. The two just offset each other. The other battlefields are about the same. In terms of intensity, they are not as intense as the Gemini universe that Your Excellency swept. But now there is another progenitor realm corpse king, Luin said. The Great Stone Emperor sighed. So Your Excellency's arrival has saved the Great Stone Empire. Luin was speechless. The 2 elders of the Gemini universe were so serious. When he first arrived at the Great Stone Void, he was really shocked. Who wouldn't be worried about encountering an progenitor realm corpse king as soon as he arrived? After understanding it, he was not so worried. If the camphor insects and the carrier of the Art of Gift really offset each other, the Great Stone Void was indeed not as dangerous as the Gemini universe. However, as Tsangbai said, it was almost impossible to give the green light. The camphor insects had to be dealt with first. According to Bodhi Sage's information, the camphor insects were best at defense. Its wings wrapped the entire superlarge carrier of the Art of Gift and forcibly withstood the power of the Art of Gift that was enough to blow away an progenitor. The information did not know the upper limit of the camphor insect's defense at all. It was impossible for ordinary progenitors to break the camphor insect's defense. If the 3 of them came, then the stronger Eternal Corpse King would also appear, which led to the current situation. For the Great Stone Empire, this was a good thing. If the Eternals kept the camphor insects here to exhaust the carrier of the Art of Gift, there would be no danger in this spacetime, and they would not have to go to the battlefield. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2745. Many of the cultivators from the 6 Direction Association were also in the Great Stone Empire. They would only provide support according to the critical situation on the battlefield. Generally speaking, this spacetime was far less dangerous than what the outside world said as long as the green light did not light up. However, the sudden arrival of the progenitor realm corpse king caused the Great Stone Empire to panic. Fortunately, Luin had also arrived at the same time. This was also why the Great Stone Emperor was so enthusiastic. They were afraid that Luin would run away, and they would have to face a progenitor realm corpse king. The entire Dashi Kong would be destroyed. The people of the Great Stone Empire were all carrying stones on their backs. They looked honest, but they were actually very shrewd. The Great Stone Emperor warmly welcomed Luin, and Luin didn't stand on ceremony either. Sometimes one should enjoy what was meant to be enjoyed. If the string was pulled too tightly, it would break. He had been in the 6 Directions Society for the past few years, so he was indeed very tired. The singing and dancing of the Big Stone Empire is in sharp contrast to the Small Spirit Universe and Gemini Universe. It was also a stark contrast to the battlefield where they were fighting in the distance. The boundless battlefield was a grindstone of life and death. Some people entered this place and died in fear, fighting endlessly. However, some people could always find a way to relax. The Great Stone Emperor had been observing Luin. When he saw that Luin was not disgusted, he sighed with emotion. Mr. Lu, you're really one of the few peerless heroes I've seen. I thought you would be dissatisfied. What's there to be unhappy about? Their dance was pretty good, Lu Ying said casually. The Great Stone Emperor laughed. Below him, a group of cultivators from the Great Stone Empire and some of the Six Paths Association's support also laughed. Not everyone can accept it. Let me toast to Mr. Lu. To Mr. Lu. Lu Ying finished his drink and looked at the Great Stone Emperor. Your injuries are not light. The Great Stone Emperor said bitterly, I still have to raise it for a few more years. Lu Ying looked at the others. Some of them were injured while others were in perfect condition. The Great Stone Emperor's injuries were very severe, and from the looks of it he would not be able to fight on the battlefield, so he might as well take a breather. He was not afraid of death. The next day, Lu Ying arrived at the stone selection area under the lead of the Great Stone Emperor. Mr. Lu, sometimes it's not that my people don't want to go to the battlefield, it's that they can't. There are only so many stones. Some of them are used on the battlefield, some are used to guard the place where we gather intelligence, and the rest are used to guard the Great Stone Empire. There's no other way, the Great Stone Emperor said as he looked at the stone pit in front of him. He looked at the huge crater in front of him, which was filled with rocks. There were at least tens of thousands of them, but these rocks didn't even make up a tenth of the crater. Before coming here he thought that the Great Stone Empire respected these stones very much, but he didn't expect that they would just casually throw them away. Where did these stones come from? Lu Ying asked. He had observed that the stones were engraved with different powers, and depending on each person's cultivation, the number of stones they could carry would be different. The stones on the Great Stone Emperor's back should be able to withstand the killing intent of a half-martial ancestor. The Great Stone Emperor slowly narrated the history of the Great Stone Kong. Speaking of which, it was quite simple. An unprecedented expert had appeared in Dashi Kong, and no one knew what he had done. Ever since that expert had died, this universe had been like this. Fortunately, that expert had engraved his power on a meteorite before he died, and had scattered the meteorite. Those who carried the meteorite fragments could resist the killing intent, otherwise there would be no cultivators in this spacetime. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn, as this was changing the laws of the universe. That powerhouse was at least at the level of 9 mountains and 8 seas, or even at the level of a Void Master. That expert is the first generation of our Great Stone Empire. The Great Stone Emperor, and I am already the 1269th generation. The Great Stone Emperor shook his head. I'm sorry, ancestor. Ever since the first Great Stone Empress, there has never been another half-martial ancestor in Dashi Kong. Lu Ying pursed his lips. The universe had already become like this, yet there was still a progenitor here. How monstrous would that be? If he had been born in Dashi Kong, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to his current level. Mr. Lu, you can choose from these stones, but it's best to choose one that's close to your cultivation. Otherwise, it'll be too difficult to fight against the Eternal Corpse King and guard against the killing intent, the Great Stone Emperor reminded him. Lu Ying looked behind him. The Great Stone Emperor raised his eyebrows. My stone is the inheritance of the past Great Stone Emperors. Mr. Lu, it's better not to look at it. Lu Ying said, Don't worry. Your stone is useless to me. It's meaningless. The Great Stone Emperor's eyes flashed. What arrogance. No wonder he could beat the half-martial ancestor Corpse King. This person's cultivation wasn't high, but he had the strength to fight an half-martial ancestor. Only one of these stones met the requirements. It all depended on whether this person could find it or not. In fact, the Great Stone Emperor was also conflicted. Logically speaking, this person was here to help the Great Stone Emperor, so he should help this person find the most suitable stone for him. However, that stone was specially reserved for the Great Stone Emperor, who had broken through to the half-martial ancestor realm. It had never been used by outsiders. This was the ancestral rule. Should he give it to him? Lu Ying looked at the stone pit and felt strange. I'm here to help the Great Stone Emperor deal with the eternal race. Shouldn't you help me find a stone? Do I need to find it myself? The Great Stone Emperor was helpless. Please don't blame me. This is the ancestral rule. Lu Ying looked at him with a faint smile. When this ancestral rule was set, did the eternal race start a war with the Great Stone Emperor? The Great Stone Emperor froze. This, not yet. The Great Stone Empire's ancestor can't predict the future. I believe that if the ancestor knew about today's situation, he wouldn't have set this ancestral rule. To be honest, it's a waste of time. Lu Ying said. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2746. Ignoring him, Lu Yin held the slipper in his hand and stirred up spatial lines to appear directly on the battlefield. In front of him was the transparent wings of the camphor insect, and within the wings was the carrier of the feeding technique. He could see the people who had transcended time and space. This carrier was almost exactly the same as the one he had seen in the drifting cloud space. Looking forward, he saw the camphor insect's huge eyes. Lu Yin was even smaller than an ant in its eyes, so it did not care about him at all. A corpse king appeared behind him, and Lu Yin shattered it with a casual slap. He then grabbed the slipper and raised his hand to slap it down. Far away, the Great Stone Emperor watched the battlefield. He did not care about the camphor insect, as he was mainly guarding against the progenitor corpse kings. In his opinion, Lu Yin's greatest use was not to deal with the camphor insect, as he did not believe that this person could break through the camphor insect's defenses. This person's true use was to deal with the progenitor corpse kings that had yet to appear. After all, if this person could defeat a corpse king once, he could do it again. Suddenly, a hair-raising shriek that no one had ever heard before rang out. It was like a boulder had been thrown into a lake, causing ripples in the starry sky. Countless people covered their ears and looked in one direction in horror. It was the camphor insect. The Great Stone Emperor looked over as well, and his mouth gaped open in disbelief. The transparent wings that had been helpless against and that several powerhouses had failed to destroy had now cracked. Under the crack, Lu Yin raised the slipper high. Again. The camphor insect shrieked again, and the transparent wings instantly retracted. After so many years, the carrier of the feeding technique had finally been released. On the battlefield, whether it was the human cultivators, the eternal corpse kings, or the creatures controlled by the Eternals, they all stared at Lu Yin in shock. This person had broken through the camphor insect's defenses? Lu Yin had not expected the camphor insect to react so strongly to breaking its wings. He sneered. Afraid of pain? Then you're finished. With that, he rushed towards the camphor insect with the slipper in his hand. The camphor insect's incomparably black eyes narrowed as it stared at Lu Yin. It raised its incomparably huge claws and swept across. Lu Yin stirred up spatial lines that the camphor insect could not touch, and his body instantly disappeared like a phantom. The camphor insect continuously swept its claws, but it could not hurt Lu Yin. It retreated, clearly afraid. This human had the strength to break through its defense, but it couldn't hit this human. This human was its nemesis. Lu Yin was the nemesis of too many people, but none of his fights had been as smooth as Ku's camphor worms. This was a progenitor, and none of the progenitors that Lu Yin had fought had been so easy to deal with. Ku's camphor worms, camphor worms, camphor worms, camphor worms, camphor worms, camphor worms, camphor worm. He appeared on the back of the camphor insect. From a human's point of view, this place was simply a boundless continent. It was completely black and there was no end in sight. Lu Yin's fist landed on the camphor insect's back, but it did not leave a single mark. To the camphor insect it was probably just an itch. The camphor insect jumped up and down, constantly shaking its body in an attempt to shake Lu Yin off. The entire battlefield was in chaos. The human cultivators all retreated. The bearers of the art of feeding were in full defense. At the same time they were also retreating. Many corpse kings were crushed into pieces by the camphor worms. Lu Yin snorted. Black lines continued to spread out from its body, and its physical strength also increased. Lu Yin could feel it, but it was useless. With a bang, the slipper slapped out and met the corpse king's fist head-on. Blood splattered across the starry sky as the corpse king's fist shattered and he took several steps back. He had clearly exerted his physical strength to the limit, but he still could not beat the slipper. The Great Stone Emperor was completely stunned. What the hell was that slipper? Lu Yin held the slipper and took a step backwards. Whether it was meeting force with force or dodging, the progenitor realm corpse king could do nothing to him. With an unwilling roar, the progenitor realm corpse king was still slapped to death by the slipper, and its huge body collapsed. Lu Yin looked for the camphor worm, but it had already escaped to who knows where. This progenitor realm corpse king had come to die in order to cover for the camphor worm's escape. Compared to the camphor worm, the corpse king was indeed much less useful. This was the Eternals who could exchange the corpse king's life for the camphor worms. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yin put away the slipper and looked into the distance, meeting the Great Stone Emperor's gaze. The Great Stone Emperor came over, unable to suppress the excitement in his eyes. Mr. Lu, you really dealt with the corpse king, an extreme powerhouse. Lu Yin did not hide it. It's just a corpse king with the physical strength of an extreme powerhouse. Any true extreme powerhouse can deal with it. But if it's not an extreme powerhouse, no one can deal with it. The Great Stone Emperor smiled bitterly. Although this Corpse King was not a true extreme powerhouse, it was not something he could deal with. He could deal with it. With his realm and strength, he could exchange blows with an extreme powerhouse to a certain extent, but he could not deal with this Corpse King no matter what. He could not break through its defense. Sometimes, when one cultivated a certain kind of power to the extreme, there was no solution. The monster Corpse King that Lu Yin had encountered in the Sixth Mainland was like this. Even he could not withstand that kind of physical strength, and he was also on guard against the Slipper. In a one-on-one fight, Lu Yin was definitely not a match. And that Corpse King was actually a Corpse King with the physical strength of an progenitor, but it also did not have an ancestral world. How many such monsters were there in the Eternals? For the sake of a camphor worm, they did not hesitate to abandon such a Corpse King. According to common sense, there should be many such Corpse Kings. Lu Yin's heart was heavy. After dealing with the progenitor Corpse King and chasing away the camphor worm, the next step would be simple. Lu Yin followed the Great Stone Emperor back to the battlefield of the extreme powerhouses and saw the bestow technique shooting out beams of light that wiped out one Corpse King after another. Each beam of light could clean up a part of the void. He felt a little distressed. Use less. Leave me some source boxes. The Great Stone Emperor smiled. Don't worry, sir. I'll definitely satisfy you. Lu Yin nodded. Not long after, the battlefield of the extreme powerhouses was cleaned up. The Great Stone Emperor relaxed. This battlefield had not been cleaned up for many years. Although there was still a long way to go before the Great Stone Emperor's green light lit up, as long as there were no progenitors, that day would come soon. Lu Yin went to the place where the information was gathered and spoke with Bodhi Sage again. Bodhi Sage confirmed Lu Yin's battle achievements through the Great Stone Emperor. According to your spacetime division, that Corpse King is not considered a progenitor Corpse King, but its physical strength is indeed at the progenitor realm. So, Lu Yin, there's no problem with your battle achievements. You eliminated a progenitor Corpse King. Lu Yin looked forward to it. Then what's the reward? In Limitless, Bodhi Sage looked at the screen. Is there anyone who can't attack you? I'm talking about material rewards. As for the progenitors who can't attack me, you can just give me a list to choose from, Lu Yin replied. Bodhi Sage did not expect that someone like Lu Yin would care about material rewards. He did not mention Yuan Sage for the people who could not attack him. The corresponding material reward for killing a progenitor is naturally at the progenitor realm. Dao Master Lu, you can choose ancestral weapons and progenitor realm strange treasures. However, I have to remind you that if you choose a certain extreme powerhouse not to attack you, the material reward will be reduced by 1 level. Lu Yin did not hesitate. How much is an immortal transformation realm worth? Bodhi Sage blinked and looked at the screen. She leaned closer, thinking that she had seen wrongly. What do you mean? Lu Yin replied, didn't you say that it would be reduced by 1 level? Then let's compare it to the immortal transformation realm of your reincarnation spacetime. Give me as much as an immortal transformation realm is worth. Bodhi Sage looked again. Money? She had not seen wrongly. In this boundless battlefield of the samsara grinders, in this glorious moment of killing a progenitor Corpse King, she had added the word money to the immortal transformation realm. When had the immortal transformation realm been equated with money? Bodhi Sage was a little confused. Wasn't Lu Yin the Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect? Was he short of money? Was he that short of money? She felt that she might not have understood what this person meant, so she asked again, what kind of money? Lu Yin was puzzled. You don't need to spend money? Star Essence or any of the 6 Directions Guild's resources that represent money other than Transcendence Crystals. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2747. Lu Yin did not need any half-ancestor or progenitor treasures. He only had the slippers, so there was no point in asking for them. The Eternals understood him, and as long as he had any foreign objects, they would be on guard against him, so it was better to just ask for money. Star Essence was not bad, and he could use his Die 6 pips to continuously fuse with the reincarnation spacetime. Perhaps he could understand the reincarnation spacetime. If he had enough money, he could fuse with the Shaolin divinity's body and commit suicide. That would be perfect. The other 6 Directions Society's resources could also be used to cultivate and replenish the Fates and Continents river sprouts. Since he had cultivated them, they would grow stronger. Mr. Mu had not stopped him from cultivating, and since no one could point him in the right direction, he would have to walk a different path. Actually, the best option was Star Source Liquid. However, Star Source Liquid was too sensitive, and he would have to wait until he understood the reincarnation spacetime. There might not be any existences like the Mother Tree that could provide him with Star Source Liquid. Bodhi Xing finally understood. The money that Luin was talking about was the most common type of resource, which was money. That's right, money. Her expression changed, and many girls in the distance were astonished. This was the first time they had seen Bodhi Xing act this way. Even when they had faced the dangers of the endless battlefield and seen powerhouses fall one after another, she had not acted this way. Who exactly was this Luin? How could he cause Bodhi Xing's expression to change? I understand. Then. Bodhi Xing thought about it as she did not know how much an immortal was worth. 500 million star essence. Luin was stunned. Was it that valuable? He had thought that it would be quite good if he could get 100 or 200 million star essence. After all, the Six Directions Society had many half-ancestor cultivators. Bodhi Xing looked around the endless battlefield and saw that there were even more half-ancestors. He had not expected her to be willing to pay so much. If this had been the fifth mainland when it had first become a cultivation world, Luin would not have felt that 500 million star essence for a half-ancestor. After all, even the Day-Night clan could fork out that much money, and at that time there had only been 7 half-ancestors. However, that had been the fifth mainland, not the Six Directions Society, nor the Endless Battlefield. The Endless Battlefield did not have demi-ancestors everywhere, but every parallel universe would not lack demi-ancestors. Even the small spirit universe, which Songbei thought was safe, had demi-ancestors and more than one which could be seen. If he could obtain 500 million star essence for every half-ancestor corpse king he killed, then Luin would be excited. 10 wasn't difficult, and 100 wasn't impossible either, as long as he stayed in the endless battlefield all year round. That's right, he suddenly remembered that he still owed the lives of the 4 half-martial ancestor corpse kings of the New Inn. It's confirmed. 500 million star essence, Luin replied, feeling a little impatient. Bodhi Xing didn't care at all, as she had never cared about resources. Even when she had just stepped onto the cultivation world, her master had already been one of the 9 sages, and she had never lacked resources. She didn't even know how much 500 million star essence was worth. In any case, she had heard that the expenditure was in the hundreds of millions. Now, start choosing the extreme experts that you don't want to attack you and the people you approve of. Bodhi Sage did not speak much about the issue of money. Instead, he took out a name list with 5 people on it. Yuan Sage, Great Stone Sage, Zhong Si, Su Lung, Shan Yen. At the top of the list was Yuan Sage. It was impossible for Bodhi Sage to not know about the grudge between him and Yuan Sheng. What did he mean by putting Yuan Sheng on the list? If Zhang Xian wanted the other party to not make a move, there was no need for a list of names. Next was the Great Stone Saint. The previous Great Stone Saint had died, and the current Great Stone Saint was a new one. Luin didn't know who this person was, and Shi Jiao had also said that she didn't know him. He really wanted to ask who the Great Stone Saint was, but if he asked now, it would mean that he knew the Six Direction sect very well. Zhong Si? He had never heard of him before, and he didn't know which parallel universe he was from. Su Lung. Luin glanced at her. That was his older sister. Shan Yen. This surname should be from the Lost Clan. Anyone who reached the extreme level in the Lost Clan would automatically change their surname to Shan. It was unlikely that the Lost Clan's powerhouses were enemies. Can you introduce them? Luin asked. Bodhi Sage pressed down on his brimmed hat. This person didn't choose Yuan Sage immediately. Did he not care? Or? No comment. You can only choose for yourself. Luin thought for a while. The person I choose can't take the initiative to attack me. What about me? Can I attack him? Yes, but once you attack, the agreement will automatically lapse. He can fight back and do whatever he wants, Bodhi Sage replied. Luin no longer hesitated. I choose Yuan Sage. If he had chosen someone, he couldn't attack him. Luin couldn't choose Yuan Sage. He would definitely kill Yuan Sage himself. However, since he could attack him, it didn't matter. The reason he chose Yuan Sage was because he was worried that this old man would play tricks when he wasn't in the origin space. According to Bodhi Sage, this was a rule personally recognized and set by the Great Heavenly Venerate. Unless Yuan Sage wanted to experience the grief of a sage, he couldn't attack Luin or anyone in the origin space. Bodhi Sage wasn't surprised. Yuan Sage and Luin were destined to choose him. However, this person's previous question showed that he wouldn't let Yuan Sage off. Confirm the person you approve of, Bodhi Sage replied. Luin directly replied with 3 words, origin space. Bodhi Sage was speechless. This range was great. It even included the four-way scales. I will inform Yuan Sage. From the moment I inform him, he won't have anything to do with the origin space, including indirectly commanding and guiding hatred. Once discovered, Master will personally take action. You can rest assured, Path Master Lu. Luin smiled. I'm looking forward to Yuan Sage's expression. Bodhi Sage looked up. In fact, she was also looking forward to it. Thus, she decided to talk to him personally. The Ancestor Realm Corpse King has been dealt with. Will Path Master Lu give the green light to Dashur Kong next? Bodhi Sage asked. Luin nodded. Of course. I will leave the endless battlefield soon. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2748. He has made a contribution by killing an ancestral corpse king, Bodhi Sage replied. Yuan Sheng's pupils constricted in disbelief as he hurriedly replied, What did you say? Killed an ancestral corpse king? Bodhi Sage's lips curled up. Yuan Sheng's expression must have turned ugly when he replied so quickly. This was interesting. According to the rules, he has chosen you. From now on, you are not allowed to take the initiative to attack him or anyone else in the origin space. Otherwise, you will be violating the rules set by Master and bear the consequences. Yuan Sheng stared blankly at the screen. The next moment, an angry roar reverberated in all directions, causing everyone in the intelligence-gathering place to bleed from their 7 orifices. They collapsed on the ground and looked at him in fear. Some people even fainted. Yuan Sheng roared angrily and even wanted to roar. That little bastard, how could it be? How could he? How could he do this? Bastard, bastard. Yuan Sheng had never been so angry before. Every day in the endless battlefield, he had resented Lu Yin. This kind of resentment had constantly accumulated, causing his entire person to change. Now he was told that he could not attack Lu Yin, nor could he attack anyone in the primordial space. How could he accept this? He was very clear about this rule. Not only could he not attack Lu Yin, but he also could not instigate anyone to attack Lu Yin or the origin space. This meant that he would never have the opportunity to take revenge on Lu Yin. Even if he wanted Lu Yin to attack him, it was not something he could do. In other words, he was like air in front of Lu Yin. Even if Lu Yin scolded him to his face, he could only talk back. He could not attack him at all. Once he did, he would face the grief of a saint. Bastard, bastard. Yuan Sheng clenched his fists as a scarlet color spread from his abdomen. The wound split open, but he did not notice it. His eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. His whole body was trembling with extreme anger. Bodhi Sage looked at the screen quietly and silently counted the time. Yuan Sheng had not replied after such a long time. Yuan Sheng's hatred for Lu Yin was deeper than he had imagined. Yuan Sheng, let me remind you again. This is the rule set by Master. No one, including the 3 venerables and 9 sages, can violate it. Those who violate it will die. Yuan Sheng's eyes were red as he looked at the message sent by Bodhi Sage and panted violently. After a while he calmed down, took a deep breath, closed his eyes and opened them. He calmed down a lot. I understand, Yuan Sheng replied. Also, he is about to light the green light for the big stone void. Together with the Little Ling universe and the Gemini universe, the 3 universes can leave the endless battlefield at any time. Yuan Sheng's eyes widened again. So fast? He was actually going to leave. The anger that he had suppressed earlier erupted once again. He had clearly fought with his life on the line, but this little bastard was already able to leave and did not allow him to make a move on him. The Yuan Sage coughed out a mouthful of blood. Due to his injuries, he was so angry that he actually coughed out blood. Blood trickled down the corners of his mouth as he clenched his fists so tightly that they were about to be crushed. Finally, he calmed down and asked, Is there anything else? Bodhi Saint looked at the screen. It seemed like Lu Yin was suppressing his anger. She was getting more and more curious about Lu Yin. It was really interesting to see how he could anger one of the 3 venerated 9 sages to such an extent. No, I'm just telling you. Yuan Sheng stared at the screen and pondered for a moment. Help me pass this news to Reverend Xiaoyin. He should know about it too. Bodhi Saint frowned. Tell deity Xiaoyin? Information about the endless battlefield should be passed on to the 6-party guild. However, if it was passed on to Reverend Xiaoyin alone, would it be a reminder to him to deal with Lu Yin? This was also the reason why Yuan Sheng could not pass on information to Reverend Xiaoyin through distanceless. If Reverend Xiaoyin learned about this news and attacked the origin space, Yuan Sheng would be in trouble. Now that Yuan Sheng had asked him to pass on the message to Reverend Shaoyin, it was up to him whether he wanted to tell Reverend Shaoyin or not. Yuan Sheng stared at the screen. Reverend Shaoyin can know about it through distanceless. I won't take the initiative to tell him, Bodhi Saint replied. Yuan Sheng sighed and ended the conversation. The grudge between him and Lu Yin was considered over. Unless that little bastard took the initiative to attack him, he would not be able to cause any harm to him. Yuan Sheng slowly walked out of the place where the information was gathered. For a moment he felt a little bleak. As one of the 3 venerated 9 sages, he was actually helpless against a junior. His high and mighty attitude had become a joke. If he had known that this would happen, he would have done everything he could to make a move. After Yuan Sheng left, the others recovered and looked as if they had been seriously injured. After ending the conversation with Yuan Sheng, the screen in front of Bodhi Saint disappeared. She looked at the other women and asked, "Has the information about the endless battlefield been sent to the Six Direction sect?" "My lord, it has been sent back as soon as possible." "What about the information about Dashur Kong?" "It has also been sent back." Bodhi Saint nodded. Had it been sent back? She did not know when Reverend Shaoyin would see it and what his reaction would be. She would not deliberately tell Reverend Shaoyin, but Reverend Shaoyin would eventually see it. It would depend on how much he cared about the information about the endless battlefield. Yuan Sheng's attitude made Bodhi Saint certain that Reverend Shaoyin would take action after receiving the information about Lu Yin. However, if Lu Yin had already left the endless battlefield, his actions would be meaningless. Her master had once again emphasized that one could not enter the origin space at will. Once Lu Yin returned, Reverend Shaoyin would not be able to do anything. It would depend on whether Reverend Shaoyin or Lu Yin was lucky. It had been a long time since anyone had gone against the 3 venerated 9 sages. Lu Yin was indeed worthy of being the sect master of the Above Heavens sect, even though the Above Heavens sect was far from its former glory. Bodhi Saint thought that this was a battle of luck between Reverend Shaoyin and Lu Yin. In fact, it was not at all. She had underestimated Reverend Shaoyin's determination to deal with Lu Yin. In other words, she had underestimated Reverend Shaoyin's determination to solve the Great Heavenly Venerate's problems. He was very sure that the Great Heavenly Venerate hated the origin space. Regardless of the reason, he did not allow them to deal with the origin space. However, Lu Yin was now in the endless battlefield and had been disrespectful to him. Therefore he would not relax in dealing with Lu Yin. He already knew the moment the information about Dashur Kong was sent to the Samsara spacetime. He actually killed an ancestor-level corpse king? No wonder he dared to scold Yuan Sheng. He does have some confidence in facing Luoshan. Reverend Shaoyin sat on the mountain peak. His golden robe flickered and illuminated the entire space. At the foot of the mountain, countless disciples knelt down and waited for Reverend Shaoyin's instructions. Xiaogu was at the forefront. It's not that easy to leave the endless battlefield. Reverend Shaoyin's eyes were cold as his body gradually disappeared. A few days later, the Great Stone Emperor walked out of a secret place in Dashur Kong. He looked up at the starry sky where Lu Yin was looking down. "Mr. Lu, it has been resolved. There should be no more Eternals in Dashur Kong. You can inform Wu Li to light up the green light," the Great Stone Emperor said with a smile. Lu Yin looked at the Great Stone Emperor calmly. His smile came from the bottom of his heart. It was also true that he had resolved the Eternals. Then what was he thinking? "Once the green light is lit up, I will leave," Lu Yin said. The Great Stone Emperor took a step forward and came in front of Lu Yin. He took out a cosmic ring and handed it to him. "This is the gift I promised you. Please accept it." Lu Yin took it. "Here, 6 boundless advanced source boxes." Lu Yin raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Thank you." The Great Stone Emperor sighed. "I should thank you. If not for your help, Dashur Kong would be in danger. With a camphor worm and an ancestor-level corpse king, the destruction of the Great Stone Empire is imminent." Speaking of this, Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Why would an ancestor-level corpse king come? Logically speaking, there should already be a camphor worm here. The Great Stone Emperor was puzzled. "I don't know either. Perhaps the Eternals want to take down Dashur Kong as soon as possible." Lu Yin looked at the Great Stone Emperor and nodded. "Perhaps." Everyone had their own secrets. As long as they did not harm humans, it was his business. "Senior, you can go back. I will wait here. Once the green light is lit up, I will leave," Lu Yin said. The Great Stone Emperor said, "Okay, congratulations on leaving the endless battlefield." Lu Yin smiled and watched the Great Stone Emperor leave. He looked around. To be honest, the endless battlefield was quite suitable for him. If he killed a few more corpse kings, there would not be many ancestor-level corpse kings in the Six Direction gang who could attack him. Right? Could he include those old fellows from the four-way scales? Lu Yin remembered that the Great Stone Emperor did not take back the stone on his back. This stone was more valuable than the one on the Great Stone Emperor's back. It could resist the killing intent of an ancestor-level corpse king. Lu Yin looked at the Great Stone Empire in a daze. Sure enough, there was a problem. Could it be? 4 hours later, the Cloud Connect stone vibrated. It was the Great Stone Emperor. Lu Yin answered. Mr. Lu, something has happened. Where is the intelligence gathering place? The Great Stone Emperor's anxious voice sounded. Lu Yin stepped out and moved the spatial line, rushing to the place where the intelligence gathering place was. Soon he arrived. However, this place had already turned into a land of death. The corpses of the Great Stone Empire's cultivators were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Words kept appearing on the screen from Distanceless. Distanceless was confirming the information of the Great Stone Emperor. It also believed that the Great Stone Emperor would give the green light soon, but there was no reply. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2749. That time it was definitely not Qing Kong. No matter how powerful Qing Kong was, he would not be able to hide it from the Lost Clan. Furthermore, if it was Qing Kong at that time, he would already be dead. But this time it was all for naught. At the same time, the Great Stone Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were lifeless and he slowly turned around. He walked over to Lu Yin and raised his hand, causing a long blade to appear in it. Lu Yin's face paled as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. The Great Stone Emperor was clearly dead, but his body was still under Qing Kong's control. I'll let you off this time. This time I'll kill you again. The illusory voice sounded. This was the second sentence and also the last sentence that Lu Yin could hear. The Great Stone Emperor's blade fell. In that instant, Lu Yin felt that not only was his body out of control, but he also had no instinctive defense. The Great Stone Emperor's blade was enough to kill him. Qing Kong took complete control of his body. Only his mind was left with constant warnings. His body was a vessel for his thoughts, and since he couldn't move his body, he could only watch as the blade descended. Suddenly, the small knife that had been hanging around his neck floated. The knife light was like water. The knife in the Great Stone Emperor's hand began to shatter inch by inch. Then his body shattered. The knife light continued to spread and slashed in one direction. In the small intelligence gathering place, the saber beam slashed out 81 times. Each slash was enough to cause the void to collapse, but it did not cause any damage to the surrounding ground. Lu Yin could clearly see these 81 slashes, but he knew that he could not avoid them no matter what he did. It was just like how he had endured the 81 slashes in the Lost Clan. This time it was Qing Kong who received the 81 slashes. When the 81st blade landed, formless undulations spread out, and Lu Yin's body was suddenly able to move again. He abruptly looked up and saw that the heavens had collapsed. Above his head, endless darkness spread out, and the void realm seemed to want to devour the entire stone world. Lu Yin's scalp went numb and he hurriedly fled. He didn't even dare to stir up the spatial threads for fear of being swallowed up by the void realm. After he left the place where the intelligence was gathered, he looked back. That place had completely disappeared and there was nothing left. A piece of space disappeared. Lu Yin was scared. If not for Xiao Dao, he would have been dead. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Qing Kong would suddenly appear in Dashi Kong and try to kill him. His appearance was no accident. Every time he let him go, he would kill him again. Was this referring to the Sixth Mainland? Back then, Lu Yin had felt that it was strange. With Qing Kong's strength, he should not have been helpless against Lu Yin back in the Sixth Mainland. However, Lu Yin had escaped at that time, which meant that Qing Kong had probably let Lu Yin go. This time, however, Lu Yin was trying to kill Lu Yin. Does this mean that he let me go because of other reasons or because of other people? Black Wuxian? Lu Yin's first thought was of him. This was an opportunity that he had not hesitated to join forces with several of the 7 sky gods to attack the 3 sovereigns spacetime. So what about now? Was Qing Kong still around? Lu Yin didn't dare to stay for long, and he headed straight for the Gemini spacetime. Qing Kong was certain that Qing Kong was not someone who could use space. In that case, as long as he did not fall under Qing Kong's control, he should not be discovered by Qing Kong. He wanted to contact Bodhi Sage and tell him what happened to Dashir Kong. Lu Yin casually found a place to rest and no one knew where he was. No matter how powerful Qing Kong was, he would not be able to find him unless he could locate Lu Yin. If Lu Yin could locate Qin Kong, he would not have hidden in the place where de Shikong's information was gathered. Moreover, Qin Kong had endured 81 slashes, so it was impossible for him to be unscathed. Even the 7 sky gods would be wary of such power. After a while, the Cloud Connect stone trembled and an unfamiliar voice sounded out. It was a woman. Bodhi Sage's subordinate greets Mr. Lu. Lu Yin's voice was low. How is it? The place where de Shikong's information was gathered has completely disappeared. We have not found Qin Kong, so we cannot give you the green light. My apologies. I know, but if we can confirm that Qin Kong is dead, then I'll take the credit, Lu Yin asked. Of course. If there are no more traces of Qin Kong's activities after this, and no one can provide better proof than you, then Qin Kong's death will be credited to you, the woman replied. She had a unique gift that allowed her to sense the power left behind at the scene. After arriving at the place where de Shikong's information was gathered, although this place had been devoured by the Void Realm, there were still remnants of power that she could sense. She could sense an unimaginably terrifying blade intent and also the power of Qin Kong's illusory bubble. From what she could sense, there was no powerhouse that could survive such a blade intent, and Qin Kong should not be an exception. However, without confirming Qin Kong's death, she could not give Lu Yin the credit. Nevertheless, this credit should belong to Lu Yin. If Qin Kong had really been killed by Lu Yin, then his credit would be enormous. There is one more thing that I should tell you, the woman said and muttered to herself. De Shikong's death is not to be regretted. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Why? After this investigation, we discovered that de Shikong had already contacted the outside world and secretly left the endless battlefield to locate the outside world in a parallel universe. He wanted to take advantage of de Shikong's green light to lead some people from the de Shikong Empire away from de Shikong and the endless battlefield. Such a person deserves to die. Lu Yin was silent. No wonder de Shikong's attitude was so strange. De Shikong could have let the camphor worms and the Fu technique consume each other, but he wanted Lu Yin to give de Shikong the green light. Giving de Shikong the green light meant that there was no war in this part of the universe and that he could leave with his people. Even if they were discovered by the Sixth Direction Society, as long as they left at the moment the green light was given, they would not be considered leaving the battlefield. Did he deserve to die? Lu Yin did not think so. No one wanted to live in the endless battlefield, let alone in the universe where de Shikong could never break through to the level of an extreme powerhouse. De Shikong wanted to leave and live so that he could give his descendants a stable environment to live in. This was true, but to the Sixth Direction Society, this was wrong and deserved to die. The Sixth Direction Society hoped that everyone in the endless battlefield would stand at the front line and die for them. From the looks of it, de Shikong might have contacted the Sixth Direction Society first before being forced into the endless battlefield. De Shikong's attitude toward the Sixth Direction Society was also fake. Unfortunately, he was dead. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not have exposed this kind of thing. Everyone had the right to live. De Shikong could not give de Shikong the green light for the time being, so Lu Yin decided to go to the next parallel universe. He now knew that basically every 3 parallel universes would have one that was very difficult to deal with, such as Shaolin Universe, Gemini Universe, and de Shikong. De Shikong had a progenitor battlefield, so it was more difficult to give de Shikong the green light. However, the next parallel universe might not be as difficult as the Gemini Universe. He decided to go to the next parallel universe. However, Bodhi Saint explained that the rule of the endless battlefield was that the 3 adjacent parallel universes would give de Shikong the green light. No one had expected this situation. Lu Yin told her his idea, and the woman waited for a moment before telling Lu Yin that it was okay. There was a 99% chance that de Shikong was no longer in de Shikong, but they could not give Lu Yin the green light because they could not prove it. Allowing Lu Yin to go to the next parallel universe was a special case. Otherwise, Lu Yin could only go to the Dark Universe. The Dark Universe was also an adjacent universe to the Gemini Universe, so giving de Shikong the green light in that universe was far from being comparable. Lu Yin planned to go to de Shikong and then go to the next parallel universe through de Shikong. The woman contacted him again. Tao Master Lu, Divine Sovereign Shaoyin sent you a message through Limitless. Are you willing to listen? Lu Yin paused and his face sank. It was definitely not a good thing for Divine Sovereign Shaoyin to take the initiative to send him a message. However, he definitely had to listen. Speak. The woman spoke slowly, her tone slightly gloomy. Wendy Yushan accidentally entered the endless battlefield. I don't know exactly where she went, but she must have gone to one of the 3 below. She paused and Lu Yin's face sank completely. However, he looked extremely calm on the outside. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Lu Yin had not wanted to let Wendy Yushan and Zhuo Day Knight go to the Six Direction Society because he was afraid that someone would threaten him. However, they had been resolute and Lu Yin could not force them to stay. He had planned to let them return after some time, but as time passed, he had forgotten about it. He had not expected the divine sovereign Shaoyin to do such a despicable thing. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2750. Divinity Shaoyin had actually thrown Wendy into the endless battlefield, forcing Lu Yin to stay. Otherwise, how could Wendy survive in the endless battlefield? Even Lu Yin had to be careful and had almost died at Chen Kong's hands. Dark spacetime, platinum spacetime, and gourd spacetime. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he ended the call and headed to the Gemini spacetime to talk to Bodhi Sage. Distanceless. Bodhi Sage was also silent. Divinity Shaoyin had sent Lu Yin a message through distanceless, so she naturally knew the contents of the message. Lu Yin's luck was really bad. She knew that once Divinity Shaoyin found out that Lu Yin could leave the endless battlefield, he would definitely act. It all depended on whether Divinity Shaoyin found out before or after Lu Yin left the endless battlefield. However, the outcome was before Lu Yin left. That was not right. If Chen Kong had not acted, Lu Yin might have already left the endless battlefield. It could only be said that this was fate. Although Divinity Shaoyin's methods were despicable, they were actually quite ordinary. If Lu Yin did not care, Divinity Shaoyin could have left. It all depended on Divinity Shaoyin's position in Lu Yin's heart. Not long after, Lu Yin spoke with Bodhi Sage. "Can I trouble you to introduce these three parallel spacetimes?" Lu Yin looked for Bodhi Sage to ask about this. Everything else was meaningless. For example, why Wendy Yushan could enter the endless battlefield, why Divinity Shaoyin had disregarded the battle situation and schemed against him outside the battlefield, and so on. All these questions were meaningless. It could only be said that Divinity Shaoyin was qualified to scheme against him for now. In the Six Direction Society, they were not qualified to speak on equal terms, but that was only for now. Regardless of whether it was a Yuan Sage or Divinity Shaoyin, they viewed Lu Yin as an enemy, so it was normal for them to scheme against him. As for Lu Yin, if possible in the future, he would not let them off either. This was why Lu Yin had entered the Six Direction Society in advance. Without Xian Qi's identity to understand the Six Direction Society, he would have been even more passive when facing Divinity Shaoyin. He would not even have the qualifications to fight back in the future. Bodhi Sage asked someone to pass on information about these three parallel spacetimes to Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched calmly. The most important thing right now was to find Wendy Yushan. No matter what Divinity Shaoyin's thoughts, he could only suppress them for now. Lu Yin had expected that these three parallel universes would not be easy to deal with, but he had still underestimated how despicable the Shaoyin deity could be. The Shaoyin deity understood the endless battlefield too well, and these three parallel universes had been carefully selected for Lu Yin. Lu Yin had some understanding of the dark spacetime, and it was right next to the endless battlefield. It was one of the more difficult spacetimes to deal with, and it was unlikely that Divinity Shaoyin would leave Wendy Yushan in the dark spacetime. However, because the dark spacetime was so close, Lu Yin had no choice but to check it out. This was where Divinity Shaoyin had been clever. There were not many introductions regarding the dark spacetime. This spacetime was not in contact with the outside world. Even if he joined the endless battlefield, there were still 4 words in the introduction of the endless battlefield: unable to differentiate between friend and foe. This unable to differentiate between friend and foe referred to the natives of the dark spacetime, and they were known as the Shadow Men. Not only did these people view the Eternals as enemies, but they would also sometimes kill cultivators from the Six Direction Association by mistake. Bodhi Saint deliberately emphasized that even she could not guarantee that she would be able to safely cross these parallel spacetimes. It was not uncommon for Lu Yin to be ambushed by an progenitor corpse king the moment he arrived at Dashi Kong. Some of the parallel spacetime portals were in the hands of the Eternals. There was a way to quickly reach Bo Rue spacetime, and that was to leave the endless battlefield and go through the road signs to Bo Rue spacetime. However, no one knew where the road signs to Bo Rue spacetime would appear. Since Divine Master Shaoyin had proposed Bo Rue spacetime, he must have a backup plan. This road must have been blocked by him. The only thing Lu Yin could do was to try using Xian Qi's identity. Perhaps Divine Master Shaoyin had sealed all the road signs to Bo Rue spacetime. The last one was the gourd spacetime. The name was very ordinary and even a little cute, but this spacetime was the most dangerous. There were 62 parallel spacetimes in the endless battlefield, and the Gourd spacetime's danger level was enough to rank in the top 10, close to the top 5. Bodhi Saint only said one thing about the Gourd spacetime: there would be no less than 6 extreme powerhouses in that spacetime. No less than 6 extreme powerhouses? What kind of concept was that? It meant that the entire spacetime was a battlefield for extreme powerhouses, and one could encounter them anywhere. Although Lu Yin and the 4 cardinal scales confronted more than 6 extreme powerhouses, they did not fight. When Xia Xinji arrived at the 5th mainland alone, he unleashed the divine martial saber domain and spread it all over the 5th mainland, causing the entire 5th mainland to fall into despair. Secret Ancestor, Martial Ancestor, one by one, made a move that was earth-shattering. A battle between any progenitor could affect the entire spacetime, let alone 6 progenitors. Bodhi Saint concluded that Wendy Yushan was most likely in Bo Rue spacetime. If Divine Master Shaoyin wanted to kill Lu Yin through the endless battlefield, he would not let Wendy Yushan die so easily. Bo Rue spacetime was the safest. Pathmaster Lu, if this person is not very important to you, it is best not to go to Bo Rue spacetime in the Gourd spacetime. Of course, as the commander of the endless battlefield, I personally hope that you can go. At least you can share the pressure of the battlefield. Bodhi Saint said something contradictory. Lu Yin looked at the screen. Has Yuan Sage contacted Divine Master Shaoyin? No, as long as Divine Master Shaoyin is willing, he can see all the news of the endless battlefield immediately. Yuan Sage will not contact him as he cannot bear the consequences. Lu Yin exhaled. I will go to the dark spacetime. Bodhi Saint was not surprised. If that person was very important to Lu Yin, he would definitely go to the dark spacetime. However, it was not clear whether he would go to the other 2 spacetimes. Bodhi Saint would report Divine Master Shaoyin's actions to the great heavenly venerables. The endless battlefield was sacred and was the front line of humanity's fight against the eternal race. It was not a place he could scheme against. Even if he did not violate the rules, this method was not allowed. Lu Yin walked out of the Gemini spacetime's intelligence gathering place. Sangbai happened to come and was stunned when he saw Lu Yin. Do you want to go to the dark spacetime together? Lu Yin asked. Sangbai was so scared that his face turned pale. Pathmaster Lu, don't joke around. People like me will die if I go to the dark spacetime. Lu Yin looked at him calmly. How long did Chen-Lu live in there? Sangbai shook his head. Senior did not tell me how long. He only said that if I go again, even if I break through to the extreme powerhouse realm, I may not be able to come back alive. The more he spoke, the more his voice trembled. He felt that Lu Yin's gaze was malicious. Lu Yin did not think of taking him there at all. He walked past him and then disappeared. After Lu Yin left, he heaved a sigh of relief. His back was already drenched in sweat. He decided to return to the Shaoling spacetime. This spacetime was still too dangerous. He could encounter this ruthless person at any time. The dark spacetime, as its name suggested, was completely dark. Before coming, Lu Yin had thought that the dark spacetime was that kind of dusky. Although the information given by Bodhi Saint mentioned darkness, it did not say that it was this dark. This was not the darkness of light, but more like the feeling of approaching darkness. Darkness suppressed light. Lu Yin arrived at the dark spacetime through the spacetime door. The first thing he did was to avoid the place he was at. He did not know if this place would be ambushed by the eternal race like De Shi Kong. The astral source jumped at his fingertips, producing specks of light, but they were quickly drowned out by the darkness. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. The darkness seemed to be consciously devouring the light. Not only the light, but even the astral source that emitted the light was swallowed up. This was a spacetime that ate people. He tried several times. Whether it was using tools to produce flames to emit light or using power to produce light, they were all swallowed up by the darkness. This was within the starry sky. However, the starry sky was like a dark monster that constantly devoured everything. No wonder it was called the dark spacetime. It was a creepy darkness. There was no light and he could not see. Lu Yin could only use his domain to perceive, but gradually he found that even his domain was swallowed up by the darkness. This spacetime was too strange. Yesterday, I was happy to have a daughter. Thank you for your support. When I stabilize, I will update more. Thank you. That Lu Yin was clearly in Da Shi Kong. How could he not know? He thought that these people did not know Lu Yin, but these people had a deep impression of Lu Yin. Lu Yin had almost given the green light to De Shi Kong. Danpu was helpless. He wanted to find a place to gather information, but he was told that there was no such place. He could only go to the nearby Gemini spacetime to find Lu Yin. As soon as he contacted Bodhi Sage and mentioned Lu Yin's name, someone in the Gemini universe's intelligence gathering place told him that Lu Yin had gone to the dark spacetime. Danpu was furious. Why did this Lu Yin have to go to the dark spacetime? He asked Bodhi Sage, but Bodhi Sage did not tell him the reason. Instead, he was curious as to why Danpu was looking for Lu Yin. Danpu naturally did not say anything and hurriedly went to the dark spacetime. The Lost Clan was well aware of the chaos in the dark spacetime. There were extreme powerhouses of the Eternals there, and they were not ordinary powerhouses. This Lu Yin was really troublesome. In the dark spacetime, Lu Yin constantly released his domain, sometimes withdrawing it and sometimes releasing it. He had been here for more than 10 days, but he had not seen a single person. He did not just stay on the previous continent, he also wanted to take a look at the dark spacetime. With his strength, it was fine to be careful. Finally, 5 days later, he saw a battlefield. If not for the strangeness of the dark spacetime, he would have discovered this battlefield the day he arrived. Although it was called a battlefield, it was completely different from an ordinary one. It was like a beehive. The 6 clan cultivators, Umbra men and Eternal's corpse kings all hid, probed, and ambushed each other. It was completely different from a normal battlefield. Lu Yin scanned the area with his domain, and only one 6 clan cultivator was able to sense it. This person also cultivated a domain. In the 6 clan, almost no one cultivated a domain, so this person should be from the reincarnation spacetime. F***CK, which bastard is so brazen as to search the battlefield? Isn't he afraid of being killed? Those corpse kings can sense this kind of power, but I won't respond. It's probably a rookie who just entered the battlefield. The sooner he dies, the better. In a corner of the beehive, a man with a ferocious expression and a long blade laid across his chest stared ahead with bloodshot eyes. Behind him were 3 stone walls, and only the front was wide enough for others to pass through. It could only allow one person to pass through, and further ahead was a cliff. This was the perfect location that this person had found, and he had already ambushed and killed 5 corpse kings and 1 Umbra man here. Killing 5 corpse kings was not an easy task. The corpse kings that could enter the dark spacetime were not ordinary corpse kings, but ones that had been specifically chosen for the dark spacetime. Some corpse kings had strange innate gifts, while others had strange battle techniques. In short, they were very difficult to deal with. The man gripped his blade tightly. He had already been in the dark spacetime for more than a year, and he still had nearly 9 years left. The man did not even know if he could survive, and his chances of survival were slim. He also wanted to escape from the dark spacetime, but he could not find the portal. Even if he did, whether or not he could escape was another matter altogether. Even if he was only 1,000 meters away from the portal, this distance was still a dead end. Please don't come, please don't come, please don't come. The man kept muttering to himself, hoping that no corpse kings or Umbra man would come. Even if he stayed in this location for a full 10 years, he did not plan on killing anymore, as this was enough. At this moment, the air in front of him moved and the man's eyes widened. Someone? Oh. Although he could not see, cultivators had many ways to sense their surroundings. The man was an explorer and had also cultivated a domain, so he was confident that he had a 30% chance of returning alive from the dark spacetime. Their domains collided and the man's eyes trembled. Was that bastard? He raised his blade and slashed out. Aside from himself, everyone in the dark spacetime was an enemy. The blade stopped moving, unable to advance any further. You're even killing your own people. How vile, Lu Yin said as he stared coldly at the man. The man exerted all his strength, but his blade still could not advance. He knew that he had run into an expert and hurriedly retreated. However, there was a wall behind him that prevented him from moving. Let's talk nicely. I don't have any ill intentions, the man said hoarsely. Lu Yin did not care about him, and he continued to stare at the wall behind the man. There was no light and the darkness on the wall seemed even deeper. The darkness there could move. Is this the Umbra man's power? Lu Yin suddenly pressed against the wall with one hand, and it felt as if he was pressing against the darkness. It was bone-chilling to the touch, and even though darkness did not have any heat, this darkness was bone-chilling. The man suddenly turned around and was shocked. The Umbra man, the wall behind him shattered, and a figure rushed out and fled into the distance. The Umbra man was no different from a normal person. The only difference was that his eyes did not have pupils, only an eyeball. This kind of eye could not see light even in normal spacetime, so it was very suitable for the dark spacetime. Luin disappeared. This Umbra man had wanted to kill that man, who was a cultivator from the Six Direction Association. Although he was vile and not a good person, the Umbra man had attacked him, which meant that the Umbra man was an enemy. The Umbra man wanted to see what was going on. Was the Umbra man treating the Everlasting Tribe and the Six Direction Association as enemies, or was he siding with the Everlasting Tribe? Luin had captured too many spies, and when he saw this scene he subconsciously wanted to attack. The Umbra man's escape method was very strange. It was as if he was swimming in the darkness and his speed was extremely fast. He was not relying on himself but the darkness. This was a race that lived in the darkness. However, it was useless no matter how fast the Umbra man fled. Luin raised his foot and blocked his path. The Umbra man turned around from afar. He knew that he was blocking the path. Suddenly, a pebble shot towards the Umbra man. He hurriedly dodged, but the pebble suddenly stopped and then exploded. Countless particles shot out in all directions and pierced through the Umbra man's body. The Umbra man was heavily injured and spat out blood as he fell to the ground. Another pebble shot out in the same direction, and it also exploded and shot out in all directions. If the Umbra man was hit again, he would definitely die. Luin appeared beside the Umbra man and grabbed him with one hand. The particles stopped around him and then shot back in the direction they had come from. Below them, a particle smashed through a corpse king's head, killing it instantly. Lu Yin's domain swept through the area, and he had just witnessed a good show of a chaotic battle. The commotion that had just occurred had completely ignited the entire area. All sorts of attacks were directed towards Lu Yin's direction, each one carrying a strange and murderous intent. There was even a card that belonged to the Lost Clan. Lu Yin stepped forward and brought the Umbra man to a corner far away from where they had just been. The Umbra man fell to the ground and coughed up blood. He painfully clutched at the places on his body that had been pierced by the particles, and he continued to bleed profusely. "Why did you kill that person?" Luin asked. The Umbra man panted heavily and looked up. In this lightless space, he stared at Luin with great precision. None of them had pupils, but Luin felt as if he was being stared at. "They're all enemies." Luin frowned. Were they all enemies? That's right, this person had just been killed by the Everlasting Tribe. At the very least, this proved that he was not from the Everlasting Tribe. The Lost Clan and the other cultivators from the Six Paths Society had not hesitated to attack the Umbra man. They did not distinguish between friend and foe. Aside from themselves, everyone was an enemy. Cough cough. The Umbra man was heavily injured, and Luin discovered something strange. The Umbra man's wounds had been swallowed up by the darkness. It was not difficult to find the Shadowman Patriarch. He just needed to find a Shadowman to lead the way. The Shadowmen were not corpse kings. They were also afraid of death. Luin only needed to threaten them a little and they would lead him through the dark spacetime. There was nothing more convenient than having a Shadowman lead the way. In fact, if the Shadowmen did not have this characteristic of not being able to distinguish between friend and foe, they could work together to deal with the corpse kings. This spacetime would be much easier to deal with. The Shadowman Patriarch was called Dark Nine. He lived on an extremely deep and dark land. The closer one got to the land, the colder and darker it felt. This land was called the Dark Domain. It was the land where the Shadowmen lived. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2753. On the way here, Luin had learned a lot about the Shadowman, including a book called the Tome of Darkness. Rumor had it that the dark spacetime had once given birth to an extremely powerful being, and it was that extremely powerful being who had caused the dark spacetime to become like this. The darkness did not exist in the first place. It was the power of that extremely powerful expert to change the world. They were all the descendants of that ultimate ranker and had devoted their entire lives to searching for the grimoire of darkness. Once they found it, they would be able to transform and become ultimate rankers. They would then be able to easily wipe out all their enemies in the dark time and space. Their so-called enemies weren't just the Eternals, but also the Six Direction Society. Luin had also asked the Shadowmen why they were hostile towards the Six Direction Society. This Shadowman's answer was the same as the previous one. It was not hostile, but a habit formed from years of fighting. However, the first Shadowman he had met had told him that they were all enemies. The Umbra men did not have pupils, so Luin could not see through them. However, Luin felt that these Umbra men were not telling the truth at all. Just as the lost tribesmen had said, They were cunning and despicable. If it was the Six Direction Guild that had brought the Eternals into the dark spacetime and brought war to them, they could view the Six Direction Guild as an enemy. However, the Six Direction Guild was clearly supporting them. This answer might be obtained from Ngio, but the premise was that they had to talk to Ngio as an equal. Very few of the Six Direction Society's cultivators had seen Ngio. The attitude of the Dark Shadow Men had struck fear into the hearts of the Six Direction Society's cultivators. They were afraid that they would be besieged by the Dark Shadow Men. Even half-martial ancestors didn't dare to do so. Bodhi Saint's information only recorded that only an extremely powerful expert had come into contact with the Dark Shadow Human Patriarch, but that was a long time ago. In fact, the Six Paths Guild had already given up on the dark spacetime, so the reinforcements they sent were all heinous criminals. Only the Lost Clan had volunteered to come here as a trial. Lu Yin stepped onto the tenebrous domain and extended his domain outwards. On this continent, the darkness engulfed his domain at a rate that was several times faster than in other places. Lu Yin had to constantly shrink and release his domain before he could barely maintain it. Yi Shiwen also discovered that there were many experts among the Dark Shadow Men. One of them was a half-martial ancestor. Yi Shiwen had noticed him the moment he stepped into the dark domain. However, that half-martial ancestor expert didn't make a move. Perhaps he thought that everything was under control? It was already a few days later when Lu Yin successfully met Anjio. Anjio seemed to be trying to intimidate Lu Yin. The moment Lu Yin arrived, the surrounding darkness transformed into a giant beast that wanted to swallow Lu Yin whole. The shadow man that Lu Yin had forced to lead the way hurriedly ran away, turning around to glare at Lu Yin. Lu Yin allowed the deep darkness to attack him. Patriarch Anjio, is this how the shadow men treat their guests? The darkness corrosion had already swallowed half of his body, and the bone-chilling sensation was the same as someone holding a knife to their neck. For the shadow men, once they were affected by the darkness corrosion, their life and death were in their hands. Ngio clasped his hands behind his back and unscrupulously released the might of a half-martial ancestor. Who are you? Why do you want to see me? I represent the Six Direction Society, Lu Yin said directly. A mere immortal transformation realm cultivator dares to be impudent to me. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The strongest elder and patriarch of the Shadow Men were injured, and the other was captured. They could not resist at all. A long time ago, Lu Yin could be unrestrained at the half-martial ancestor realm. Even Fate Lady, one of the 12 Heavenly Gate sect masters recognized by the Above Heavens era, was not worthy of his attention, let alone Ngio. The Shadowman's power was very strange, but the only effect it had on Lu Yin was that he could not see. At most, his power would be swallowed by the darkness, but how much could it swallow? It was more likely that the legendary powerhouse of the dark spacetime had come. The Shadowman's lifelong pursuit of power could suppress Lu Yin. Otherwise they would be like ants in front of Lu Yin. A half-martial ancestor was just a slightly bigger ant. All the Shadow Men were stunned. They lay on the ground in shock and the fear in their hearts spread. They wanted to escape but did not dare to. The half-martial ancestor old man spat out a mouthful of blood. Senior, please spare our lives. It's our fault for being rude. He was clearly a half-martial ancestor, but he displayed his fear of death vividly. Lu Yin understood the Shadow Men more and more. They were hypocritical, afraid of death, despicable, sinister, and righteous. It was as if this space-time represented darkness. There was no need to be polite when dealing with them. It was best to use force. Ngio was grabbed by the neck and could not make a sound. He kept patting Lu Yin's arm with both hands, begging for mercy. Lu Yin casually threw Ngio to the ground. What else do you want to ask now? Ngio waved his hand and coughed. No more questions. Senior, whatever you say is what it is. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. If you are so afraid of death, why are you still hostile to the Six Forces? Aren't you afraid that the Six Forces will send a powerhouse to destroy you? Ngio coughed and wanted to say something but no words came out. The half-martial ancestor old man said bitterly, the powerhouses of the Six Forces can't see us at all. The darkness domain is like an extension of our bodies. We can sense the arrival of powerhouses, but who would have thought? The old man did not say anything but Lu Yin knew what he wanted to say. Who would have thought that a monster like him would appear? Suppressing a half-martial ancestor with a cultivation at the Sixth Tribulation origin stage was not something that could happen in the Six Forces. Ngio finally calmed down. Back then the Six Forces sent someone to meet us. That person's cultivation is similar to Senior's. We did not meet him because he was called the perfect young master. We were not sure of his strength, so we did not meet him. Then why did you meet me? There must be a problem if I took the initiative to meet you. Luin asked. It seemed like the six forces had thought of ways to deal with the Shadow Men, but they had no choice. The Shadow Men were too cautious. And Gio said helplessly, we were too careless. Luin looked down at him. Seamless steps, how did you get it? And Gio was shocked. You are here to ask this? You are not here to represent the six forces? I'll ask and you'll answer. If there's even one sentence of nonsense, you don't need to live anymore. Lu Yin's tone turned cold, scaring Gio into nodding. The seamless steps came from the Tome of Darkness. It was left behind by our ancestor. The Tome of Darkness recorded all kinds of battle techniques, but unfortunately, it disappeared with our ancestor. We are also looking for the Tome of Darkness, and Gio answered. Lu Yin frowned. Tome of Darkness? There didn't seem to be anyone in the Genesis space who cultivated such a dark energy. The one that resembled it the most was the Death God. However, that was Death Chi, which was completely different from this darkness. This was a kind of energy that devoured light. It was not as tyrannical as Death Chi. Other than the reverse steps, use all the battle techniques you know, Lu Yin said. And Gio did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly displayed his battle techniques. At the same time, Dan Pu also made a round in the darkness space, but she couldn't find Lu Yin. Left with no choice, she could only come to the darkness continent. Ever since the six forces sent experts to contact the Umbra Men, no one was able to see the Umbra Men's patriarch, and Dan Pu was no exception. The Lost Clan had many disciples training in the darkness space. Of course, they wanted to come in contact with the Umbra Men, but none succeeded. The darkness domain was too dangerous. Once he stepped in, the Umbra Men would immediately leave. He could walk freely in the darkness domain, but he couldn't find the Umbra Men's patriarch. She was worried that Lu Yin had come to the darkness domain. The Umbra Men were not simple. No matter what, she had to find them. However, Lu Yin was able to deal with Dashur Kong's ancestor Realm Corpse King. If things went wrong, the Umbra Men would be at a disadvantage. They would underestimate Lu Yin, and once they did, they would be in trouble. Thinking of this, Dan Pu headed towards the darkness domain. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2754. At the center of the tenebrous domain, Lu Yin used his domain to observe Gio and the others' battle techniques. He wanted to see if he could find any clues related to the Genesis space. Reversing step alone was not enough to determine the specific connection between this spacetime and the Genesis space. In the Genesis space, Progenitor Qin was not the first to master reversing step. He had also learned it. Every spacetime had its own characteristics. The dark spacetime was not weak, and it produced many battle techniques that were all connected to this darkness. This darkness was a type of power similar to astral sources, and Lu Yin could cultivate it if he wanted. As he thought about it, he did not realize that the darkness in the tenebrous domain was growing deeper as Gio used his technique. It was originally impossible to see clearly here, and it was even darker than the sky. Now it was even darker. Gio suppressed his breathing to prevent himself from showing any abnormalities. He was indeed using his technique, but its only use was to awaken the progenitor. The dark spacetime had an extremely strong powerhouse, the progenitor who had lived for countless years. Reversing step did not come from the Tome of Darkness, but from that progenitor. Only the progenitor could deal with this person. According to the progenitor's instructions, any outsider who threatened the dark spacetime was to be killed, regardless of their status. This was the reason why the Shadow Men had attacked the everlasting race in the Six-Way Society. They were following the progenitor's instructions. Lu Yin did not sense anything as he did not understand the Shadow Men. Even the lost race, who understood the dark spacetime best, did not know all of their battle techniques. It was only when an invisible danger descended that Lu Yin was alerted. He looked down and saw that the danger was coming from beneath his feet. How had his domain been swallowed up so quickly? Even though his domain was constantly being swallowed up by the darkness, Lu Yin relied on his freedom of manipulation to barely maintain it. Unknowingly, however, his domain could not keep up with the speed of the darkness. Not only that, but he had also lost all understanding of the ground beneath his feet. Lu Yin did not hesitate to avoid the area and attack Gio at the same time. He knew that the problem lay with the Shadow Men. Unfortunately, it was too late. Gio suddenly knelt on the ground and muttered to himself. All the Shadow Men around him did the same. Lu Yin's feet were bound by the darkness and he could not move. What did you do? Lu Yin stared at Gio. And Gio kept muttering something that sounded like a prayer or a curse, but Lu Yin could not understand it. The sense of danger in his mind, however, grew stronger. Right now, all he wanted to do was to get as far away from this place as possible. Lu Yin could resist the darkness, but the darkness that bound his legs. Not only that, but the darkness continued to spread and engulf him. Lu Yin no longer hesitated and attacked the darkness, but his attack passed right through it. Starting from his legs, a bone-piercing cold followed by a numbness spread throughout his body. There was no doubt that this feeling belonged to the progenitor realm. The Dark Shadow clan actually had progenitor realm experts, and they were definitely not ordinary progenitor realm experts. He was able to trap his legs with just his strength. Was he being pushed back during this period of time? First, he suffered 81 slashes in the Lost Clan, and he was unable to resist or evade. Fortunately, those 81 slashes did not injure him, and he was even left with a small knife. After that, he was attacked by an Ancestor Realm Corpse King as soon as he arrived at Dashur Kong. After all, we are not facing the Everlasting Tribe. Lu Yin looked back at the Tenebrous Domain and said in a low voice. Dan Pu sighed. The ruler is not so easy to fool. Even we have to explain to the Six Direction Society's master and possibly face the Grand Empyreans. This is the dark space-time, so we can't even ask for help. Explain to the Grand Empyreans? Lu Yin did not want to face the Grand Empyreans right now. If he did, he might have to face the Shaoyin divinity. He could not be recognized. Then let's fight. Dan Pu took out her card and thought about it. Her head hurt. We can fight, but where is the person? If the Lost Clan wants to set up a trap, we have to at least find the person. Lu Yin frowned. The person? He could not find the person either. The deep darkness continued to close in on them. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Let's go to the Tenebrous Domain. The person must be there. Dan Pu nodded. I heard that you are quite bold despite your young age. Good, I hope you are not too weak. As long as we can find that old monster, I am confident that I can fight. With that, the two headed for the Tenebrous Domain. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2755. They couldn't ask for help in the dark space-time, and there was no place to gather information. They also couldn't escape from the endless battlefield. The only thing they could do was risk it all. Of course, Lu Yin would still leave if things didn't work out. He wouldn't leave his life here. As long as it wasn't something like empty void or 81 slashes that he couldn't resist, he would leave. As for explaining things to the Grand Empyreans, he would think about it later. There was no point in thinking about it if he lost his life. The Tenebrous Domain was the deepest place in the dark spacetime. Lu Yin's domain couldn't spread very far, and it was quickly swallowed up. Here he was really like a blind man. Think of a way to find that old monster. Dan Pu shouted. Lu Yin stared ahead. He had thought that darkness was just one color, but after coming here he realized that there were many colors. The darkness in front of him was undoubtedly the most dangerous. Since it was darkness, he would bring light. As he thought about it, the Divine Seal catalog appeared above his head. The golden light transformed into a sharp sword that pierced through the darkness and illuminated the Tenebrous Domain. The darkness here could swallow light, but the Divine Seal catalog was the Lu family's ultimate innate gift, and it couldn't be suppressed so easily. The golden light could even pierce through the aura of death. The first time it had appeared, it had illuminated the Astral Tree realm, the top realm, the middle realm, and the mortal realm. Now that it had appeared in the dark spacetime, it similarly illuminated the entire Tenebrous Domain and Anjio's group. The Shadow Men cried out and hurriedly dodged. They couldn't touch the light. Dan Pu was shocked. What kind of power was this? The golden light was bright but not blinding, and it carried an incomparable sacredness and supremacy. The Lost Clansmen were xenophobic, which meant that they looked down on the other parallel spacetimes of the Six Directions Association. However, this golden light allowed Dan Pu to understand Lu Yin's power. No matter what realm Lu Yin was at, this golden light represented a powerful inheritance. The golden light illuminated the Tenebrous Domain as Nong Yi walked out and planted a seed on the ground. The Tenebrous Domain shattered, and all of the Shadow Men who lived there fled. And Gio trembled. Ancestor, please wake up, Ancestor. Deep in the Tenebrous Domain, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. They were ancient and turbid, but they quickly became clear. The pupils turned and stared at the sky. The golden light pierced through the ground and illuminated an old face. The fifth mainland, the power of the Lu family. As he spoke, the ground in front of him disappeared. The darkness turned into a rainbow that pierced through the sky. The person lying on the ground sat up and let out a sigh. Anjio and the others knelt down with tears in their eyes. Greetings, Ancestor. Greetings, Patriarch. Greetings, Patriarch. Countless shadow men let out excited shouts as if they were on a pilgrimage. Luyin and Danpu looked at each other. Danpu squinted her eyes. The great clan elder had come to the dark spacetime once, and he was sure that there was an extremely strong cultivator here. The great clan elder had tried to talk to this extremely strong cultivator several times, but the other party did not wake up. In order to avoid becoming enemies, the lost clan did not forcefully awaken that extremely strong cultivator. And now that person had awakened. Luyin took a deep breath and stared at the darkness domain. The golden light was resisting the darkness. This was the light from the divine seal catalog itself and not Luyin's own power. Even Luyin himself had not known that the golden light from the divine seal catalog could resist the darkness. Beneath the dark domain, the ancient figure looked up, and in that instant, Luyin saw the other's eyes. Does he have pupils? Not the shadow man? Child of the Lu family, you awaken me. The figure spoke with a dry voice that was not very smooth. It seemed that he had not spoken for a long time. Luyin's pupils shrank. As expected, it was related to the origin space. It was not without reason that he had appeared in the dark spacetime. You recognize that I'm from the Lu family? The figure raised a hand and blocked the golden light. The Lu family's divine seal catalog. This light is still so domineering. Senior, you are? Luyin asked. Danpu held the card tightly. From the moment this figure had awakened, he had felt an indescribable sense of danger. He also felt like he was being stared at and seen through. The strange thing was that this feeling did not only come from below, but also from above, from all directions, and from the entire dark spacetime. It was as if the entire dark spacetime had been awakened with this person's awakening. He had only felt this feeling from the great clan elder. This was a monster close to the great clan elder. It was dangerous, extremely dangerous. The figure sighed and stood up. It's not important. In this universe, only a small number of people can leave their names forever. The others are just passers-by. Child, how is the sect above heaven? Luyin's eyes flashed. Senior, when you came to this spacetime, how was the sect above heaven? The figure chuckled. Young people these days are so rude. I'm clearly the one asking you. Why did you say that I have an old relationship with your Lu family? Senior has an old relationship with my Lu family? Luyin's heart skipped a beat. Was this someone from the sect above heaven? Yes, the one I came into contact with the most was Lu Bujing. After all, as one of the sect masters of the Heavenly Gate, we had many dealings. The figure smiled. Luyin was surprised. Senior is the sect master of the Heavenly Gate? It seems that you know. Luyin's expression changed. Although the sect masters of the Heavenly Gate were not progenitors in the sect above heaven, they were known to be existences that could definitely break through the progenitor realm. Even progenitors treated them with respect. Third uncle Lu Bujing was a branch of the Lu family and was highly regarded by the ancestor. The ancestor even found a way to obtain the power of destiny and was the first to cultivate the 3 young ancestral qi. The Lady of Destiny was the successor of destiny, and Hen Xan was the successor of ancient Tao Master. It could be said that as long as there were no accidents, the sect masters of the 12 heavenly gates could represent the next era. Back then, third uncle and the others had been sealed in ice until the decisive battle with the everlasting race a few years ago. They were still half-step progenitors. No matter how high their cultivation was, nothing could be seen. But just imagine, if third uncle Lu Bujing had survived until now in the sect above heaven, how strong would he be? Once the 3 young ancestral qi appeared and transformed into destiny, who could resist it? The Lady of Destiny had broken through to the progenitor realm and survived until now. Was it another destiny? Could Han Xen walk the path of ancient Tao Master? No one knew, but one thing was absolutely certain. They were very strong, very strong. The person in front of him was actually the sect master of the 12 heavenly gates in the same era as third uncle and the others. This made Luyin's scalp tingle. This was a genuine ancient powerhouse that had survived since the sect above heaven, and his seniority far surpassed progenitor Chen and the others. Just as Danpu said, this was a monster. May I ask Senior's name? Luyin stared at the figure. The figure smiled again. When did the Lu family become so despicable? As soon as he finished speaking, Danpu appeared behind him. She extended her card, but the figure disappeared. At the same time, Dan Pu, who was beside Luin, also disappeared. Luin raised his eyebrows. He had failed. You can call me Elder Mo. If you can return alive, help me tell Lu Bujing that an old friend will look for him. With that, the dark spacetime turned upside down. The people who were fighting in various parts of the spacetime were shocked to find that they could no longer control themselves. The darkness turned into a turbulent tsunami that wanted to drown the entire spacetime. The bone-chilling cold terrified everyone. Dan Pu walked out with an ugly expression and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Does this old monster have a grudge with you? Luin looked around. Nong Yi suddenly threw out a green leaf that floated forward. Elder Mo raised his finger and easily tore the leaf apart. Today, I want to see if the Lu family's God investiture catalog can be devoured. Dan Pu's gaze was fierce and a card appeared beside Elder Mo. It was his card. He thought that Elder Mo would be attracted by the card, but the darkness blocked the card and gradually drowned it. This old monster is on the same level as the Great Elder. Let's run, Dan Pu reminded softly. Luin also wanted to run. This old monster was definitely someone who had touched the universe's laws. In the words of Ultra Spacetime, he was a powerhouse who could touch the sequence particles. This kind of powerhouse surpassed the 9 mountains and 8 seas and was probably infinitely close to the 3 realms and 6 daos. He was not someone they could deal with. Dan Pu did not even want the card. Suddenly, the two of them stared behind Elder Mo. And Jiao, who was supposed to be kneeling in the dark domain and praying devoutly, had appeared out of nowhere and struck out at Elder Mo. The palm shadow split into 3 and the 3 palms merged into 1. No one expected him to attack Elder Mo. He was the leader of the Umbra humans and he was the one who had awakened Elder Mo. And Jiao's gaze changed when the palm penetrated Elder Mo's body. Elder Mo turned around and looked at Jiao. Are you being controlled? Another rat. Luin was alert. Control? His first thought was Ching Kong. However, Dan Pu said an unfamiliar name. Someone from the Thousand Faces Bureau. Luin did not understand. Dan Pu did not explain and simply pointed below. The Umbra humans charged into the sky and attacked Elder Mo. These Umbra humans were not very strong, but their battle prowess seemed to have suddenly increased. There were more than 1,000 of them attacking Elder Mo. Elder Mo frowned. Reckless. As he spoke, boundless darkness devoured the distance. He stared in one direction as the darkness turned into a sharp blade that cut through spacetime, splitting the dark spacetime into 2. The huge spacetime was like a toy in his palm. In the distance, a smear of red appeared and swept over. And Jiao's 11 palms combined into 1, Lu Yin's slippers, Nong Yi's farming battle technique, and Dan Pu's Lost Clan's killing battle technique. 3 forces charged towards Elder Mo. Elder Mo sneered. It's just a mere rat, yet it was dealt with so easily by you. What's the point of cultivating to such a level? With that he raised his head. Absolute darkness. As soon as he finished speaking, and Jiao's 11 palms changed direction. Luin and Dan Pu could not see any light at all. Whether it was the golden light of the God-sealing catalog or the red light of the divine power, they all disappeared in an instant. No, if Elder Mo could swallow these lights in an instant, he would not have needed to drag it out for so long. He did not swallow the light but instead deprived them of the light they could see. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. Elder Mo was a monster who had touched the level of sequence particles, and it was equivalent to seeing the universe's operating rules. The universe operated and everything had order to it. The big ones were birth, old age, sickness and death, light, darkness, karma and reincarnation. The small ones were the joys and sorrows, and even leaving footprints on the ground when one walked. These were all rules that formed the universe's operation. As for Elder Mo, he should have deprived them of their vision of light and darkness. This was not the witch spirit god's 5 senses being transferred or deprived, but similar to Wensansi's deprivation of some kind of cognition. The difference was that Wensansi relied on his talent to bring out his talent to the extreme, while Elder Mo relied on his cultivation. Some people were born with the ability to control space, and some people could also control space when they cultivated to the extreme. This was the unification of 10,000 daos. You do not understand what kind of power I have. Even during the glorious era of the Above Heavens sect, only a few people from the 3 realms and 6 daos could grasp this power. I have been in a deep slumber since the Above Heavens sect era, completely immersed in darkness. I have finally achieved great success, and even if the Lu family's son had not awakened me, I would have awakened soon. As a reward, I will let you experience the true limits of cultivation. Everyone says that man can conquer the heavens, but how can man conquer the heavens? Man is just a speck of dust in the heavens operation. You are all dust and only I can touch the rules. To you, I am the heavens, the dark heavens. Bang. Luin and the rest could not see it, but they could hear it. Elder Mo had shattered Anjio. He did not need these shadow men, and they could not even be considered his descendants. They had only cultivated with the power he had left behind, and now, they had degenerated into a useless race that did not even have eyes. Intense pain engulfed his nerves, and Dan Pu groaned as he spat out a mouthful of blood. It must be painful. Although I have not interacted with it, I know that there is an old fellow from the Lost Clan from the Six Paths Society who wanted to communicate with me, but I disdained to speak with him. Elder Mo raised his hand and a card appeared in his palm. How can an opportunistic power compare to my primordial space? He then looked at Lu Yin. Lu family's son, is Lu Bujing still alive? Lu Yin's body began to dry up. He had used things move in the opposite, and it seemed that this old monster would not kill him. Since that was the case, as long as it did not exceed the limits of things move in the opposite, he would not be affected. Yes. What's your cultivation? Half ancestor. Elder Mo raised his brows and stared at Lu Yin with a strange expression. Half ancestor? Are you joking with me? Lu Yin asked, did you know that third uncle and the others went missing? Elder Mo replied, of course. A group of people went missing and it was not just him. Even a few Taoists went missing. Third uncle and the others were sealed in ice and only unsealed a few decades ago. Their cultivation is no different from the above heavens sect era. If you want to see them, I can take you there. Elder Mo laughed. Interesting, this is interesting. Aha, of course I want to see them. I must see them. Do you want to live? Lu Yin admitted it directly. Of course I want to live. Senior Dan Pu beside me, please don't make things difficult for her. Elder Mo did not care. It's just a rat, and there's even a rat struggling on the verge of death. I want to see where he can escape to. In the distance, a pair of scarlet eyes looked in the direction of the tenebrous domain. Darkness fell in all directions, making it impossible for him to escape. He was the person from the Thousand Faces game that Dan Pu had mentioned, the progenitor that the Eternals had placed in the dark spacetime. The Lost Clan knew of Elder Mo's existence, and so did the Eternals. Seeing that he could not escape, the person from the Thousand Faces game simply headed towards the tenebrous domain and saw Elder Mo, Lu Yin, and Dan Pu. Elder Mo looked at him playfully. Not running anymore? The person from the Thousand Faces game was a pale corpse king with an ordinary appearance. He stared at Elder Mo with his scarlet eyes. You called me a rat? You are the same. Elder Mo narrowed his eyes. I'm well aware of your background. Back then you betrayed Wu Tian and hid here to find Wu Tian's relics. Elder Mo glared. Impudent. The darkness turned into the sky and smashed down, suppressing the person from the Thousand Faces game. The person from the Thousand Faces game grinned. The undying God sent me to greet you and give you a chance to join the Eternals. No one in the human race will forgive your past. Lu Yin moved his finger. Wu Tian's relics? This Elder Mo betrayed Wu Tian? Elder Mo snorted. This old man will not return to the origin space, nor will I rely on you monsters. Although he had been asleep for many years, he still knew about the outside world. He knew about the Six Directions Guild, the Lost Clan, and the Seven Sky Gods. The person from the Thousand Faces game growled and laughed. You hid here for so many years and called us monsters. Look at what kind of monsters you raised. They don't even have eyes. A rat like you is not allowed to speak nonsense. Elder Mo pointed, and the darkness pierced through the person's heart. His control over the darkness was too strong, and every attack was enough to instantly kill an ordinary progenitor. The person from the Thousand Faces game glanced at Lu Yin and Dan Pu. The two of them were trapped in the darkness and could not help him at all. He had to delay this person and wait for that lord to arrive. The darkness could not be broken through. This was a power on the same level as that lord, so he could only attack the main body directly. Then, outside the invisible form of power, a layer of red appeared, drawing red lines for his consciousness. At this moment, his consciousness had completely changed. There was a qualitative change which caused Elder Mo's expression to change drastically. Once any power was fused with God power, it would no longer be ordinary. The clan knows that you're looking for Wu Tian's remnants in this space-time. It should be the power of the Heaven's Eye. When Wu Tian disappeared for a period of time and reappeared, the Heaven's Eye dimmed. He should have stripped the Heaven's Eye's power and left it somewhere right here, right? The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau asked. His voice was hoarse and low as he probed. Elder Mo sneered. There's only one Heaven's Eye, and it died with Wu Tian. Where did it come from? Then what have you been looking for in this spacetime for so many years? The person from the Thousand Faces Bureau controlled his consciousness and swept it towards Elder Mo. This time, Elder Mo didn't dare to take it head-on. He didn't even know how terrifying his consciousness was at this moment. On the other side, Lu Yin listened quietly. Only then did he realize that the power that had suddenly appeared was consciousness. Consciousness. He had fused with so many people through the Dai's enhance, and it could be considered cultivation. How was it possible to control him through consciousness? This person from the Thousand Faces Bureau could control others through consciousness, which meant that this power could be cultivated. Since Lu Yin could suppress this power, could he also cultivate like this person? Lu Yin hid this thought in the depths of his heart and took out the bone spur from his cosmic ring. These two people didn't try to hide their conversation, and he had heard it as well. If the person from the Thousand Faces Bureau was right, then Elder Mo had betrayed Wu Tian and stayed in this spacetime to search for Wu Tian's Heaven's Eye. In that case, Lu Yin's bone spur might be able to find it. This was what the Void Master had said. When Lu Yin had obtained the bone spur, he had said that it might be able to help him find Wu Tian's Heaven's Eye. As soon as the bone spur appeared, Lu Yin didn't even have time to react before it rushed in a certain direction and quickly disappeared with Lu Yin. Dan Pu didn't know that Lu Yin was gone. He was still struggling in the darkness and slowly retreating, but he knew that it was useless no matter where he went. Elder Mo was on guard against consciousness, and the person from the Thousand Faces Bureau kept an eye on Elder Mo. Neither of them cared about Lu Yin's disappearance. As long as he was in this spacetime, Lu Yin would not be able to escape. This was Elder Mo's confidence. At his level, if he wanted to deal with someone, how could the other party escape by tearing through the void? This entire spacetime was under his control. Lu Yin was dragged by the bone spur and circled around before heading to the other side of the tenebrous domain. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2758. Lu Yin was shocked. Through the Heaven's Eye, he could see that Elder Mo had mobilized those particles, causing darkness to descend and devour everything. This was the power that he should have. Elder Mo had gone completely mad. He had been in the dark spacetime for countless years, ever since the era of the Above Heaven sect, all for the sake of searching for the Heaven's Eye. He had paid a great price, but he had still not found it. Now it had been obtained by a little rat that had just arrived. What angered him even more was that this little rat had wanted to escape, but he had not allowed him to. This little rat from the Lu family. You're courting death. Elder Mo roared, and the darkness deepened, suppressing everything except for the Heaven's Eye's light. The more this was so, the more Elder Mo felt indignant. He knew how powerful Wu Tian's Heaven's Eye was, and it was precisely because of it that Wu Tian was as famous as the Grim Reaper and Fate, becoming one of the three realms. The Grim Reaper created death chi and Fate could see the future. Only Wu Tian cultivated the progenitor Astral source, which was nothing special. However, such an ordinary person had created Wu Tian's Heaven's Eye, which was on par with the Grim Reaper and Fate. It had broken through all methods of using weapons and opened up a new era for humans. It had been widely used and it had become a pioneer for humans. No, he had to obtain Wu Tian's Heaven's Eye. Elder Mo ignored the person in the Thousand Faces game and transformed into darkness, instantly arriving in front of Lu Yin. He did not dare to use too much strength, as he was afraid that he would kill Lu Yin and cause the Heaven's Eye to disappear again. The Heaven's Eye had a power that prevented him from finding it, and that was Wu Tian's punishment. Perhaps he could only snatch the Heaven's Eye from this person. The more Elder Mo thought about it, the more he felt that this person had appeared not to compete with him for the Heaven's Eye, but rather to help him obtain it. Lu Yin watched as Elder Mo appeared. That unbelievable power was not something that he could contend against. The only thing he could do was take out the Eternal Darkness card and take a gamble. It was impossible to use the card to lure Elder Mo in. Lu Yin entered the card first, and Elder Mo followed without hesitation. Did the Lost Clan have a card that could trap him? Unless that old fellow from the Lost Clan appeared, no one else could. The Eternal Darkness card was a 7-star archaic card, and in theory, it could kill a progenitor. However, unless Lu Yin was on the same level as Elder Mo, it would be difficult to deal with him. More importantly, the trap of the Eternal Darkness card was the same as Elder Mo's power, which was to prevent others from seeing the light. How could this kind of power defeat Elder Mo? When Elder Mo entered the Eternal Darkness card, he couldn't help but mock. You actually want to use the same power to deal with this old man? Son of the Lu clan, you are even more stupid than Lu Bujing. Lu Yin had no other choice as he had only wanted to buy some time. However, after entering the Eternal Darkness card, he discovered that the particles that connected Elder Mo to time and space no longer existed. What was going on? Could it be that this card can isolate sequence particles? Yes, this was a 7-star ancient card. According to the Division of Human Cultivation, this card was likely to correspond to the peak of humanity. It might not correspond to ancestors or Grand Empyreans, but it should at least correspond to the 3 realms and 6 Dao level. It wasn't impossible for a card of that level to isolate sequence particles. After entering, Elder Mo also realized that something was amiss. The power that he was so proud of, which was infinitely close to martial heaven, was actually useless. What kind of card is this? Lu Yin held the slipper in his hand and took a step forward, slamming it down on the man's head. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, this card was equivalent to limiting Elder Mo's greatest strength. Although the current Elder Mo was also incomparably powerful and wasn't someone that Lu Yin could deal with one-on-one, at least he didn't feel despair. After realizing that he couldn't use his peak strength, Elder Mo's vigilance immediately increased. In this space of absolute darkness, Lu Yin could see with his heaven's eye, but Elder Mo could also see with his own body. Although the darkness isolated the light, the darkness was equivalent to his arms and limbs, and he could sense all movements. Do you really think that you can defeat me with your methods? Little rat of the Lu clan, you think too highly of yourself. Not only did Elder Mo avoid the slap of the slipper, but he also instantly appeared behind Lu Yin. He pointed a finger forward, but the void retreated in an inverted cone shape and pulled Lu Yin back. This kind of finger force that compressed the void and formed a charging force was abnormally powerful. Lu Yin used reverse steps and disrupted spacetime to escape. Elder Mo was surprised. Reverse steps? No wonder you could obtain the Heaven's Eye. You obtained the power of Wu Xing. After saying that, his figure flickered and he also used reverse steps to disrupt the void without affecting time. Compared to his attainments in reverse steps, Lu Yin was clearly stronger. You actually disrupted spacetime? Elder Mo exclaimed. Lu Yin looked back. Old monster, did you betray Wu Tian? Can you believe the words of an eternal? If Wu Tian finds out that you're working together with a corpse king, he'll definitely clean you up. Elder Mo sneered. He raised a hand, and the darkness condensed and suppressed from all directions. A familiar feeling washed over Lu Yin. It was the same feeling that Lu Yin and Dan Pu had felt when they had been robbed of their light. However, Elder Mo should not be robbing them of their light at this moment. His strength could not conceal the Heaven's Eye, so his current attack would definitely be an attack on Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin stared at Elder Mo, and the Heaven's Eye flickered. Elder Mo's actions extended infinitely and connected to the Heaven's Eye. In an instant, Lu Yin clearly saw all of Elder Mo's actions, and a clear feeling caused his mind to turn cold. He continuously analyzed Elder Mo's actions. This was Wu Fa. Using the Heaven's Eye to analyze Wu Fa, this was the complete Wu Fa Heaven's Eye. Elder Mo's level was extremely high, but he had not touched upon the level of the sequence particles within the card. Although he was a peak progenitor at this moment, far surpassing Lu Yin, Dan Pu and the others, he was still analyzed by Wu Fa's Heaven's Eye. Lu Yin used reverse steps. Although the darkness was clearly enveloping him from all directions, he still managed to avoid it. He avoided it from an impossible angle. And this angle had been analyzed from Elder Mo's actions. Elder Mo was shocked. He had actually avoided it? His gaze burned. This was the power of Wu Fa's Heaven's Eye. It could find possibilities from the impossible and see through all flaws. Even if this person was at the 6th origin tribulation stage, he could still find the flaws of a powerhouse like Elder Mo. How could he not be greedy for such power? He had betrayed Wu Tian for this power, and this was a power that he had dreamed of obtaining. With his current strength, once he obtained Wu Fa's Heaven's Eye, he would become a second Wu Tian. Even if Wu Tian had been alive, he might not have been able to defeat Lu Yin. Hand over Wu Fa's Heaven's Eye, Elder Mo barked. Sink. The darkness collapsed and Lu Yin stared at Elder Mo. This was the ancestral world. The entire Eternal Darkness card had collapsed, and there was nowhere to hide. Lu Yin shouted, "Old freak, if you dare to kill me, I'll destroy Wu Fei's Heaven's Eye first. Elder Mo sneered. You can destroy Wu Fei's Heaven's Eye? Luyin took out the bone spur. This was the one that led me to Wu Fei's Heaven's Eye. It came from the Void God spacetime. Didn't you know that Wu Tian and the Void God were good friends? Elder Mo stared at the bone spike as darkness twisted around it. There was no mistake, this was indeed Wu Tian's power. He had also seen it when Wu Fei had been dragged away. This was it. For a moment he could not be sure. Luyin aimed the bone spike at his forehead. At worst we'll just die together. If I die, you can forget about obtaining Wu Fei's Heaven's Eye. Elder Mo stared at Luyin. Do you want to die? No. Hand over Wu Fei's Heaven's Eye, and I'll let you live. Luyin mocked. Old freak, you're smart, but I'm not stupid. Do you think I'll believe you? You have no other choice, Elder Mo said coldly. Luyin shook his head. I have a choice. Let me go. You're joking. Elder Mo stepped forward and Luyin went on guard. Darkness surged from behind him and Luyin turned around and struck out with a palm. A blackish-purple substance spread out as he visualized the Akalanatha Heavenly King Elephant. His palm struck out and the void exploded. He had long since prepared for this. Elder Mo would not allow him to threaten him, and he would definitely have various methods. Elder Mo did not expect Luyin to be able to block the attack of the darkness. The power of the attack was not too strong, so it would not injure the Heaven's Eye, but it was not too weak either. It should have been able to cause this kid to lose his ability to fight, but Luyin had actually blocked it. How did you learn it? Luyin raised his hand and waved it. I learned it. Elder Mo exclaimed. The Third Mainland's ancient Tao master created a unique cultivation method. With a mortal body, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a progenitor. However, only he and Hen Xin succeeded in cultivating that power. You actually succeeded as well. I have to say that the Lu family has produced a genius. Your talent is definitely not below Lu Tianyi's. With such talent, it would be a pity if you died. Hand over Wu Fei's Heaven's Eye, and I can swear that I won't touch you. In fact, I can even promise to do something for you as long as you hand it over. Luyin was tempted. Really? Absolutely. Elder Mo's eyes blazed. He could pay a lot for Wu Fei's Heaven's Eye. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Let me think about it. Elder Mo frowned. What are you thinking about? The higher one's cultivation, the less likely they are to swear. Especially at my level, an oath involves karma. It involves a level that you can't understand. Unless it's absolutely necessary, no one will easily make a promise. Luyin shook his head. But at your level, that kind of karma can be broken, right? Elder Mo's eyes widened. Broken? That involves the laws of the universe. The particles seemed to have formed naturally and were difficult to shake, as only Elder Mo himself could move them. Darkness descended once again. Luyin was helpless. He could not win at all. Up until now, Elder Mo was not even injured. This old monster. If the era of the above sky sect in the origin space had not been shattered, Luyin could not imagine how powerful the leaders of the 12 Elysian Gates were. He could not imagine how powerful the powerhouses who had surpassed the 12 Elysian Gates were, such as the 9 mountains and 8 seas, the 3 realms and the 6 Daos of that era. With a direct comparison, Luyin finally understood how powerful the 7 sky gods were. The ancestral Mang had also survived from that era until now. It was incomparably powerful, but it still could not deal with the undying god. It could only hold it in place. This was the 7 sky gods. The 7 sky gods were old monsters, and Elder Mo was also an old monster. The sun-like divine power moved. It was no longer the red light that was being drawn, but the entire divine power was being drawn by the people from the Thousand Faces game. They collided with Elder Mo. Luyin opened his celestial eye and found Dan Pu's card in the darkness. He moved the spatial lines and appeared beside the card. He grabbed it and then found Dan Pu. Ever since Elder Mo made them unable to see the light, Dan Pu had been crippled. Without the card, his battle power had been reduced by half. If he could not see the light, he did not dare to move. It was meaningless. He might as well stay where he was and guard the space. When Luyin appeared, Dan Pu instinctively attacked. It's me, Luyin growled. Dan Pu stopped and warned, don't move. Luyin was speechless. What's the difference? He handed the card to Dan Pu. Dan Pu felt the card and hurriedly took it. She was surprised. You found it? She had thought that the card was gone and felt her heart ache. Let's leave quickly. Lu Yin tore through the void and tried to escape again. However, the darkness was all-pervasive. This space-time was under Elder Mo's control, and there was no way to escape. Elder Mo avoided the divine power. What a waste of time. I'll let you experience true darkness. Great dark sky. With a rumble, Elder Mo growled. The originally dark space-time suddenly shook. Immediately after, the sky above their heads descended. The dark sky replaced the stars and pressed down on the entire dark space-time. Lu Yin was shocked. Old monster, if you attack again I'll destroy my celestial eye. Elder Mo sneered. He could not use the great dark sky inside the card and could only be threatened by Lu Yin. However, the great dark sky had already descended, and it was too late. In the world of darkness only I am supreme. In an instant, everyone in the dark space-time collapsed. Their bodies were invaded by the darkness. Whether it was their consciousness or their physical body, they sank into the darkness. Whether it was humans, creatures, or even stars, they all sank into the darkness in an instant. It was as if time had stopped. Lu Yin, Dan Pu, and the people from the Thousand Faces game were no exception. They all collapsed, unable to resist. Only the divine power was still floating. No matter how strong the darkness was, it could not swallow the divine power. The divine power was like a sun floating in the darkness. As the people from the Thousand Faces game fell, it floated aimlessly. Elder Mo glanced at the fallen Lu Yin and looked at the divine power. No home? It's good to stay here. Let the Six Paths Guild think that it was the eternal race who did it. He looked around. There's no need to stay in this dark space-time. With that, he headed in Lu Yin's direction. He did not kill Dan Pu or the people from the Thousand Faces game. These two represented the lost tribe and the eternal race. They would be useful at critical moments. Lu Yin was even more so. He wanted to obtain the Celestial Eye first. When he obtained the Celestial Eye and became the new Wu Tian, he would have nothing to fear. As he thought about it, Elder Mo became more and more excited. He got closer and closer to Lu Yin. At this moment, the divine power that was floating aimlessly suddenly flew towards Lu Yin. The moment the person from the Thousand Faces game fell, the divine power in his body was absorbed by the sun-like divine power. His consciousness also dissipated because there was no one to control it. This was also why Elder Mo thought that the divine power had no home. It could not find a person to merge with. But no one expected that there would be divine power in Lu Yin's body. Although it was only a little, it was like a lighthouse. To the sun-like divine power, this little bit of divine power was the symbol. It rushed towards Lu Yin without hesitation. Elder Mo sensed the divine power rushing towards him and hurriedly dodged. He immediately looked at the person from the Thousand Faces game. He had clearly fainted, so how could he still attack? No, it wasn't him. The divine power did not attack Elder Mo. Instead, it followed him and rushed towards Lu Yin. Elder Mo saw it and was shocked. He hurriedly tried to stop it. However, the divine power made him apprehensive. The terror of the only true God was deeply imprinted in his heart. He did not even dare to touch it. The divine power successfully smashed into Lu Yin. Elder Mo stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Why did the divine power rush towards him? It was not an attack but more like merging with him? Wasn't this child from the Lu family? He had the power of the Lu family and cultivated the power of the Grim Reaper and the power of the Ancient Path Master. How could he be related to divine power? He stared at Lu Yin and approached him step by step. What happened to this child? The dark starry sky was silent. All the creatures were sleeping. Only Elder Mo approached Lu Yin step by step. He could hear the sound of his heart beating. He was afraid. That's right, he was afraid. He was afraid that Lu Yin would be killed by the divine power. He was afraid that the Celestial Eye would be destroyed by the divine power. This was his long-cherished wish for countless years. It was clearly within reach, so he could not lose it. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. The more worried he was, the more he did not dare to approach, afraid that he would see a scene that he did not want to see. The sound of his heartbeat grew louder and louder. Wait, Elder Mo's gaze turned cold. This was not the sound of his heart beating, but his. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2760. At this time, Lu Yin, who had fallen, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up straight. His heartbeat was like the evening drum and morning bell, growing louder and more powerful. He stared at Elder Mo with lifeless eyes as if he was still sleeping. Elder Mo stared at Lu Yin. Lu family's son, you. Suddenly, the divine power in Lu Yin's body erupted and swept out in all directions. Elder Mo retreated vigilantly. Lu Yin let out a low roar as if in pain, but also as if he was venting his joy. His lifeless eyes suddenly turned scarlet, and as he released his divine power, his entire body turned red. A black line drooped down from his left eye, and his hair billowed like a sea of qi. The vigorous divine power turned into a cloak that stretched endlessly, as if it wanted to split open the dark sky. His clothes shattered and red stripes appeared on his arms. A black-red cloud appeared in front of his chest, as if floating above a red sea of qi. At this moment, Lu Yin seemed to have walked out of a sea of blood. With himself as the center, red light spread out in all directions, creating ripples that formed a vertical blood-red lake. Elder Mo stared blankly. What was going on? The person in front of him was completely different from before. Not only had the nature of his power changed, even his appearance had changed greatly. Lu Yin did not know if he was awake or dreaming. He only knew that killing intent spread in his mind, replacing all thoughts. Kill, kill, kill. He wanted to kill this person in front of him. He had endless power to vent. He wanted to vent madly. Go. Taking a step forward, the starry sky seemed to be trampled on. Lu Yin waved his right hand, and the red cloak fluttered in the air as he slammed his palm towards Elder Mo. Divine power condensed in his palm, bringing with it a power that even Elder Mo could not see clearly. He did not know if this power was strong or weak, but he was sure that it was divine power. Since it was divine power, he could not take it head-on. Elder Mo hurriedly dodged, but Lu Yin followed closely behind, raising his palm high. No matter where Elder Mo dodged, Lu Yin would appear there. Elder Mo's body merged with the darkness, constantly flashing and disappearing. Lu Yin stepped on the lines of space and also flashed and disappeared. The two appeared and disappeared in the dark space. Other than them, no one else saw this scene. Lu Yin's palm struck out, but it was still quite a distance away from Elder Mo. Elder Mo heaved a sigh of relief and took a step forward to avoid the attack. However, Lu Yin seemed to be able to see through his movements. His palm locked onto the spot where Elder Mo was about to appear. At the center of his palm, a long rainbow pierced through spacetime like a bridge that spanned across the starry sky. One end was in Lu Yin's palm while the other landed on Elder Mo's body. Elder Mo's eyes reflected the rainbow of divine power. The rainbow of divine power smashed fiercely onto his body, sending him flying. Along the way he smashed through countless stars and lands, tore apart the dark spacetime, and brought out an incomparably enormous void world rift. After that palm strike, the divine power covering Lu Yin's body quickly receded, and the patterns on his arms faded away. Behind him, the cloak of divine power disappeared, and his hair slowly fell back to its normal state. His entire body was devoid of strength, and he swayed before collapsing to the ground. Far away, Elder Mo roared as he walked out of the starry sky. Blood seeped out from the surface of his body. He was injured. Fortunately, it was not serious, but he was indeed injured. Even at his level, he was still injured. This made him extremely angry. What's wrong with that kid? What was that strange change? Seeing that Lu Yin had collapsed, his divine power should have been gone. Elder Mo took a step forward and approached Lu Yin. He wanted to give him a stab, but this kid wouldn't die, right? His heaven's eye. Thinking of this, he hurried over. Suddenly, his body paused and he slowly looked to the side. At some point, a figure had stood there looking very lazy. However, this figure caused Elder Mo's expression to change drastically. Let me see. It really is you, old friend. How long has it been since we last met? You've improved a lot. When Elder Mo heard this, his expression became unprecedentedly serious. Why, don't you remember me? The figure approached. It was the Undying God, one of the 7 sky gods. Elder Mo clenched his fists, his gaze sinister. Wu Xing, the Undying God's eyelids drooped as if he had never woken up. A familiar name. I'm not called Wu Xing anymore. I'm called the Undying God. Why are you here? Elder Mo's tone was gloomy. The Undying God sighed. I didn't want to either. Someone told me that you were awake, so I came. After all, only you know the whereabouts of the Heaven's Eye. By the way, I saw a few old friends some time ago. One of them is your best friend, the Eastern Mountain Tea King. Do you want me to tell you where he is? Elder Mo suddenly attacked, and darkness swept out, wanting to engulf the Undying God. Wu Xing stopped pretending. Die. The Undying God had a headache. It's coming again. Killing is the most troublesome. The darkness swallowed the Undying God. Elder Mo did not attack him again. Instead, he appeared beside Lu Yin and threw him into the distance. "What are you doing?" The undying god's voice sounded in his ears. Elder Emo turned around and a dark barrier appeared in front of him. The undying god's gaze was lazy, but there was a bone-chilling coldness in the depths of his eyes. He raised his hand and pointed. "You didn't forget this move, right? I taught you the fingersword technique." The sword light swept out, breaking through the dark barrier and brushing past Elder Mo's shoulder, causing a trace of blood. Elder Mo's body was covered in darkness. Fall. The corner of the undying god's mouth curled up. "I like to fall. I can sleep for a long time." On the other side, Dan Pu suddenly woke up. He did not know how he woke up, but he felt a bone-piercing cold. He could see, but in this dark space-time, there was not much difference between seeing and not seeing. The moment he woke up, Lu Yin's body came crashing down. He subconsciously caught it. In the distance, the darkness fell. Dan Pu was shocked. He did not dare to hesitate and dragged Lu Yin towards the space-time door. After being unable to tear through space-time to escape twice, he did not dare to do so again. Far away, Elder Emo knew about the movements in the dark space-time. Seeing that Dan Pu did not tear through space-time to escape, but instead headed towards the space-time door, he became anxious. He deliberately threw Lu Yin to Dan Pu. When the undying god appeared, he could not even take care of himself. They may live or they may die. There is no other way. If you want to reach the peak, you must experience this. There are many of my lost clansmen there and I can't save them. That's why I need to find the place where the intelligence gathers and ask Great Elder to go. It's best if you can make it in time. Lu Yin nodded. At present, this spacetime was as ordinary as the miniature spirit spacetime. There was a half-step ancestor here called the flowing spacetime. It was easy for them to find the place where the intelligence gathers. Not long after, Limitless and Bodhi Sage looked serious. They did not expect such a great battle to occur in the dark spacetime. The Six Directions Association did not know much about the dark spacetime. Please ask Great Elder to go to the dark spacetime. There are many of my lost clansmen there. Dan Pu told Bodhi Sage. Bodhi Sage did not hesitate and immediately sent the information to the lost clan. It was good that Great Elder Dangu went. He could see what was going on there. Please tell me everything that happened, no matter how big or small. Bodhi Sage sent a message. Lu Yin was weak, so he left it to Dan Pu. Before that, he asked Dan Pu to help him hide the fact that he had obtained the Heaven's Eye. Dan Pu agreed without hesitation. Kill him? Does Divine Master Shaoyin have a grudge against the Lost Clan? Dan Pu sneered. It's more than a grudge. He was almost killed by the Lost Clan. When the reincarnation spacetime came into contact with the Lost Clan, it was not a big deal. The Great Elder only needed to go to the reincarnation spacetime to communicate. However, the Shaoyin divinity instigated a war between the two spacetimes. Because of this, the Lost Clan lost two powerhouses with a single surname. One of the 9 sages of the reincarnation spacetime was also buried in our spacetime. The Shaoyin divinity is a despicable bastard. He covets the power of the Lost Clan's cart, so he provoked the reincarnation spacetime to attack the Lost Clan. The Great Elder said that he might have other plans. In short, this bastard has the worst reputation in the Lost Clan. If possible, the Lost Clan would never want to have anything to do with him. Lu Yin remembered the first time he had caused the card to react. He had said that he wanted to get rid of the Shaoyin divinity. At that time, he had thought that it was because he had revealed himself. Could it be that it was related to the Shaoyin divinity? The entire Lost Clan hated and even hated the Shaoyin divinity. They had cursed him, but no matter how much they cursed, they could not change the fact that the Shaoyin divinity had forced Lu Yin to stay in the endless battlefield. The great battle in the dark spacetime had made Lu Yin deeply aware of the Shaoyin divinity's sinister nature. The dark spacetime was already like this. Although Elder Mo had unexpectedly appeared, who could guarantee that there were no hidden old monsters like Elder Mo in other parallel spacetimes? Even without Elder Mo, the dark spacetime still had people from the Game of 1,000 Faces. In the few battlefields that he had been to, there were at least 3 progenitors from the Eternal Clan, and this was only the peripheral battlefield. In the Gourd spacetime, it was said that there were more than 6 progenitors fighting each other. It was truly a progenitor's life and death grinder. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. The Shaoyin divinity's move was brilliant. He had not done anything to Lu Yin openly, but he had used the endless battlefield to get rid of Lu Yin silently. He had even made Lu Yin contribute to the human race. Dan Pu panted heavily and looked at Lu Yin apprehensively. Are you really going to look for Wendy Yushan? Lu Yin nodded. She's my family. Dan Pu opened her mouth to persuade him, but she could not say anything. The word family was like a huge mountain that everyone had to carry. This mountain was there to shield them from the wind and rain, but it was also there for them to carry. No one could casually abandon their family. The Lost Clan was no exception. Or rather, the Lost Clan cared more about family ties. Dan Pu patted Lu Yin's shoulder. If we can leave the endless battlefield alive, I'll definitely help you curse the Shaoyin divinity to death. Lu Yin was speechless. He had thought that Dan Pu would say something impassioned. Curse him to death. Lu Yin knew that she had probably exposed her innate gift. It's good enough that you're able to return. Just stay here and no one can do anything to you. Wendy Yushan clenched her fists. She wanted to stay in the Six Paths Society and improve her cultivation, not be trapped here like a caged bird. Lu Yin knew what she was thinking. Whether it was Wendy Yushan, Zhua Day Night, or Ling Gong, they were all self-reliant women. They were admirable but also worrisome. Don't worry, I won't make you stay here for too long. I'll think of a way to deal with any future problems. Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin. Shaoyin Divine Sovereign? Lu Yin replied, I'll make him pay for the grudge he has with the Lu family and for capturing you. Don't underestimate him. He's one of the 3 sovereigns, so he's close to being invincible, Wendy Yushan reminded him. Lu Yin nodded and did not stay any longer. Instead he went to find Lu Bujing. The most important thing right now was to figure out Elder Mo's identity, and Lu Bujing should be the one who knew Elder Mo the best. Elder Mo? Who's Elder Mo? Lu Bujing was puzzled. Lu Yin did not know Elder Mo's name, so he simply told Lu Yin about him. Lu Bujing listened for a bit and his eyes widened as he blurted out, Mo Sinister? Mo Sinister? Lu Yin was puzzled. Was there such a name? Lu Bujing's expression turned ugly. You still alive? This is troublesome. According to what you said, we're in big trouble. I didn't think that such a sinister person would still be alive. I thought that he was dead for sure. Sure enough, scourges live for 1,000 years and this guy has lived for more than 1,000 years. This is troublesome. Lu Yin solemnly said, Tell me more. Lu Bujing told Lu Yin about this Elder Mo. Lu Yin confirmed that they were in big trouble. This Elder Mo's original name was Mo Shang, and he was born into a business family. He was shrewd and calculative since he was young, and had the reputation of being a business prodigy. By chance, he stepped onto the path of cultivation, and with his outstanding talent and shrewdness, he soared and broke through to the level of an emissary. After that, he met Wu Xing, and it was unknown what method he used to obtain Wu Xing's recognition. Wu Xing brought him to visit the martial tablet several times, and in many people's eyes, he was equivalent to a member of Wu Tian's lineage. And this person was happy to be misunderstood by others and kept getting closer to Wu Xing. Even if he could not visit the martial tablet, he would rather look for Wu Xing, and let others have Wu Tian's mark on him. With Wu Xing's help, his cultivation increased even faster, and this person's talent was also extremely high, and he eventually reached the position of one of the 12 Heaven's Gates leaders. Lu Bujing's expression turned ugly. Senior Wu Xing back then was completely different from the current Undying God. At that time, Senior Wu Xing's talent was extraordinary, and he was recognized by Wu Tian. You can imagine that. For this sinister Mo to be recognized by Senior Wu Xing, his talent is also extremely high. In addition, this person is good at bewitching others, and with Senior Wu Xing's help, he reached the position of one of the 12 Heaven's Gates leaders. But only we know how sinister this person is. He betrayed his friends for glory, plotted and schemed, framed his brothers and took advantage of their feelings. He was unscrupulous and even became friends with those cruel villains like the Eastern Mountain Tea King. He was popular in all 6 continents and he could trick people wherever he went. That's why many people call him Sinister Mo, and even forgot his real name. Even so, I have to say that this person is indeed powerful. There is no absolute difference in strength between the 12 Heaven's Gates. This person is sinister and deceitful, and he cultivates an extremely dark power. Even I would find it difficult to win. Lu Bujing's expression turned even uglier. If he had died back then it would have been fine, but he actually lived until now and became such a powerhouse. This is troublesome. With this person's sinister nature, he doesn't care about the Eternals or humans. Lu Yin let out a long breath, his heart heavy. This person had betrayed Wu Tian and stayed in the dark spacetime to search for Heaven's Eye. He was an unscrupulous person with a clear goal, and such a person was the most difficult to deal with. Invite your senior brother to the Above Heavens sect. Master Shan, Lu Yun, and even Elder Chan won't be able to stop him. Even if he's extremely powerful, he might not necessarily fight with us. Instead, he uses sinister methods, and I've seen many of them. Do you know why he hates me? Lu Yin looked at Lu Bujing. Lu Bujing said in a low voice, "It's because I used my family's influence to spread news about his sinister deeds. In order to prevent others from being tricked by him, I cultivated the three sons' ancestral chi and used the power of destiny to threaten him several times. That's why he hates me so much. Unfortunately, Wu Tian's level doesn't pay attention to us, or else he wouldn't have betrayed us." Lu Yin understood. No wonder old Mo was so excited when Lu Bujing was mentioned. He hoped that Lu Bujing wouldn't die so that he could personally settle the score with him. Heaven's Eye and Lu Bujing were both people that old Mo wanted to obtain and destroy the most. It would be strange if the Above Heavens sect didn't attract him. If this old monster joined the everlasting race, it would be even more troublesome. He would be equivalent to one of the 7 sky gods. Third uncle, are there any enemies from your era who are still alive and are very strong? Lu Yin asked helplessly. Lu Bujing rolled his eyes. Don't ask me. The old ancestor offended even more people, such as Destiny and the Desolate God. As for those under the 3 realms and 6 daos, there are even more. Among them are those who were slapped by the old ancestor in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. What do you think? Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Would the future generations pay back the debts of the predecessors? He didn't hesitate and immediately went to find his senior brother. He could only be at ease with him here. Mu Xie wasn't interested in Elder Mo's deeds. He was more interested in Elder Mo's cultivation. I've been stuck in this realm for some time. Perhaps this person's strength can give me some inspiration, Mu Xie said. With Mu Xie here, Lu Yin felt much more relaxed. Although his senior brother had not reached Elder Mo's level, Lu Yin had not seen his senior brother use his full strength yet. However, he was certain that his senior brother was enough to make Bai Wangyuan and the others apprehensive. During the Daosor sect's era, Lu Yin had personally seen Ancestor Ku shatter the Undying God's body. The Undying God's innate gift of dissociation was useless, as Ancestor Ku was the Undying God's nemesis. If there was a huge difference between Ancestor Ku and the Undying God, then the Undying God would not even need to use his innate gift of dissociation. For example, there was the difference between Elder Mo and Xia Shinji. With Elder Mo's cultivation, he did not need anything else. The power of his sequence particles was enough. However, the Undying God had still been injured by Ancestor Ku, and the Undying God's attitude towards Ancestor Ku was not like how he treated a weakling. Lu Yin had a guess. The 9 mountains and 8 seas was the collective name given to all the strongest powerhouses after the Above Heavens sect era. Even the 3 realms and 6 daos might have been called the 9 mountains and 8 seas during the Daosor sect era. If they had not obtained the inheritance of the mountains and seas, they might not even have been given that title. In fact, after the Above Heavens sect era, the title of the 9 mountains and 8 seas only represented the inheritance of the mountains and seas. It did not represent one's cultivation at all. According to this understanding, Ancestor Ku might have already reached the level of the 7 sky gods. During the Above Heavens sect era, Ancestor Ku would have been infinitely close to the 3 realms and 6 daos, or even at the level of the 3 realms and 6 daos. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2763. Progenitor Qin and Progenitor Ku might have been at this level as well. However, Lu Yin could not determine the specifics. Only the powerhouses of that era could confirm it. Then what about Bai Wangyuan? Lu Yin walked down the stairs as he pondered. Bai Wangyuan was also one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas from the Daosor sect's era, and he had once competed with Progenitor Ku and Progenitor Qin. How strong was he? Was it just on the surface or was he hiding something? If Wang Fan could hide Ancestor Gui Yuan, then Bai Wangyuan might be able to as well. These old fellows would not reveal their trump cards unless they had no other choice. The longer they lived, the more treacherous they became. The Eternals had not attacked the back of the battlefield with all their might because of this, and not just because of the Six Directions Society. Unfortunately, the Mist Ancestor did not know the strength of Progenitor Chen and the others. Lu Yin had asked her about it before, but she had not been able to answer. It was just like when she faced Elder Mo. She knew that Elder Mo was stronger than her, but she could not tell by how much. It was the same for Progenitor Qin. Luyin looked up at the sky. Progenitor Ku had dared to charge into the Eternals alone, so Luyin should have known that he was not an ordinary progenitor. Even the 9 mountains and 8 seas did not have the qualifications to charge into the Eternals alone. Only those in the 3 realms and 6 Daos could do something as ridiculous as killing the only true god. As he thought about it, he unknowingly walked to the bottom of the stairs and saw the cauldron, and he ran. They were both staring at him coldly. He had not been doing well recently. Too many people had pestered her, and too many people had confessed to her. They did not even take a look at themselves. She missed the feeling of sitting high above the clouds and looking down on everything. The people around her were not even qualified to look at her. Now she was being stared at like a commodity. She had heard that many people from the Innerverse, the Cosmic Sea, and even the Neoverse had rushed over to watch her. A bunch of trash. What? It was this person, this Luyin. She knew what he was trying to do. He wanted to wear down her temper and make her submit. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Iran was very clear about what these experts were thinking. The higher one's status was, the more they would want to conquer others. However, those who were conquered were only satisfying their vanity. What they really needed was a goddess who could help them and look down on everything, not a servile servant. The more he wanted to wear down her temper, the more she could not allow him to succeed. Only in this way would he have the chance to return to a high position. Otherwise, he would never have the chance in this lifetime. Pride was his only perseverance, and it was also a perseverance that he had to persevere on. Luyin looked at Iran, and Iran looked back at him. The two of them stared at each other. In the distance, many people quietly retreated. They could tell that this indescribably beautiful woman might be the Tao Master's woman. Look at how affectionate they are. Let me tell you, this Marquis understands the Tao Master all too well. Back then, this Marquis fought the 10 arbiters for the Star Pagoda with me. How imposing was that? This Marquis can see through whatever the Tao Master is thinking with a single glance, the ghost monkey said proudly as he hid in the shadows. Someone asked excitedly, Marquis, what's the situation now? That's right, Marquis. Hurry up and tell us so that we can warn those guys not to mess around. Marquis, please speak. The ghost monkey was pleased with himself. Seeing how sincere you are, I'll tell you that the Tao Master has fallen in love with that woman. Everyone was shocked. Although they had their guesses, the ghost monkey's words seemed to be confirmed. They wanted to spread the news that this woman was not ordinary. She was the Tao Master's woman. Why was this woman still so arrogant? Where did her arrogance come from? He had become a mascot. How do you feel? Retracted her gaze. The scenery is quite good. Is that so? It's good that you like it. Luyin walked step by step to the side of the cauldron. Felt a little uneasy and took a few steps to the side. Luyin came to the side of the cauldron and placed his hand on it. He had a strange look in his eyes. At this moment he felt something and blinked. He stuck his head into the cauldron and saw a green leaf sticking out at the same time and hitting his face. It was the sapling. When he saw the sapling, Luyin laughed. Why are you here? The sapling was very happy and bounced around. It jumped onto Luyin's body and grabbed onto him tightly. Luyin laughed. The sapling had a green glow and was very gentle. That green leaf was also very adorable and kept rubbing against Luyin's chin. It was a little itchy. At the side looked on. She had not expected this side of Luyin to appear. Shouldn't such a strong person be reserved and aloof? Just like Master Wei, he was mysterious and looked down on everything. He would not talk to ants. This person had a high status in this space-time and was extremely powerful. He was at the level of an extremely strong person. Why was he still like this? The current Luyin was like a child. Luyin and the sapling were the purest when they were together. He did not need to think about anything else. It was as if the sapling could help him relieve his worries. This kind of pure feeling was like that of a child. His heart was pure. After a while, the sapling reluctantly returned to the cauldron. It often came here. Luyin allowed it to stay in the cauldron and looked at Hiran. How long has the sapling been here? Hiran thought for a moment. I don't know. It was here the last time I came. It suddenly popped out and gave me a fright. Was that so? Luyin looked at the cauldron again, but he did not discover it. This was the sapling's uniqueness. Even Luyin himself might not be able to discover where it was. It was too natural and had become one with the universe. The most effective way to discover it was by looking with one's eyes. You really think this place is not bad? Luyin looked at Hiran curiously. This woman did not seem to be too resistant. Hiran was arrogant. It doesn't matter. Lu Yin smiled. It seems like you enjoy being a mascot. He raised her brows. Enjoy? Who would enjoy such a thing? She wanted to refute Lu Yin, but when she saw his grin, became angry. No, he's angry at me. He must be angry at me. I can't be angered by him. He wants to break my arrogance and grind down my personality. What a joke. No matter what, she had once controlled hyperspace, so how could she not know what others were thinking? Qianqi's identity was ranked 99 because of his contributions. They had thought that Lu Yin's status would not be any better, but he was actually number 9. The top 9 seats of the Tea Party were right in front of the Grand Empyrean. These seats were not ranked according to rank, and they were all the ones closest to the Grand Empyrean. This meant that Lu Yin would be very close to the Grand Empyrean if he participated in the Tea Party with his original identity. This seat was something that even Chu Chuyen hadn't expected. This was because this seat had always belonged to Divine Sovereign Shaoyin. In other words, Lu Yin had occupied Divinity Shaoyin's seat. Elder Chan did not know that this seat belonged to Divinity Shaoyin. Even Lu Yin himself did not know. Only the people of the Six Paths Society knew. Chu Jian was very clear about his master's intentions. He wanted to praise Lu Yin to death. His master still hated the primordial space, and this had never changed. However, with his master's status, there was no need for him to directly attack the primordial space. Using this seat to make Divinity Shaoyin attack was the easiest way. Chu Jian could already imagine Lu Yin's fate at the tea party. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2764. The Grand Empyrean Tea Party was a hobby of the Grand Empyreans. They used tea to make friends and help cultivators gain enlightenment. It was also a chance for them to learn from each other. Elder Chan suppressed his shock and replied, I understand. I'll tell the headmaster. Chu Jian nodded. There's one more thing I want to talk to you about. Chu Yuan. Elder Chan frowned. Chu Yuan? Chu Jian looked at Elder Chan. Is it convenient? Elder Chan had no reason to refuse. This person was called Chu Jian and this person was called Chu Yuan. He was curious about the connection between the two. He immediately had someone invite Chu Yuan to the Sky One sect. Chu Yuan belonged to the origin space, not the Sky One sect. There was no need for him to stay here. Lu Yin had restricted them in the past, but not now. Several days later, Chu Yuan rushed back to the Sky One sect and met with Chu Jian. The two stood across from each other on a mountain peak in the Sky One sect. You're Chu Yuan, the Tao child of the Sky One sect in the origin space? Chu Jian was clearly more interested in Chu Yuan than Lu Yin. Lu Yin was just a descendant of the Lu family. Although his talent and fortuitous encounters had allowed him to reach his current position, Chu Jian felt that this person's future wouldn't be higher than Chu Yuan's. Chu Yuan was the only genius that the primogenitor had met. Primogenitors and Grand Empyreans were the peak existences known to humanity. Lu Yin's ancestor was just one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms and was the disciple of a primogenitor. Chu Jian was the disciple of a Grand Empyrean, so he shouldn't be comparing himself to Lu Yin. Chu Jian had never looked Lu Yin in the eye. This person's good days had come to an end. However, Chu Yuan was different. His path had just begun. Chu Yuan already knew when Elder Chan informed him. You're the Grand Empyrean's disciple, the perfect young sovereign, Chu Jian? Chu Jian stared at Chu Yuan. Our names are almost the same. Do you know the relationship between your primogenitor and my master? Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes. I don't know. You can tell me. Chu Jian looked at Chu Yuan. A gust of wind blew past, but neither spoke. At this moment, their auras were extremely similar. Whether it was their names, auras, or even their appearances, they were very similar. Elder Chan watched from afar. These two couldn't be brothers, right? Impossible. Chu was too old while Chu Jian was too young. The battle between the older generation has ended with the death of your primogenitor, but the battle between you and me has only just begun. Chu Jian's lips curled up as he looked at Chu Yuan. I'm known as the perfect young master. No matter what I cultivate, I'm extremely fast. My cultivation speed surpasses that of the 6 Directions Association, and I have an undefeatable talent. What about you? Chu Yuan exchanged glances with Chu Jian. In our era, the 6 Paths Association didn't exist yet. I was above Heaven Sect's first continent's Tao child, the only one who was granted an audience with the primogenitor. The other Tao children couldn't tolerate me. In our era, I was absolutely invincible. Chu Jian smiled. To be able to meet the primogenitor, I believe in your abilities. Soon I will break through to the immortal transformation realm. In other words, I will become the half-martial ancestor that you all speak of. I hope that you will be able to catch up to me as soon as possible and fight against me at the same cultivation level to determine the victor. That way the battle between my master and the primogenitor will come to an end. However, Chuyuan shook his head. With my current cultivation level, it will take me a very long time to reach the half-martial ancestor realm. Moreover, I'm not in a hurry to break through. Then progenitor realm it is. Otherwise it would be useless, just like when he had brought old monster Emo in. However, the celestial eye was different. Lu Yin impatiently went to find Zhao Ran, as he wanted to see something from her. Zhao Ran's identity had always been a mystery, and Lu Yin had even suspected that she was Destiny. He had always been very concerned about her, but she couldn't remember anything, so there was nothing he could do. Now that he had the celestial eye, he naturally looked at her first. Unfortunately, he still couldn't see anything. Zhao Ran looked at the celestial eye on Lu Yin's forehead and asked curiously, "Your Highness, what is this?" "Nothing." Lu Yin was disappointed. "Do you want some tea?" Zhao Ran asked expectantly. Lu Yin nodded, and his domain swept past the above heaven sect. He found Butian and Xiaoshi. Since he couldn't see through Zhao Ran, he would take a look at Destiny. Under Lu Yin's command, Butian began to use Destiny. Lu Yin opened his celestial eye and his eyes lit up. He saw Butian's destiny transform into a string that shot into the sky. The string was connected to a particle which should be a sequence particle. Destiny actually allowed a mortal to touch a sequence particle, which was something that not even an ordinary progenitor could do. Lu Yin raised a hand and touched his celestial eye. Right, this was the strength of the three realms. He clearly wasn't as strong as old monster Emo. However, with his celestial eye he could see sequence particles and see the laws. Destiny could use destiny to touch sequence particles, and so could the Grim Reaper. He must have some method to touch or even influence sequence particles. This was their strength. It was no wonder why no one had been able to see through destiny. There were no powerhouses in this space-time who could use sequence particles, which was why no one could see through the power of destiny. How many people in the Six Direction Society could touch sequence particles? Old monster Emo had been one of the 12 Heavenly Gate sect masters during the Above Heaven sect's most glorious era, and he had been one of the strongest cultivators of that era. How many people in the Six Direction Society had lived longer than him? There probably wasn't even a dimensional master. Lu Yin exhaled as he had finally seen through destiny. It was no longer so mysterious and unfathomable. The power of a Lady of Fate was even simpler. It was no wonder that she had cultivated a thread of destiny. The power of destiny was originally a thread, and using this thread to touch sequence particles, peek into the laws and see through the past and present. This was destiny. He then thought back to the realm of indestructible Palm. The ancient Path Master had created this power with the ultimate goal of reaching the level of sequence particles. In that case, this power should exist at an even more terrifying level. In Lu Yin's opinion, that level might be able to resist sequence particles and use one's own body to resist the laws of the universe. That was the true realm of indestructible. It was only at this moment that Lu Yin could clearly see the essence of cultivation in this universe and the path that he needed to take in the future. What level were the primogenitors, Grand Empyreans, Mr. Mu, and the others? This was what he was most curious about. Brother Lu? Xiaoshi looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Butian was apprehensive, and he kept looking at Lu Yin's forehead. He kept feeling like he was being watched by something. Lu Yin's forehead did not have those two curved lines that resembled eyes, but now that he had them, his entire person seemed to have changed, becoming even more unfathomable. The celestial eye on Lu Yin's forehead disappeared and he smiled. Zhao Ran is coming. Do you want some tea? Xiaoshi nodded vigorously. He liked being with Zhao Ran, even if she did not remember giving him any gifts. Butian excused himself as he did not want to stay with Lu Yin. He was the one who truly understood Lu Yin's deepest secrets, and this person would become the greatest traitor to humanity in the future. Butian, Lu Yin suddenly said. Butian was stunned, but he quickly turned around and bowed respectfully. Path Master. Keep an eye on Xia Xinji's clone, Lu Yin said. If he wanted to know the whereabouts of the Lu family, he would need the Pearl of Destiny and Xia Xinji's clone. However, he could not find the Pearl of Destiny, and the one on the sixth mainland had been hidden away by the Eternals. He could only rely on Xia Xinji's clone to find it. This was his only hope of bringing the Lu family back. Butian relaxed. Yes. At that moment, Elder Chan arrived and told Lu Yin that the Grand Empyrean had invited him to the tea party. Ninth? Lu Yin was astonished. Elder Chan laughed. Surprised, right? I was surprised when I heard that too. The Grand Empyrean is not going to let you have an easy time. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. If he doesn't let me have an easy time, then I'm going to have an easy time. Also, Elder Chan told Lu Yin about the conversation between Chu Yuan and Chu Jian. Chu Jian had not concealed anything and had instead spoken aloud. He did not care if Lu Yin heard it at all. Lu Yin smiled. Interesting. I understand now. It seems that this perfect young master is very confident. He's about to break through to half-ancestor. What about you? Elder Chan asked. Lu Yin watched as Zhao Ran walked over with a cup of tea and slowly replied, Soon. I'll reach peak envoy first. It was time to break through. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2765. The astral liquid that Lu Yin had obtained from the sapling was enough for him to break through to the peak of envoys. He might as well go into seclusion again. This time it was for the sake of breaking through. Elder Chan was speechless, as he felt that Lu Yin's seclusion was like a game to him. Furthermore, he only went into seclusion for a few days each time, or at most, a few years. It wasn't even enough time for him to sleep in. On this day, outside the heavenly sect, the origin tribulation was vast and mighty, covering the boundless distance. Prison Flood Dragon raised its head and shrunk back nervously. Lu Yin stood beside the above heaven, frowning as he watched the origin tribulation spread. The most difficult origin tribulation was the first origin tribulation, followed by the sixth origin tribulation. Although the seventh origin tribulation was close to the peak of the star emissary realm, it was not that difficult. Just like the second and third origin tribulations in the past, the seventh origin tribulation was quickly passed, and it didn't cause much of a stir. The accumulation of astral sources was even easier for the sapling to overcome, and Lu Yin took advantage of the opportunity to undergo his eighth origin tribulation. Once he did so, he would truly become a peak emissary. Actually, the eighth origin tribulation was not a qualitative change. It was merely crossing the threshold of 1,200,000 battle power. It was not as terrifying as the sixth origin tribulation. It was more like a preparation for breaking through to the half-martial ancestor realm. However, why did it change every time it came to him? Looking at this magnificent scene, it was probably enough to make him suffer. As he thought about it, Lu Yin hurriedly distanced himself from the above heavens sect, the further the better. The above heavens sect had more than one progenitor, and if he were to implicate them in the origin tribulation, then how powerful would the origin tribulation be? The commotion caused by the above heavens sect attracted the attention of the entire primordial space, and even the Six Direction Society. Now, everyone was paying attention to the above heavens sect. The four-way scales had spared no effort to plant their own people in the above heavens sect. How could they not know about such a big matter? Lu Yin was about to undergo 8 origin tribulations. Once he reached the peak of the emissary realm, the next step would be to become a half-ancestor. That would be a qualitative change, and after that would be the progenitor realm, the peak of the human race. At that time, with Lu Yin's strength, even the 4 cardinal scales would tremble. Who would be able to stop him? He headed straight for the astral beast domain, stopping only when he reached the border between the human domain and the astral beast domain. The commotion caused by the tribulation caused the astral beast domain to feel uneasy. Lung Qing, who was overseeing the astral beast domain, rushed over. More and more people were watching from afar. Seeing the range of the origin tribulation expand, their faces turned pale. In the face of such an origin tribulation, weren't humans no different from ants? Lu Yin looked up and took a deep breath. Come. A storm condensed within the origin tribulation vortex and raged downwards, crushing Lu Yin in a frenzy. Lu Yin had thought that it would be a terrifying force, but he soon realized that it was actually an astral source. In the distance, Old Zen and the others had solemn expressions on their faces. As expected, breaking through to the Tao Master level is always the hardest. This is the most difficult origin tribulation to deal with among the 8 origin tribulations in recorded history. Lu Bujing frowned. Unlimited absorption? This is it? Those who have experienced such an origin tribulation in history have all died. What do you mean by unlimited absorption? Wendy Yushan felt uneasy, as the power of that origin tribulation was clearly not that great. Lu Bujing's expression turned ugly. There are some people that even the stellar source universe finds difficult to deal with. In other words, if the stellar source universe cannot find anyone of the same level who can pose a threat to such people, they will use other methods. Unlimited absorption is one of them. They let the person undergoing the calamity absorb unlimited amounts of stellar source until he is stuffed to death. Master Shan said in a low voice, "Back then, a genius from the Lu clan died during the 8th origin tribulation. This is the most difficult tribulation of the 8th origin tribulation. It only appears at the 8th origin tribulation." Old Zen sighed. The Starbreaker Emissary and the 6th origin tribulation are the most difficult to deal with, especially the 6th origin tribulation. It almost pierced through the entire cosmic tree. I thought that the 8th origin tribulation would not be difficult, but I never expected it to be this one. I hope that he can endure it. Many pairs of eyes stared at Lu Yin. Some understood while others did not. But regardless of whether they understood or not, their expressions changed after a while. Lu Yin continued to absorb stellar source. Even if he was unwilling, the stellar source poured into his body like a storm. He was the least afraid of stellar source, as the amount of stellar source he possessed had shocked even Chu Yuan and the others. Even so, such a terrifying amount of stellar source entering his body still shocked him. Everyone had a limit, and the amount of stellar source that he could absorb was also limited. If he could use this stellar source, then he could just break through to the half-ancestor realm. After all, there were so many stellar source. Unfortunately, these stellar source were just a formality. Their purpose was to enter his body and cause him to explode. It was too vicious. Lu Yin had already opened the 3rd stage, and the 4 stellar source cyclones were already full. The amount of stellar source he had absorbed was enough to shock Lu Bujing and the others, make old Zen speechless, and make everyone who understood him doubt their lives. Even so, the origin tribulation still existed and had not dissipated. If this continued, he would really explode. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the origin tribulation cyclones. This stellar source universe was very unfriendly to him. It made things difficult for him every time he underwent a tribulation. Every time he had narrowly escaped death, but it was not that easy to kill him. It did not want to be used by him, but he insisted on using it. He was not even afraid of a Grand Empyrean, so why would he be afraid of you? A strong person was difficult to defeat, but he was also easy to corrupt. Cultivators who coveted stellar source would eventually die because of it. This was a saying that had been passed down in the above heavens era. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more difficult it would be to undergo the origin tribulation. The greatest tribulation of the 8th origin tribulation was not the humanoid origin tribulation, nor was it the suppression of the sky. It was this unlimited absorption. The stellar source universe was like a stingy guardian. If you tried to snatch stellar source, you would suffer a backlash. If the stellar source universe was certain that you could withstand the backlash, it would let go and destroy you in another way. Endless stellar source converged into Lu Yin's body, forming a storm that shocked Lu Bujing and the others. Even a progenitor might not be able to absorb so much stellar source. This should not be something that an emissary could withstand. Hold on a little longer, just a little longer. Countless people shouted. There was a limit to the origin tribulation, and it could not recklessly kill those undergoing it. Otherwise, no one would be able to succeed, and there would be no more progenitors in this universe. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. He just needed to hold on a little longer. In their minds, just a little longer would be enough. However, Lu Yin looked at the black hole above his head, and his expression grew gloomier. By other people's standards, he was already about there. Others might not know how many stellar source cyclones he had and how much stellar source he could absorb, but how could the stellar source universe not know? Because it knew, the amount of time he would need was not something that could be measured by a little longer. Lu Yin did not know how long this would last, but it might be an exaggeration. Since that was the case, then bring it on. Lu Yin took a deep breath as the stars around him revolved. He did not rely on progenitor Chen's strength, as he did not dare to rely on external forces. Instead, he released the power in his heart. That place had formed a starry sky of its own, and even if the 6th mainland had set up a trap and used a sourcebox array to isolate parallel spacetime, it could not completely isolate the power in his heart. The 6 Direction Society's power was unique and completely different from stellar source, but it could still be absorbed. Lu Yin wanted to see how much stellar source he could absorb here. A moment later, under the dazed gazes of countless people, the storm of stellar source cyclones not only did not decrease, but it actually grew even larger. It was so large that Lu Bujing and the other half progenitors were certain that they would be stuffed to death. However, Lu Yin remained calm and he even looked forward to it. The stellar source universe was a universe, and the power in his heart should also be considered a universe. However, he could not control these stellar source cyclones, which meant that he was just going through the motions. From the stellar source universe to the power in his heart, he was basically a bridge. Lu Yin did not believe that he could stuff an entire universe to death. Over the next period of time, everyone's understanding of tribulation transcendence was refreshed. Their understanding of 8 origin tribulations and Lu Yin's abilities were refreshed. How could an 8th origin tribulations last for so long, even if he could absorb stellar source cyclones without limit? How many stellar source cyclones had appeared? Could a human absorb so much stellar source? Was he still human? Even a progenitor might not be able to do such a thing. Elder Chan asked himself if he could do such a thing. His ancestral world could contain a boundless amount of stellar source, but it could not absorb stellar source cyclones without limit. How long had it been? Even 2 progenitors might have been stuffed to death. How had Lu Yin done it? It was definitely not as simple as just absorbing stellar source cyclones. Elsewhere, at the edge of the astral beast domain, Lung Qing watched Lu Yin undergo his tribulation with a shocked expression. In the past, he had been willing to listen to Lu Yin because this sect was called the Above Heaven sect, because Lu Yin had the progenitor's sword, and because Lu Yin had expelled the Eternals and fought for humanity. But now he was shocked by Lu Yin's boldness. Who could really absorb stellar source cyclones without limit? Who could remain unscathed under such a boundless amount of stellar source cyclones? He seemed to see overlapping shadows on Lu Yin's body. They were powerhouses that he looked up to, and they aroused his desire to break through to the ancestral realm. But how could he succeed? As the leaders of the 12 Elysium Gates, they could definitely break through to the ancestral realm. They were all powerhouses who had broken through the 3 stages and were at the peak of the half-ancestor realm. However, breaking through to the ancestral realm was not just about cultivation. The most important thing was to examine one's heart. Lung Qing knew that he could not break through to the ancestral realm. Once he tried to break through to the ancestral realm, he would definitely die. In the distance, Lu Yin suddenly felt unhappy. Every origin tribulation was bombarding him. Although successfully passing the tribulation could improve his cultivation and strengthen his body, it could not make up for the fact that he had almost killed himself. When he had passed the emissary origin tribulation, he had found a way to snatch the boundless stellar source cyclones and obtained 4 stellar source cyclones. This time he did not want to let go of this tribulation so easily. As he thought about it, he tried to use the power in his heart to suppress the stellar source cyclones that had entered his body. Originally, the stellar source cyclones had been absorbed by the power in his heart and left after 1 round. Lu Yin knew that this stellar source cyclones could not be used. However, this was the power in his heart. Since he could withstand it, why couldn't he use it? He decided to give it a try. He decided to do it. The black and white fog circulated. On one hand, it allowed the stellar source cyclones to enter, and on the other hand, it prevented the stellar source cyclones from leaving. At the same time, the stellar source cyclones that originally belonged to him began to absorb the stellar source cyclones that entered his body. However, these stellar source cyclones could not be absorbed. Since ancient times, countless geniuses had been able to absorb stellar source cyclones without limit. They had all thought of absorbing stellar source cyclones to aid their cultivation, but they had all failed. It was impossible for Lu Yin to rely on his original stellar source cyclones to absorb them. Since he could not absorb them, then so be it. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he suppressed them. Back then she had been able to compete with him, but now she could only look up to him? Lan Xian sighed, as those who didn't know better would think that he was breaking through. Hen Xen returned, and when he saw this scene he was shocked. He was ready to break through at any time, and he could not wait any longer. If he waited any longer, this kid would reach the progenitor realm, and even if he broke through, he might not be able to do anything. The Above Heaven sect grew deeper and deeper. Unfathomable. This day was destined to be recorded in history. Every single major origin tribulation that Lu Yin had survived would be recorded in history, and it would be difficult to surpass him. Lu Yin's fighting spirit surged, and he was provoking the origin tribulation. He hoped for more astral source to fill the drying up of the continent in his heart. He needed more astral source to replenish his strength and vitality. Unfortunately, the origin tribulation would eventually end. As the astral source storm weakened, Lu Yin was disappointed. That's it. Everyone who heard him was speechless. Lu Bujing smiled bitterly. In the era of the Above Heaven sect, those geniuses who had died to a single origin tribulation would have crawled back up and died of anger if they had heard Lu Yin's words. This was an 8th origin tribulation's death tribulation. Lu Yin watched as the origin tribulation vortex slowly shrank and finally disappeared. Lu Yin exhaled. The continent in his heart had completely changed. It now had more vitality, and the green sprouts had become more brittle. The withered trees had become brighter, and the river of faux god power had become several times wider. There was also a sea formed from astral source. Although it was just a small sea, the astral source contained within was boundless. If Lu Yin could use it, it would be enough for him to break through to half-ancestor. He tested it and his eyes lit up. He could use it. This was great. The origin tribulation was gone, and these astral sources could be used. The astral source here was enough for him to break through to half-ancestor, but he would need to wait for a while and stabilize it. If it was enough for him to break through to half-ancestor, then it would be enough for others to break through to ancestor. This sea of astral sources was equivalent to a powerful progenitor's astral source, and it was definitely not an ordinary progenitor. It was probably comparable to Xia Xinji's astral source. Lu Yin had snatched away the equivalent of Xia Xinji's astral source. Not only that, but he had also obtained the astral source that nourished the tricolored soil. This was terrifying. Elder Chan and the others gathered around Lu Yin, asking him how many astral sources he had absorbed. They were very clear that these astral sources could not be absorbed, so they could not increase one's strength. Lu Yin was about to answer when he suddenly sensed something and looked to the east. Elder Chan and the others all looked over. They saw a tribulation origin black hole. Who's undergoing tribulation? Someone asked in surprise. Just as the question was asked, the black hole suddenly expanded and thunder rumbled. Without an astral source, how could one undergo the tribulation? This was a fatal tribulation that targeted those undergoing the tribulation. Ordinary tribulations would not encounter such a fatal tribulation. Only top powerhouses would encounter such a thing. Lung Qing was one of the 12 Elysium sect masters from the Above Heaven era. He was an absolute powerhouse, and almost no one in the half-progenitor realm could surpass him. He was on the same level as Curmudgeon Mo. It was normal for suppression of the dome to appear during his tribulation. It was not just him. Lu Bujing, Destiny's daughter, and the others should also appear during their tribulations. Suppression of the dome was a fatal tribulation for others, but Lung Qing and the others were prepared for it. They had expected that they would encounter suppression of the dome during their tribulations. Without an astral source or an inner verse, a demi-ancestor's strength would decrease by more than half. However, this was meaningless to Lung Qing. He was a blade, and his innate gift was a creature called Blade Haze. He was one with his blade, and a single blade could break through suppression of the dome. Suppression of the dome not only extracted astral sources, but it also produced a sound of suppression. It was enough to throw a person's mind into chaos, and those with weak willpower might even die. However, this sound of suppression did not affect Lung Qing at all. A single blade had broken through suppression of the dome, but that was not enough to make Lu Bujing and the others relax. The true fatal tribulation was about to begin. Although Lung Qing's origin tribulation would not be as monstrous as Lu Yin's, it would not be bad either. Ordinary demi-ancestors had a pitifully low chance of breaking through to the progenitor realm, let alone Lung Qing. There are 3 steps to the progenitor realm origin tribulation: massacre, heart questioning, and heaven changing. Lung Qing is about to face the massacre, and this is only the first step. Lu Yin raised his brows. This was the progenitor realm origin tribulation. If ordinary progenitors were already like this, what would happen to him? He did not dare to think about it. He had to challenge the Milky Way Sword Emperor of this era. Since the tribulation origin black hole believed that the Milky Way Sword Emperor of this era could stop him from breaking through to Ancestor Realm, then he would give it a try. Lung Qing's body was constantly being slashed. Numerous bloody wounds covered his body. The crowd couldn't bear to watch. He was facing the saber blades head-on. Why didn't he use his inner world? Someone asked, puzzled. Someone else lamented, because the power of the tribulation origin has only just begun. The beginning. Cold saber light swept across everyone's faces. Lung Qing finally broke through the Milky Way amidst the sea of blood. There wasn't a single intact piece of flesh left on his body. His entire body swayed and his aura weakened. Lu Yin held his breath and watched calmly. His tribulation origin was abnormal, but Lung Qing's was not bad either. The Milky Way Sword Emperor, one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, had dared to draw his saber against a Tao Lord. This reminded Lu Yin of Progenitor Qin. At this moment, Lung Qing was facing Progenitor Qin, who was considered to be invincible in the same era. What kind of calamity would Lu Yin face? No one spoke. They all looked into the distance. The shattered Milky Way saber blades revolved around Lung Qing, forming the Milky Way Sword Ocean. This was the Milky Way Sword Emperor's killer move, which was equivalent to an inner world. Lung Qing gripped the saber hilt tightly, and blood dripped down the blade. Finally, the Milky Way Sword Ocean has a chance to fight, Lung Qing muttered to himself. Lung Qing muttered to herself with anticipation. Long sabers appeared above her head as the heavenly saber realm descended. The Milky Way Sword Ocean seemed to sense something. It soared into the sky and headed for the Sky Saber realm. Countless sabers slashed down from the Sky Saber realm. Saber blades collided with each other, and the aftershocks scattered endless saber rays, forcing everyone to retreat again and again. The tribulation origin black hole had become a domain of sabers. Countless sabers and shattered saber rays formed a world of death that could tear a half-martial ancestor to pieces. No one knew how Lung Qing was doing. They couldn't see him clearly and they couldn't sense him either. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Lung Qing had always been a good person. Although he was taciturn and didn't have much of a presence, as the Elysium's leader, Lu Yin had arranged for him to guard the astral beast domain without complaint. Such a powerhouse was the safest place to be. It would be a pity if Lung Qing died from progenitor destruction. It would also be a loss for humanity. Why did the origin space have tribulation origin? If it was the same as the reincarnation space-time, how many progenitors would there be in the origin space? The Eternals couldn't possibly overturn the situation. As he thought about this, the sabers in front of him gradually disappeared. Lung Qing stood tall in the starry sky. The blood on his body had already solidified. He had not been swept up by the Milky Way Sword Ocean. His Sky Saber realm had blocked it. Lu Bujing and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Kai Er's pale face gradually returned to normal. That was the Milky Way Sword Emperor, a ruthless person. Lung Qing had been able to survive his saber, and he had even used a saber to fight a saber. This was enough to make Lung Qing famous. He had also fulfilled his wish. Then, would there still be tribulation origin? Under the tribulation origin black hole, Lung Qing looked up. It was gone. The saber intent that had excited him had disappeared. He was strong enough to fight the Milky Way Sword Emperor when he was a half-martial ancestor. It was a pity that the Milky Way Sword Emperor was dead. Otherwise, he would have wanted to fight a progenitor. There was no reaction from the tribulation origin black hole. Everyone found it strange. The Destiny Daughter slowly said, "Ask your heart. Ask yourself. If you can't ask, you've failed." How do you ask? Lu Yin was puzzled. Everyone is different, Lu Bujing said. It's a tribulation in one's heart. Patriarchs can have flaws but not at this moment. You have to hide them or remove them. Only then can you become a patriarch. To put it bluntly, lie. As long as you can lie through the tribulation origin, it's fine, K. said. Lu Yin looked at Lung Qing. What? He didn't think so. This was also what Lu Bujing and the others were worried about. Would Lung Qing lie? It was obvious that he wouldn't. Asking one's heart was a difficult hurdle for Lung Qing. The reason why he had not broken through to progenitor before today was because he couldn't ask his heart. Lu Bujing, the Destiny Daughter, and Hen Xen. This was because they were all Elysium leaders and peak half-martial ancestors. Logically speaking, they could have broken through to progenitor long ago. However, they had delayed until now because they knew that it would be difficult for them to succeed. The stronger one was, the more they understood themselves. They knew what problems they would encounter and where they would fail. Lung Qing's problem was that he couldn't ask his heart. However, that was before today. Lu Yin's words kept echoing in his ears. A young man with the cultivation of an emissary had such courage. He dared to ask the heavens, let go of stellar sources and even suppressed them. Why couldn't he ask his heart? Why couldn't he give up? Lung Qing slowly raised his hand and faced the black hole of the tribulation origin. His arm shook and the saber shattered. Lu Bujing and the others were shocked. He shattered his saber? The Lady of Fate's eyes sparkled. This is Lung Qing's heart. He cultivated with the saber, entered the realm with the saber, and turned his body into a saber. Ever since he started cultivating, his life has been inseparable from the saber. It is said that when he was born, countless sabers worshipped him. The saber has accompanied him throughout his life. His success and failure were all because of the saber. Now, he broke his saber to show his determination and asked his heart. He has passed this hurdle. Everyone was silent. They held their breaths and looked at Leng Qing. They saw his relaxed expression. It was as if he had become a different person. The saber had made him what he was, but it had also trapped him. He dared to break his saber, which meant that he had abandoned his stubborn self. At this moment, it was as if he had been reborn. With a long roar, Leng Qing completely let go. He had fought the Milky Way Saber Emperor and broken his saber to show his determination. He had done it. What else was there to regret? Even if he failed to break through to the progenitor realm and was reduced to ashes, he would die without regrets. His laughter reverberated through the heavens, causing countless people to feel inexplicably happy. It was as if they had let go of many things. Even Lu Yin was affected. He unconsciously placed his hand on his cosmic ring. Yin, one day you and I will be able to see each other again. The Lu family will be able to return one day. Grudges, love, hatred, life and death, there will be a day when they will be resolved. That day will definitely come. Light appeared in the starry sky. A saber lay horizontally. Everyone was shocked. Was that the heavenly saber realm? The heavenly saber realm reappeared. However, it was not Leng Qing who had performed it. It appeared naturally. As the heavenly saber realm appeared, a long saber fell into Leng Qing's hand. It looked exactly like his broken saber. At the same time, Leng Qing's 3 gates opened. Many creatures that looked like sabers poured into the heavenly saber realm. The heavenly saber realm transformed. Although it did not seem to have changed much, the astral source from before gave everyone a faint pressure. That was the power of the progenitor realm. Leng Qing's inner world had transformed into the progenitor realm. He had succeeded in breaking through to the progenitor realm. He had successfully broken through to the progenitor realm. With the long saber in hand, the heavenly saber realm appeared. Leng Qing had become the first person to succeed in breaking through to the progenitor realm. He was not an ordinary half-martial ancestor. He was the leader of the Elysium. Now that he had succeeded in breaking through, he possessed strength that even Lu Yun feared. Lu Yun did not want to test the power of the heavenly saber realm. Lu Yun's eyes widened as he laughed. Congratulations to leader Leng Qing for successfully breaking through to the progenitor realm. The Elysium now has a new elder. Congratulations, Lord Leng Qing. Congratulations, Lord Leng Qing. Everyone who saw this scene was envious. At the same time, they rejoiced for themselves. It was a great honor to be able to witness the success of breaking through to the progenitor realm with their own eyes. Throughout the countless years of human history, how many people had been able to witness the success of breaking through to the progenitor realm with their own eyes? As Leng Qing succeeded in breaking through to the progenitor realm, a faint, strange feeling drifted across the fifth mainland. The tribulation origin black hole disappeared. The heavenly saber realm disappeared. Leng Qing put away his long saber. His entire aura was completely different from before. If it had been possible to tell that he was an expert in the way of the saber before, now it was impossible to tell. If he did not use a saber, no one could tell what kind of weapon he was proficient in. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2768. At this moment, Leng Qing's sharpness was completely restrained. Even progenitor realm experts could not see through him. Leng Qing took a step forward and arrived in front of Lu Yin and the others. She bowed to Lu Yin and said, "Thank you for your guidance." Lu Bujing and the others hurriedly retreated. The current Leng Qing's etiquette was not something they could accept. It would be best if they could break through to the progenitor realm, but if they could not, they would never be on the same level as Leng Qing. Logically speaking, Lu Yin shouldn't have accepted it either. However, his words had allowed Leng Qing to successfully seek her heart. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, he had indeed helped Leng Qing break through her ancestral roots. Some people succeeded in breaking through to the ancestor realm and were proud of the heavens, disdaining the mortal world. Some people climbed to the top but were willing to be down to earth. Leng Qing was clearly the latter. Lu Yin smiled. "Senior, it's your own epiphany and it has nothing to do with me. Congratulations on successfully breaking through." Leng Qing's expression was calm. Somehow, she felt that she was much easier to get along with than before. "No matter what, thank you, Sect Master, for being able to pass the test of heart examination. What plans do you have for me next? Will you continue to oversee the astral beast domain or return to the above heaven?" Lu Yin replied, "There's no rush. Let's go to the above heaven sect first. Many of the onlookers' expressions changed. They were from the four-way balance and the six-way gang. Lung Qing breaking through to the ancestor realm had a huge impact. Not to mention his own battle prowess, just his identity as an ancestor realm expert added another layer of protection to the above heaven sect. This was not a simple protection but more like a kind of omen. If Lung Qing could succeed, then the leader of the Elysium, Lu Bujing, and the others might have succeeded as well. It should be said that the possibility of success was extremely high. If that was the case, they would have to re-evaluate the above heaven sect. This was without considering Lung Qing's strength. He was the sect master of the Heaven's Gate, a half-martial ancestor. Now that he had broken through, he was definitely not someone an ordinary martial ancestor could compare to. His combat prowess was unfathomable, and that was the reason why others were wary of him. The news of Lung Qing breaking through her ancestral roots quickly spread to the Six Directions Guild and four-way balance, causing a huge commotion. However, none of this had anything to do with Lu Yin. Under the suppression of the Grand Empyrean, the Six Directions Society did not dare to cause trouble for the above heaven sect. The four-way scales did not have the ability to cause trouble. At this moment, Lu Yin was feeling the most comfortable. The more Grandmaster Ancestor powerhouses there were in the sky, the more authority he would have in the Six Directions Association in the future, and the more trouble he would have with the four cardinal scales. One day he would tip the scales and return the starry sky tree to the Lu family. In the back mountains of Heaven Sky sect, Zhao Ran was all smiles as she brewed tea. Ever since she had started following Lu Yin, she had never brewed so many cups of tea in one go. Now that she had brewed 7 cups, she was very satisfied. Lu Yin, the blood ancestor, Elder Chan, Lu Yun, Lung Qing, Master Shan, and senior brother Mu Xie. 7 progenitors had gathered at the back of the mountain. This was the first time so many progenitors had gathered since the establishment of the above heaven. Including Zhu Jiao and Yi Qi, who could be summoned from the commander appointment platform, Lu Yin had mobilized a total of 8 progenitors, including himself. Unfortunately, the blood ancestor's battle prowess couldn't be counted. He was already in his twilight years. Master Shan's battle prowess was comparable to the blood ancestors. After all, he used a black energy source. The path that above heaven had to take was long and arduous. For a day, everyone gathered at the back of the mountain. No one knew what they were talking about. Lu Bujing and the others could have joined in, but they did not. This was a gathering of progenitor realm experts in the truest sense of the word. If they went, they would feel that something was wrong. The blood ancestor was very happy. Seeing the above heaven continuously increase the number of progenitors meant that this place was growing stronger, and that the humans were growing stronger as well. A few days later, Lu Yin sat alone at the back of the mountain. He had already undergone 8 origin tribulations and was at the peak of the emissary realm. He had already broken through to the half-ancestor realm, and it seemed that he would be able to attempt to break through soon. Once he became a half-ancestor, he would only be 1 step away from the peak of the human race. However, that step was extremely difficult to cross. Lung Qing was naturally overseeing the above heaven sect. The astral beast domain could be sent to the others, as there were still quite a few half-ancestors. Although only Elder Chan and Lung Qing had broken through to the progenitor realm after the establishment of the above heaven sect, there were nearly 10 half-ancestors. This was a gratifying number. Although these half-ancestors had not broken through the 3 stages and could not possibly reach the progenitor realm, they were still quite good. Lu Yin looked into the distance. It seemed that it was time to go to the astral tree domain to seize the origin item. Only the astral tree domain had the origin item, and it was in the sovereign realm. However, the 4 cardinal scales each had their own origin item. The sovereign realm's origin item was only used for trials and competition. Back when he had competed with the 4 young ancestors, they had all failed. Could it be that none of them had broken through the 3 stages? Of course not. To some people, the sovereign realm's competition for the origin item was just for show. It was more like a show of strength for the 4 young ancestors and paved the way for them to win over followers. Even if they did not obtain the origin item, the people behind them would still give it to them. The above heaven sect also needed such a foundation. Not only did they need the origin item, but they also needed tribulation crystals. It was time for Wendy Yushan to absorb tribulation crystals and break through. Lu Yin wanted to give Zhua Day Night, Wen Sanxi, Ling Gong, and Ku Wei enough resources to break through as long as they had the ability. However, Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis, and the others had already broken through the 3 stages. Lu Yin had asked around and learned that during the above heaven sect's era, there was no shortage of origin items or tribulation crystals. Cultivation had flourished at that time, and it had been the peak of the human race. Path Master, someone by the name of Yi Xing requests an audience, the second Night King said respectfully. He had long since become Lu Yin's servant, and so did the Night King clan. The Day-Night clan had long since become a thing of the past, and the third Night King had already accepted this fact. Lu Yin was surprised. Yi Xing? Bring her here. Soon, the second Night King arrived with a woman. The woman had a smile on her face and her gaze was gentle. She had a graceful temperament, and no matter how one looked at her, she looked like a lady from a wealthy family. She was not like Yi Xing, who wandered the business world and made a living by trading. Bailan greets Path Master Lu. The woman approached Lu Yin and slowly bowed. Lu Yin turned around and smiled at the woman. He gestured for her to take a seat. Bailan did not stand on ceremony and slowly took a seat. She looked at Lu Yin generously, giving him the feeling that she could open her heart to him. Lu Yin sat across from her. I've heard of Yi Xing, but I've never had any dealings with him. Miss Bailan, can you introduce him to me? Bailan smiled and said, Of course you can. Yi Xing travels through the various parallel universes and specializes in evaluating the quality of resources in parallel universes and setting up a reasonable exchange ratio to break through the barriers of parallel universes transactions. Through this we collect a meager commission. Dao Master, you can consider us, Yi Xing, as a merchant guild. However, our merchant guild only deals in the exchange of parallel universes and resources, and the commission is 1%. Only trade for resources? Lu Yin thought back to Zhu Yi, who he had met in the drifting cloud space. That guy had been selling demi-humans. Was that not Yi Xing's business? Perhaps, that Zhu Yi seemed to be someone from the Zhu clan's merchant association. Bailan said, That's right. We only trade for resources and nothing else. I came to find Path Master Lu this time because the three sovereigns have opened a passage to the primordial space. The primordial space is now connected, and I, Yi Xing, can estimate the exchange ratio between the primordial space and the Six Directions Society. From now on, the primordial space can exchange for resources from any parallel universe of the Six Directions Society, and the Six Directions Society can also exchange for resources from the primordial space. Lu Yin was not interested in what she was saying. He could leave the financial matters to Qiong Shi. What he cared about was Yi Xing. Lu Yin tapped his fingers on the table and sized up Bailan. This woman's cultivation was not high, and she seemed to have just broken through to become an envoy. However, Yi Xing's people did not care about cultivation. They had an eye treasure that allowed them to travel through the void. Back then, Lu Yun could not kill Zhu Yi even if he wanted to. That was one of Yi Xing's methods. Bailan was not angered by Lu Yin's unbridled gaze, and she generously returned his gaze. This person was a legend. As the young master of the Lu family who had been exiled, he had lost his memories and cultivation and had started anew. Yet, in just a few short decades, he had reached the peak and even faced off against the Six Directions Society. His name had reached the ears of the Grand Empyreans, and he had confronted the three sovereigns and 9 sages. To be honest, as a member of Yi Xing, Bailan had seen many strange people. Those who could trade with Yi Xing's people were all important figures from various parallel universes, but this was the first time she had met someone like Lu Yin. This person did not even care about the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages. He had just walked out of the endless battlefield, and the above heaven had welcomed another powerhouse who had broken through. Bailan felt that this person had the potential to become the chosen one. She could not be too casual when facing this person. Even if Yi Xing's people could do as they pleased in the Six Directions Society, this was the primordial space, a place that had once given birth to the most glorious above heaven. This was a place that everyone in the Six Directions Society would remember, regardless of whether they loathed or hated it. The primordial space was different from any other parallel universe of the Six Directions Society, including the reincarnation spacetime. The two looked at each other, both thinking about something. Zhao Ran had arrived and was preparing tea for Bailan. Bailan stared blankly at the strange hot tea and then at Zhao Ran. When she saw the expectant look on Zhao Ran's face, she subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. Was he trying to poison her to death? This was tea? It was clearly poison, and there was definitely something alive in it. She had even seen something swimming around. Lu Yin came back to his senses and saw Bailan looking at the hot tea with a strange expression. He coughed and said, Zhao Ran prepared this especially for you. Do you want to try it? Bailan looked at Lu Yin. I'm from the Yi Xing sect. I don't participate in any fights. Lu Yin laughed. Don't misunderstand. This is really tea and it's delicious. He then took a sip himself. Bailan watched as Lu Yin drank the entire cup of tea without hesitation. She swallowed her saliva and looked at Zhao Ran again. Zhao Ran stared at her expectantly. Bailan considered herself to be brave, knowledgeable, and forthright. She had a good reputation in the Yixing sect, but even she had moments of hesitation. She smiled bitterly, picked up the tea and drank it all in one gulp. Zhao Ran's heart ached. She had spent a lot of effort to brew this tea, and it was tasteless to drink it like this. Bailan put down the cup, and her eyes lit up as she thought about it. Not bad. Zhao Ran smiled. Lu Yin smiled as well. As long as you like it. Bailan looked at Zhao Ran. Can I have another cup? I'll savor it slowly this time. The word, savor, stimulated Zhao Ran. She became excited and clenched her fists tightly. Wait. After saying that, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Those who did not know better would have thought that they were fighting. I've been running around for Bao Bao for the past few days. Everything will settle down in a few days and I'll update when the time comes. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2769. Bailan chuckled. Dao Master Lu, the people here are very interesting. Because of the cup of tea, the atmosphere became more relaxed. Lu Yin no longer hesitated and directly asked, since it's a deal, we need to know who it is. Miss Bailan, may I ask who Yixing represents? Bailan had expected Lu Yin to ask this. Countless people in the Six Direction Association wanted to know, but there were only a few who truly knew. How much does Dao Master Lu know about the Six Direction Association? Bailan asked. Lu Yin shook his head. Not much. If the passage hadn't opened, I wouldn't have been able to enter. Bailan nodded. The Six Direction Association includes the 62 parallel universes in the endless battlefield. They are collectively known as the Six Direction Association. The Six Direction Association represents the current universe that humans know of, but there are more than just the Six Direction Association in the universe. No one knows how many parallel universes there are. Some parallel universes have the same people, while others are only the size of a palm. This is the universe. Aside from the Six Direction Association, there are also those who don't join the Six Direction Association or are unwilling to join the Six Direction Association. I Yixing am one of them. My name is Bai Rong. Lu Yin's fingers moved. He appeared calm, but his heart was in turmoil. Bai Rong? He had heard of this name before. It came from the zombie god. When he had been chased by the zombie god in the Starfall Sea, he had taken out the corpse he had obtained from the burial garden to resist the zombie god's power. When the zombie god saw the corpse, she had said 2 words, Bai Rong. Lu Yin had learned that the corpse's name was Bai Rong. That corpse was Yixing's master? Bai Rong and Bailan had similar names. Did they come from the same family or spacetime? Lu Yin rubbed his cosmic ring and listened to Bailan quietly. Bailan didn't notice Lu Yin's abnormality and continued, this is not a secret, but it is still a secret. Some people will never know about it. Dao Master Lu, you are the Dao Master of the Genesis Space's heavenly sect and have several powerful subordinates. You are qualified to speak with the Six Direction Association and can know about it. That's why I said that Yixing will not participate in any battles between the Six Direction Association and the Genesis Space. We are not part of the Six Direction Association and will not listen to the Grand Empyrean's orders. We are Bai Rong's subordinates. Lu Yin looked at Bailan. Bai Rong can disobey the Grand Empyrean? Bailan said proudly, Yixing doesn't need to listen to the orders of the Great Heavenly Venerate. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Miss should be aware of what happened in my primordial space some time ago. Because of the tyranny of the 3 monarch spacetimes, they wanted to swallow my above heaven sect and almost caused a war. The Grand Empyrean ordered me to enter the endless battlefield to atone for my sins. Therefore, to me, a powerhouse who doesn't listen to the Grand Empyrean's orders is worthy of respect. Senior Barong, can you tell me more about it? Bailan was very happy. Respecting Lord Bairong is the same as respecting all of us, respecting Yixing. Since Taoist Master Lu wants to know, I am naturally willing to tell you. Thank you. Wearing a solemn expression, Bailan slowly told him everything she knew about Bai Rong with longing and enthusiasm. Lu Yin rubbed his cosmic ring as he listened. This feeling was very strange. In reality, Bailan didn't know much. Her level was too far away from Bai Rong's, and she had only told him what she had heard from others. However, this information was enough for Lu Yin to have a general understanding of the situation. Bai Rong was a powerhouse who had fought his way through the endless battlefield and escaped from the encirclement of the seven sky gods by himself. This was his greatest achievement, and it was also his qualification to disregard the Grand Empyrean's orders. Only by doing this would he be able to disregard the Grand Empyrean and bring Yi Xing into the Six Direction Society without obeying its orders. Although Bai Lan spoke for a long time, this was the only information Lu Yin had truly heard. He was very clear about the terror of the endless battlefield, and he was even more clear about the strength of the seven sky gods. To be able to fight his way through the endless battlefield and escape from the encirclement of the seven sky gods, what kind of spirit and strength was this? At the very least, Lu Yin couldn't imagine that Curmudgeon Mo alone could cause the above heaven sect to panic at the slightest sound. The reason why he had left Lung Qing behind was because he was worried that Curmudgeon Mo would come. Curmudgeon Mo shouldn't have reached the level of the seven sky gods. The strength of the seven sky gods was evident. Bai Rong was a ruthless man who could fight the seven sky gods head-on. He was definitely at the level of Great Elder Shan Gu and Void Master. No wonder he didn't listen to the orders of the Grand Empyrean. Other than Luo Shan, the other rulers of the Six Direction Society, regardless of whether it was Shan Gu, Void Master or Wei Zhu, Lu Yin believed that they could all obtain the respect of the Grand Empyrean to a certain extent. Their strength was unfathomable and Bai Rong should be at this level. Experts outside of the Six Direction Society? Lu Yin knew of two such experts. One was Bai Rong, and the other was Jiang Chen and Jiang Qingyue's father, the Lightning Lord. The person who could make the Ancestor Realm Holy Light Dragon Tortoise call him master. He was a person that even the eternal race didn't dare to offend. Then where is this senior Bai Rong now? Lu Yin asked as he stared at Bai Lan. At this moment, Zhao Ran arrived with a freshly brewed tea. Bai Lan stared at it blankly. She had thought that it would be the same as the previous one. Why did it change? This tea was strange no matter how she looked at it. There was actually a moving airflow floating above it. Was this tea? She had dared to drink the previous cup, but this one? She regretted it. She shouldn't have asked for another cup. Zhao Ran looked at her expectantly. This sister of hers was too cute. She hadn't received such a request for many years. Sister, do you want to taste it? Bai Lan was speechless. Wasn't this word a little provocative? Lu Yin said, Zhao Ran, you can leave first. Zhao Ran blinked. Sister wants to taste the tea. Lu Yin looked at Bai Lan. Bai Lan took a deep breath and forced a smile. She picked up the teacup and took a sip. Zhao Ran's eyes widened. Lu Yin was curious. Zhao Ran's tea had never been the same. This cup, how should he put it, had the feeling that it would last for a long time. He didn't want to touch it. Good tea. Bai Lan praised, her eyes shining as she looked at Zhao Ran. Zhao Ran was overjoyed. Thank you. She then left in high spirits. Bai Lan exhaled as she watched Zhao Ran leave. She looked at the teacup with lingering fear. The airflow floating above it had actually formed a spider. Miss Bai Lan. Bai Lan was stunned. She pushed the teacup away and blushed when she met Lu Yin's gaze. Dao Master Lu, please speak. Lu Yin stared at Bai Lan. Where is that senior Bai Rong? I'd like to pay him a visit. Bai Lan smiled. He's in seclusion. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Dao Master Lu. Seclusion? Lu Yin stared at Bai Lan, wanting to see if she was lying. Bai Rong's corpse was clearly with him. Bai Lan naturally met Lu Yin's gaze and did not back down. Yes, Lord Bai Rong has been in seclusion for a very long time. However, powerhouses like him can go into seclusion for tens of thousands or even millions of years before coming out. She did not continue, but it was obvious that she was very agitated. Lu Yin felt that Bai Lan was not lying. Did she not know that Bai Rong was dead? Everyone in the Eternals knew. If she did not know, then that meant that most people in the Yi Xing did not know either. In that case, who was in charge of the Yi Xing right now? Lu Yin asked this question. Bai Lan replied, Lord Bai Teng is Lord Bai Rong's servant, and he's in charge of the Yi Xing. Although he's a servant, Lord Bai Teng is also an extremely powerful powerhouse. Lu Yin nodded and did not ask any more questions. A servant was in charge of the Yi Xing, but the master was already dead. In that case, who was in charge of the Yi Xing? Lu Yin looked down at his cosmic ring. The Yi Xing held a terrifying amount of wealth, and even a 1% commission was terrifying. It was equivalent to 1% of all the resources that had been exchanged in parallel universes for countless years. Although many people did not look for the Yi Xing to exchange for resources, as long as they did, they would be able to exchange for a large amount of resources. He didn't forget that Yi Xing, every person who traveled through time and space, was known as a moving money bag. He was looking forward to seeing how many resources the I Ching had. After talking so much, Dao Master Lu, can we talk about the exchange rate? Bailan asked. She was quite satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. If this person respected Bai Rong, then he would be respected by the I Ching as well. Lu Yin replied, I'll find someone to discuss this with you. After all, I'm not very good at these things. Bailan nodded. Of course. Lu Yin looked at Bailan. I have a small favor that I don't know if Miss Bailan can help me with? Bailan was puzzled. Help? Dao Master Lu I Ching will not participate in any of the Six Direction Society's battles, nor will I help anyone. I also won't give you any information. I can't help you with anything. Lu Yin smiled. It has nothing to do with that. I just hope that someone from the primordial space can join the I Ching. Bailan was shocked. You want your people to join the I Ching? Lu Yin nodded. Bailan pondered for a moment. It's not impossible. I've already recruited some people from the Six Direction Society. After all, it's much better to have someone from that space-time represent us when making a trade. However, they need to pass a test. Lu Yin stood up and sighed. I'll be straightforward. The test is only for certain people. Some people can choose not to pass the test. You should be very clear about that. Bailan did not act pretentious and stood up. Alright, Dao Master Lu, you can let your people join the I Ching. However, the I Ching has its own rules. Once they join the I Ching, they are not allowed to participate in any battles, whether it's the primordial space, the Six Direction Society, or the primordial space itself. No problem. Lu Yin agreed without hesitation. Bailan continued, there's one more thing. The I Ching's rules are that men lead men and women lead women. In other words, I can only bring women into the I Ching. Why is that? Lu Yin did not understand. Bailan explained, feelings are a characteristic of human nature. It can be a strength or a weakness. No one can guarantee that there are no feelings between men and women. Closeness can affect a trade. In order to eliminate this possibility, we have this rule. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Good rules. What about the quota? Bailan was stunned. Quota? Of course. How many people can you bring into the I Ching? Lu Yin asked matter-of-factly. Bailan smiled bitterly. It seems that Dao Master Lu is not only recommending one person. However, my abilities are limited and I can only bring one person into the I Ching. Any more than that and I can't. This is also a rule. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Second Night King. Dao Master. The Second Night King walked out and bowed. Fine, Madam Nalan. The Second Night King acknowledged and left. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.